The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 5-run 6th inning was not enough for the Diamondbacks in Milwaukee yesterday in a 7-5 loss to the Brewers, who took the first of 4. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on what was wrong with Erod last night.
Over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes, and it'll be young all-star Jacob Misiorowski for the Brewers tonight at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As initial 53-man roster cuts continue today, Clayton Tune was among the opening batch of Cardinal cuts. For more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. And it's just a matter of days now until Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils start their Big 12 title defense, as they will host NAU on Saturday in Tempe. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work.
Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome in. The doors are open. You want to talk sports? We're here for you all day long. And by the way, what a baboon that went through Phoenix yesterday. Pedro Gomez, the late, great Pedro Gomez from heaven, probably had to have a good laugh at that. He was the king of the autocorrect.
He became the king of the autocorrect.
He became the king of the autocorrect. For those who don't know, there was one time a Haboob rolled through downtown Phoenix during a Dbacks game, and he typed about how that Haboob blew out the grid in downtown Phoenix. And the autocorrect changed it to a baboon that blew out the grid in downtown Phoenix.
Smartphone autocorrect, not familiar with our life conditions here in the desert.
How about it?
Well, let me ask you guys a question. You've been here for how long, Vinny? Like 50 years?
A long time.
And Dan, you've been here for like 30 years? Mm-hmm. Had you ever heard the word Haboob until about 10 years ago?
A little longer ago than that. But, yeah, when I grew up.
It was always monsoon.
It was a dust storm.
And then it was a dust storm.
Dust storm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because a monsoon and a dust storm are two completely different things,
right.
obviously.
Right. So I don't blame his autocorrect at that time, which was whatever it was, like 10 years ago.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but Haboob, it was a pretty common term at that point.
At that point, but it wasn't like it's been around for 50 years. It's fairly new.
Hey, let's call it what it is. It was a giant Haboob.
I've been called that many times.
Yes, you have been. Yes, you have been.
These storms are fun.
Aren't they the best?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
They're great until like today. It's going to be not cloudy, and it's just going to be 99 and just humid.
Yeah, that's true.
And the air quality is going to be terrible.
Miserable.
It's also great, too, until a tree falls on your car.
Right.
Whoops. I'm very interested to see what the July weather is, what the September weather is going to look like, because it feels like we're getting July weather in August, because we had that stretch of like 112, 115, and now we're getting a really late like monsoon season at the end of August. So I hope it's not like a really, really, really hot September.
I don't know. I am not the staff meteorologist anymore.
It would seem to me that we've pretty much been let off easy this summer. I haven't looked at data, but I just know that from living through it, this has not been a difficult
June
summer.
and July was about as mild as it could be for Arizona.
The run of 100 consecutive 110-degree days was historic. I think it was the third longest streak ever. But yeah, I agree with you. It wasn't brutal.
Yeah.
It
didn't get oppressive. Last week was the first time, and maybe because it's in August now and we're about that time where our bodies are like, enough of this.
Yep.
I don't know. So whatever. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Cardinals started their roster cut down Monday. They released 12 players, including third-year quarterback Clayton Tune. Also released were wide receivers Andre Bickley. Yes! He had it! And Nate McCullum. Tight end Oscar Cárdenas. Offensive lineman McClendon Curtis, Donovan West, and Roy Mbedeka. Defensive lineman Patrick Jenkins, linebackers Vi Jones and Benton Whitley, corners Echo Boye-Doe and Stephen Gilmore. That puts the Cardinals roster at 79 players. They still got to get down to 53 by 1 o'clock today. A trio of Cardinals landed on ESPN's 2025 NFL rank, a list of the league's top 100 players heading into the season. Quarterback Kyler Murray ranked 99, safety Budda Baker 93, tight end Trey McBride ranked 44. None of those three players were on ESPN's list last season. Hey, progress.
Wow, progress.
Kansas City's Patrick Mahomes took the top spot once again, followed by Josh Allen, Myles Garrett, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Washington Commanders and wide receiver Terry McLaurin finally getting together on a contract extension. McLaurin gets a 3-year deal worth up to $96 million with a signing bonus of $30 million. He had spent much of the training camp on the PUP list while seeking a new deal. He requested a trade less than a month ago, but now the Commanders' leading receivers in the fold for Week 1 against the Giants a week from Sunday. And another long-time situation, wrapping up, the Bengals and defensive end Trey Hendrickson also ended their contract standoff on Monday. They agreed to a 1-year deal worth $30 million. Hendrickson, another player that requested a trade after a highly publicized negotiation that did not result in a new deal. He's had 17.5 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons and led the NFL in that category last year. That leaves one.
Gee, I wonder what franchise he plays for.
I'm digging my heels in even more.
We already had a contract.
We had a handshake deal. I bought the Cowboys on a handshake deal. I had my old lady bake him a chicken pot pie. I thought that was good enough. That's the way we close things where I'm from.
Cleveland Browns not keeping 4 quarterbacks after all. They've traded Kenny Pickett to the Las Vegas Raiders for the 2026 5th-round pick. Pickett will be the backup to Raiders starter Geno Smith. Raiders also signed veteran wide receiver Amari Cooper to a 1-year deal. The 31-year-old spent his first 4 years in the league with the Raiders when they were still in Oakland from 2015 to 2018, and then he was traded to Dallas. Another Vegas wide receiver, Jacoby Myers, was requested a trade, according to reports. He's entering the final year of his deal. No guaranteed money left on that deal, so what do? You ask for a trade. Myers had 87 catches last year for over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns, and that was with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew at quarterback. Maybe he's got a case.
Wow, good point.
Houston Texans announced that running back Joe Mixon will miss at least the first 4 weeks of the upcoming season. Mixon has been dealing with an undisclosed foot injury. He'll be moved to the reserve non-football injury list. That means Texans going into the season with Damian Pierce as their top back. Some notable names let go around the league. Dallas letting go of veteran Lael Collins. The Saints cutting running back Cam Akers loose. Philadelphia releasing rookie quarterback Kyle McCord. And Detroit said goodbye to quarterback Hendon Hooker.
Hendon Hooker.
Dbacks dropped the opener of a 4-game series in Milwaukee, 7-5 at the hands of the first-place Brewers. Milwaukee erupted for 5 runs in the 3rd inning on 6 consecutive hits, the first 5 of which came on 2-strike counts against D-back starter Eduardo Rodriguez. How about not being able to put people away, huh? Trailing 6-0, Diamondbacks rallied for a big inning of their own, scored 5 times in the 6th inning, highlighted by a 3-run homer from the red-hot Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but they'd get no closer. The Milwaukee bullpen put the clamps on during 3 1/3 scoreless innings. That series continues tonight at American Family Field in Wisconsin. D-backs sending Brandon Pfaadt to the mound while getting a first look at Brewers phenom Jacob Mizorowski, whose ERA is above 4 now, by the way.
Yeah, he's not quite.
All-star. Glad they rushed him into the All-Star game. First pitch, 4:40 pregame coverage gets rolling at 4 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Catcher Jose Herrera cleared waivers. He's been outrighted to AAA. He stays in the D-backs organization. Saw action in 57 games at the big league level this year. Batted .187 with 2 home runs and 17 runs batted in. Speaking of catchers that can hit, Cal Raleigh of Seattle homered again in a 9-6 win over the Padres on Monday. His 50th home run of the season. He's the first catcher ever with 50, and now joins Mickey Mantle as the only switch hitters in baseball history with 50 or more home runs in a year.
How's Gino doing?
I haven't looked. I think he's still got 4 home runs.
He's doing okay.
Yeah, he's better than he was in the first couple weeks. Mantle, by the way, did it twice. 52 home runs in 1956 and 54 in the Yankees' legendary 1961 season.
And that was with no liver.
Today was the day I found out Mickey Mantle was a switch hitter.
Wow.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, he's only the most famous one ever. But
Today was the day.
At the U.S. Open in New York.
Hold on. We don't have time to get into this, but that's an interesting question you just raised.
Yes.
Who is the most famous switch hitter of all time? Is it Mickey Mantle?
Well, I mean, he's
Eddie Murray.
So.
Whoa!
Okay.
Continue, Vinny.
Eddie Murray was my favorite player growing up, but
I thought
Mickey
he was
Mantle
great as Gumby.
I think Mickey Mantle is one of the most famous players, full stop, of all time.
Yeah,
so
regardless of the skill set.
Yeah.
At the U.S. Open in New York, second seed Carlos Alcaraz and his terrible haircut cruised in the first round. In his first round match, he beat American Riley Opelka in straight sets. Top seed and defending champion Jannik Sinner finally plays his first round match today against Australian Tristan Schoolkate. On the women's side, 6-seeded American Madison Keys ousted in 3 sets by Renata Zarazua of Mexico. Venus Williams, her stay in New York, a short one. The 45-year-old lost in 3 sets to 11-seeded Karolina Muchova.
Can't believe she won a set.
I know. Second-seeded Iga Swiatek and third-seeded Coco Gauff each have their first-round matches today in New York. How long is this first round? It's the 3rd day of first-round matches.
Was there weather or something? Like, why?
No, they changed the format.
Usually,
They started on Sunday, too. I think they just have less matches per day. So they could stretch this another.
Interesting.
And that game, one of them was after midnight local time last night, so there's still like.
It's very common at this point of the tournament.
Yeah.
There you go. There is your splash for whatever
today is. Tuesday. August 26th.
Thank you, Big.
You got it, bud.
I even had the date right on the show sheet for once. Coming up next, surprised by any of the Cardinals roster moves and what could be next? We'll get into it. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2. Swung on. Weakly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations, the Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at Dbacks.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. No fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who will make the Cardinals' 53-man roster? We'll be reacting to the roster in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Tune work under center. 4th and 1 at the 10. Tune roll out, left, throws towards the end zone. The ball is caught. Touchdown, Cardinals. Simi Fehoko finding some room, left corner, and the Cardinals are on the board. 4 receivers. Tune back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to run it. 40. Comes to the near side. 35, 30, 20, and then out of bounds for the first down. That's what Clayton Tune can do. Force him out of the pocket, and he runs for the first down.
Craig Grilou on the highlights. Andrea Bocelli.
For the 5th time, Vinny.
Yeah.
5th time he's been released and re-signed to the practice squad. This began in November of 2022.
Well, we don't know if he's back on the practice squad yet.
He gets
well. He will. You know he will be
throughout the season too. He gets called up and down and up and down.
Wait a minute. It's been more than that. I'm reading in November of 2022. They're claiming that was the 4th time he was released, and he's been released 4 times since then.
Yeah.
So it's
Legend.
8 times.
I don't know.
That's got to be an NFL record.
I had this ready to go for hardware yesterday. Outside of the Cardinals, did you see Ben DiNucci's tweet from over the weekend?
It was so good.
What was it?
It was a picture of a beer sitting on a bar, obviously at an airport bar.
Okay.
And the caption read, "There's nothing quite like that just got cut by an NFL team for the 7th time beer. You guys wouldn't understand." That's the life of these guys.
Wow.
So he got cut, and then there was an update yesterday where he did a video on social media where he's walking into his house and he's got his helmet and his jersey on, but he's carrying a pack, like an Amazon package or some sort of package. And he puts his stuff down and he opens the package and it's a CBS Sports blazer. He's going to be calling a college football game this weekend for CBS Sports.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's kind of the that's the life of these guys on the fringe. We touched on it yesterday. Clayton Tune getting released. We had talked about it yesterday. And I'm not surprised by this. I am curious to see what the Cardinals do. You have 2 quarterbacks on the active roster. It's a little bit perilous. You want to have a security blanket. Does Clayton Tune give you the practice squad security blanket? And I don't know if the answer to that is yes. Because I go back to what we saw this preseason from Clayton Tune. And to me, even playing with 2s and 3s, he doesn't look like a third-year quarterback to me.
There's
certain things he does well. You heard the scramble. He had 47 yards rushing. He is athletic.
And he's got a cannon for an arm.
But he looks hesitant to throw the ball down the field.
He does. He does. And when you look at those passing numbers, the yards per passing attempt, it's really the numbers are almost laughable. What he's put up there in terms of passing attempts and the net yards it's created. I think there's some hesitation to let it rip, And I guess a lot of young quarterbacks probably feel the same way.
Yeah.
It's a lack of comfort. It's a lack of seeing the field.
Yeah, he completed 30 passes in 3 preseason games this year for 186
yards.
That's it.
See, that's crazy.
And that's on 49 attempts.
And that's 49 attempts.
The number comes out to less than 4 yards per attempt, which is just not feasible in the NFL. 12 players released yesterday. 26 more to be released today, I think the count is, as they have to get down to 53. This is not like the old days either. And maybe it's just me. Maybe it's not. I'd love to. I looked at all the names released yesterday, and there's a lot more coming, a flood coming today. It's just not like when years past when you say, oh, that guy got cut. That might be somebody you're interested in. It is so anonymous now. And maybe my overall knowledge of fringe players in the NFL is just not what it used to be.
Right.
But it was like, I'm looking for any recognizable names from any cut list.
Yeah. I do know that, I remember back in the day, you remember when Hard Knocks used to always show footage of dudes getting called in and getting released, and how awful that was that they would film that stuff and put that stuff out there?
The Turk, right? Isn't it what the guy they called
it?
The
Turk is coming for you.
Yeah, bring your playbook, the 3 most dreaded words in football.
And then you'd get the dramatic voiceover from Lev Schreiber.
Yeah.
And the music going.
Yeah. That's kind of exploitation, isn't it?
That's what people argued in real time. They said, we shouldn't be showing that stuff.
Yeah.
I thought it was fascinating.
It's also great when they call them in and they film it and like a fringe player makes the team. That gets people going.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, when you call somebody in, some underdog long shot.
Hey man, we're proud of your work. We got a spot for you.
We're gonna give you a shot.
Exactly.
Here was Jonathan Gannon speaking to the media yesterday, talking about how tough this is for a head coach.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and we got really good guys that pour a lot into this thing. So it's hard. It is. The human side, and like I said, they sacrifice a lot, and they're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
Yeah, and Gannon also was asked yesterday, hey, do you tell the players when you let them go what they did well, what they need to work on?
Yeah, we communicate that with each player pretty effectively, I feel. They're not searching for reasons why when we have those conversations. So Monty's awesome to work with. He's up front and honest, and he cares about the players. I think I'm hopefully the same way, and I know the coaches are. So we're not gonna lie, we're not going to sugarcoat things. It kind of is what it is, and hopefully give them a little bit of blueprint if it didn't work out, what they need to work on. But I know a lot I guys will be playing football.
Yeah, so
here shortly.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Coach.
Shortly.
I was going to say this, that I wouldn't. I don't know if Jonathan Gannon's in that process, but that shouldn't be in a realm where I believe head coaches should get involved. That's got to be the GM's dirty work, right? That's got to be one of the things that fall. The GM is in charge of the roster, and you can't let those lines get blurred. Even though obviously Jonathan Gannon has input.
Oh yeah, there's evaluation from all the coaches.
Certainly, but if you want your head coach to be able to form true, authentic relationships with players, I don't know if you want them in that role.
But what is the role though? Because is the GM in charge of bringing in the players, and then the head coach is in charge of who stays, kind of deal?
No, I think that's the hat the GM's got to wear. I think the GM has got to be the one that says, okay, look, we love you. We thank you for your work, but we have to go in a different direction.
It's really a tough thing. Even in football, where the rosters are the biggest of all the sports, there's so few actual roster positions that switch up every year from those fringe guys. Like, you really go into camp knowing mostly who's going to make the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. And as I pointed out, too, I mean, if you go back to last year, the final cut-down list, 17 of those guys were brought back either to play on the active roster or on the practice squad. So a lot of these guys that you see on this list,
good point.
I think more so the guys that you see on today's list are going to be brought back
second
in
round
a capacity.
of cuts.
On the second round of cuts. And that's what was interesting about the Clayton Tune cut on Monday as opposed to Tuesday.
That's a good point.
But and I think for a lot of those players, they'll be thrilled by getting practice squad spots. You know, we talked about the money yesterday. Yeah, it's not the most glamorous job. It's a very valuable job, and it helps the team. But I also think there's going to be players on the list today that have graduated past that, in my opinion. I look at Michael Carter as one of those guys that I think him being on the practice squad again would be a penalty for him.
I totally agree. So if Michael Carter is cut, I think that's one of those things where he's going to go find himself another team. And I wouldn't blame him one bit.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Erod continued his rough season, and the Diamondbacks dropped Game 1 in Milwaukee. We'll tell you more about it next in Dbacks Daily. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
We're not going to lie. We're not going to sugarcoat things. It kind of is what it is, and hopefully give them a little bit of proof plan if it didn't work out, what they need to work on.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst, it's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready, be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Eduardo Rodriguez did not have his best stuff last night in Milwaukee. He went just 2 1/3, gave up 6 hits and 5 runs. But the Diamondbacks would make it interesting after they hung 5 runs in the 6th, thanks to a 3-run shot from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but it would not be enough, and the Brewers took the series opener 7-5. Tonight, it'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Jacob Misiorowski in Milwaukee. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Anquan Boldin joined Wolf and Luke yesterday, and he shared some advice that he would give Marvin Harrison Jr. as he heads into year 2.
And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else.
Elsewhere with the Arizona Cardinals, the team will wrap up its 53-man roster cuts today. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Dbacks on the road, starting a rough 7-game trip in Milwaukee against the best team in the majors, the Brewers, who came in with an 81-50 record, 43-22 on their home field at American Family Field. And they'd face right-hander Brandon Woodruff, the 2-time All-Star, making just his 9th start of the season after missing all of the 2024 season. Woodruff in top form early through 3 scoreless innings while allowing only 2 Arizona base runners. Eduardo Rodriguez was equally effective until the 3rd inning. Isaac Collins led off with a double. Bryce Perkins followed with a single with runners on the corners. Andrew Monasterio stepped in against Erod.
First and third, nobody out, and Erod's 2-2. Swung on, little flare in the left center field. That's down for a base hit. Collins will score. Runner goes for third. The throw gets through, but not in time. And the Brewers take a 1-0 lead on the RBI knocked by Monasterio.
Chris Scaraggiola on the call on the Dbacks Radio Network. Apologies to Blake Perkins, Valley product. I don't know why I call him Bryce Perkins. I got him mixed up with the XFL quarterback, I guess. 1-0 Brew Crew. They were just getting started. Bryce Terang, that is his name. He was the next hitter for the Milwaukee.
is the 1-2 pitch. Swung on. That's off the end of the bat. That's going to fall into center field. It's another base hit. This time it's Collins coming home to score. And Milwaukee has themselves a 2-0 lead and still nobody out.
And William Contreras following with another single to load the bases for Christian Yelich.
Nobody out, and the first pitch is swung on, and a ground ball base hit through the left side. Here comes Monasterio. Here comes Terang. 2 runs are in, and Yelich doubles the Milwaukee lead. It's now 4-0.
6 consecutive hits to make it 4-0. The first 5 of those hits coming from Milwaukee hitters facing 2-strike counts. Just amazing. Rodriguez then walked Andrew Vaughn to load the bases again for Sal Frelick.
The 2-1 to Frelick. Broken bat, soft grounder towards second base. Marte's only play is to first. It's in time for the inning's first out, but Contreras comes home to score, and the Brewers lead by 5.
Yeah, finally an out, but as Chris mentioned, a 5-run deficit for the Snakes. That would end the night for Rodriguez. Torey Lovello called on right-hander Bryce Jarvis. Out of the bullpen, he would get Caleb Durbin and Collins to keep the score at 5-0. Brewers would tack on in the 4th, 1 out, bases empty. Jarvis facing Monasterio.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a drive, deep left field, and that's a home run to left center. His 3rd of the year. And the Brewers now lead by half dozen. 6-0 Milwaukee, bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, and Woodruff, meanwhile, was cruising. He retired 14 Diamondbacks in a row until Alec Thomas led off the 6th with a single. Then Geraldo Perdomo got hit with a pitch on the hand-wrist area. Looked really bad. I don't know how he stayed in the game. More on that in a sec. Bringing up Ketel Marte.
It's the 1-2. And Ketel swings, rips it on the ground past the dive of Vaughn. That's into right field. Thomas going to come around and score. The throw is off the glove of Vaughn. Now the Dbacks are on the board. It's now 6-1.
Corbin Carroll, the next hitter.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swinging a cue shot off the end of the bat towards third. Tough play. Durbin tried the bare hand pickup, but he missed it. Perdomo scores from third. It's an RBI infield hit, and the D-backs now make it a 6-2 ball game.
And things getting interesting with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. leading the big leagues in RBIs in the month of August. He stepped in.
Now Lourdes, after the mound visit, first pitch, swings, drills it high and deep, out towards left. It is gone! Right back in it, baby. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., a 3-run shot. He's got 32 RBIs this month, and it's a 6-5 ball game.
Yeah, 32 RBIs,
Wow.
5 more than anybody else in baseball for the month. Vinny Pasquantino from the Royals is number 2 with 27. In the blink of an eye, the D-backs, who had been completely shut down by Woodruff, were within a run at 6-5. Woodruff would then strike out Pavin Smith and get Gabby Moreno to fly out to right before giving way to lefty Aaron Ashby, who struck out Adrian Del Castillo, looking to end the frame. It would stay a 1-run game in the 8th with 2 outs in the top of the 8th, and Eldemar Vargas representing the tying run at first base. Gabby Moreno hit a laser beam, 103.5.
Was it a frickin' laser beam?
It was a freaking laser beam. Hit it right to third, but it was snailed by Caleb Durbin to end the inning. Durbin would put it a little further out of reach in the bottom of the 8th against Jarvis.
1-2. Swung on. High, deep drive out to left. Gurriel back. He's at the wall. It's gone. A valuable 8th inning home run by Caleb Durbin. His 9th of the year. And it's now a 7-5 Brewer lead.
Yeah, and that's the way it would end. Abner Uribe mowed down the D-backs 1-2-3 in the 9th, and then did a really goofy save after earning, or goofy dance after earning his 3rd save of the year. We were not able to get sharks with laser beams on their heads, Dr.
Too bad.
Evil.
That's a shame.
What did you get? Sea bass. Are they ill-tempered?
That's funny. A couple things about yesterday's game. A really, really bad effort from Eduardo Rodriguez, who I was hoping he was out of that lane, and he's clearly not. That is a dreadful performance by him. After 2 very clean innings to start the game, it just all kind of fell apart from him.
His ERA is 5.67 on the year.
Pretty bad. Bryce Jarvis became only the 7th reliever in franchise history to record 17 outs in a game.
Mm-hmm. I actually did the research on that. There's a pretty exclusive list of relievers that have gone 5 innings or more in Diamondbacks history.
Okay.
He gave up 2 solo home runs. The damage had been done at that point, but even in a loss, for him to come in and kind of save the bullpen for the rest of this is a stretch where there's no days off this week either. That could loom large. Tip of the cap to him.
Yeah. And then the Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Phenomenon, ever since he's been slotted as a cleanup hitter, which was done out of necessity following the trades of Geno Suarez and Josh Naylor, man, has he been good hitting in that slot.
Oh, yeah, and Corbin Carroll batting third right before him. It feels like this 1, 2, 3, 4 in the order, and now Gabriel Moreno's back. Maybe he's your 5 hitter. Like, that feels pretty
good,
set
pretty
in
big
stone
time. Yeah.
for the next years to come. Hopefully, we'll see, obviously, but I like the way it looks.
Yeah, the record for most RBIs in any month for a Diamondbacks player is 36 by J.D. Martinez in September of 2017. He's threatening that.
Wow.
And if anybody remembers, and we all do, how
Holy
red-hot J.D. Martinez was in that stretch, that's
saying something.
Yeah,
that when you get into JD country, that's saying something as a Diamondbacks player. Unfortunately, everybody after Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the lineup was fairly useless yesterday. 1 for 20 with 12 strikeouts. Slots 5 through 9.
It was bad. Pavin Smith 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. Gabby Moreno 0 for 4, strikeout. Adrian Del Castillo, the golden sombrero.
Oof.
Blaze Alexander 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Yeah, it was bad.
So one of the couple of things that we're hoping to get answers at the very least before the end of the season in terms of who's going to be on this baseball team next year. It's looking like Pavin Smith isn't capitalizing on his opportunity to be the first baseman of the future. And you got to wonder about Blaze Alexander now that pitchers have made adjustments to him. Since August 14th, he's 5 for 37 with 17 strikeouts.
Is that good?
No.
Also, what's the deal?
What's the deal
with what's his name?
ADC?
No, the third baseman of the future.
Jordan Lawler. Yeah,
Jordan Lawler. Like, is he
playing at Reno? Yeah.
Because like we're running out of games to sort of see what he could do in the big leagues this year. You know what I mean? Like let's fast track it here.
Let's streamline this thing.
Jared, did you really say what's the deal with what's his name?
Yeah.
What's the deal with what's his name? You're not going to get that kind of analysis anywhere else.
It, man.
That should have been that should be a future tease. Coming up next, what's the deal with what's his name? To your point on Pavin Smith, since he came back from the injured list, 1 for 16 with 7 strikeouts.
Yeah. So Mike Hazen might have some holes to fill. Now, listen, I don't want to close the book on Blaze Alexander. He's been a terrific defensive third baseman, and he's looked very comfortable there. But you know how this game works, man. You start showing up in starting lineups, then pitchers hone in on you. They find that hole in your bat, and then now you're in a 3-week slump, and you got to get yourself out of it.
And now you got to adjust.
Exactly.
It's a chess match. Have you heard this before?
I've heard that before.
Coming up next, and then there was one. We'll talk about what deals did and didn't get done around the NFL yesterday. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called them at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone by 8 a.m. the same day. They were at my house. I was incredibly impressed by all of that. They're also great for preventative measures, though, like the Captura air scrubber, which can greatly improve the air quality inside your home, a reverse osmosis system, and a water softener that can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water, and getting your air conditioning tuned up before the end of summer is always a great idea, especially after a huge dust storm like we had last night. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills, up to $30 a month. It can give you the peace of mind, because the last thing you want is to find yourself with an air conditioning unit that isn't working near the end of summer when you have had it with this heat. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and all of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded, they pass drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dreaming of escaping the Arizona heat in your own backyard oasis? Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are making dreams come true. Get ready for the summer pool giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. You could win a beautiful brand new custom pool for your home. One lucky winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking. Perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now through September 7th. Visit dbacks.com/splash to enter or for more details. That's dbacks.com/SPLASH.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
There wasn't a lot of movement in the talks and the numbers, but Terry McLaurin was activated off the physically unable to perform list last weekend. Now they get a deal done. They knew they had to get this done, and they did. McLaurin comes in, gets a 3-year extension up to $96 million. Jaden Daniels needed him, and now they have him under contract.
It's Adam Schefter, ESPN, with the news that broke yesterday. Terry McLaurin, his standoff with the Washington Commanders is over. He gets what he wants. He's in the fold. He mentioned it there, Adam Schefter did, Vic, that Jaden Daniels needed him. And now the biggest question, at least going into the season, has been answered very loudly by the Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Now, there might be other questions that pop up, like what does Jaden Daniels look like as a second-year quarterback after teams have had an off-season to adjust to his film and tendencies? But right now, there's got to be a lot of confidence in Washington having McLaurin back in the fold.
Probably a big sigh of relief for Commanders fans, probably internally as well, because the last thing you want to do as a football franchise is to have all that great vibage interrupted and disrupted by personal selfishness, contract demands. We lived through that with the Sean Marion deal way back in the day. It's really incongruent to what everyone's feeling, and it can seem really, really damaging and counterproductive. So if you're a Commanders fan, you're probably feeling really good about this. What I think is interesting, I was reading some of Mike Florio's reporting on this and how insane the NFL is when it comes to these numbers of contracts and how duplicitous they are when they're first announced. So he was laying it out. What happens basically is as soon as a deal gets done, an agent has got his guys, his media people on speed dial, and they'll float them the numbers. And the numbers are inflated to make the agent look really good. So the agent can therefore go and get more clients. So it was initially reported as a 3-year, $96 million deal, which would be $32 million a year. Now there are reports that it's up to $92 million a year, or $96 million a year. And if something is up to $96 million a year, it means it isn't $96 million a year.
It means the agent is up to something.
Exactly. That's right. So there might be all sorts of escalators and performance bonuses and that kind of stuff in there. It's just fascinating that a lot of those numbers that we first see put in front of us with players, they're almost 100% of the time inflated. And the team just lets it go because the team wants the guy.
Yeah.
Wants the guy to be happy. They don't make a big deal about it. So whatever. It's relevant of nothing other than that's how this business works.
Does anybody tell the truth anymore?
No. Yeah, it's...
The other situation that gets wrapped up in Cincinnati, the Trey Hendrickson situation, which has been looming over the Bengals organization for quite some time. Much different type of deal. A 1-year deal worth $30 million, which represents a hefty paycheck raise for Trey Hendrickson. Here's Adam Schefter with details on that.
Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals have reached agreement on a restructured deal that will give Trey Hendrickson a $14 million raise this season. It'll allow him to make $30 million this season, and he also is set to become a free agent now after this season. So he gets added money for now, and he gets the ability to cash in. Last year, he led the NFL in sacks. If he leads the NFL in sacks again or comes close to that type of production, he should have a monster deal waiting for him.
Yeah, and he'll be kissing Cincinnati goodbye after that if that happens. To lead the league in sacks 2 straight years is pretty rare territory. To do it 3 years, yeah, he could write his own ticket.
No doubt.
Interesting that it only ended up being a 1-year deal for somebody that valuable and perceived to be that valuable to the Cincinnati defense.
And again, I think it just kind of really shows you that the Bengals, I'm glad they did this because Trey Hendrickson, he was going to have to play regardless, and I'm glad they at least gave him his dignity back, if you will. But I have got so little faith in that franchise. I mean, think about Carson Palmer ended up in Arizona and being a great Cardinal, partially because the Bengals are just a ruthlessly bad organization.
Yeah. There's no other way to say it.
So I'm happy for the player because, you know, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that you're going to open up and pay a couple of wide receivers the way they did and then not reward one of the best quarterback chasers in the game.
Yeah. So that leaves one situation unresolved, and it's the highest profile one now because it's in the highest profile market in the NFL. Dallas, Texas, where the Cowboys and Micah Parsons seem to be moving further apart from each other. All the headlines. NFL panic meter. Time is running out for the Cowboys to resolve the Micah Parsons situation. Cowboys, Micah Parsons situation could soon get even uglier. They've got a game in 9 days that counts in the standings.
So again, this is the time when these things either get done or they don't. Right?
Dak Prescott spoke to the media yesterday at the Cowboys facility. Was asked, is this a distraction? This is what the quarterback had to say.
I wouldn't say so. As I alluded to it before, I mean, there's been a case of something similar to this the last 3 years, I believe. So if not before, I mean, I guess, right? Not necessarily. I think that's people can take it however they want. I think it's kind of part of the way guys think and see things around here. I don't always hear a lot, but I actually did hear DeMarcus Lawrence talking about it, and I think he hit it on the head of, like, when you're here in this organization, this is just how you see things are done, whether they're right, wrong, or whoever has their view about them. But what I think that does help is allow us to just stay focused on our jobs and us understanding that us putting energy toward any of that doesn't help.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not really a distraction. We're used to this. This crap happens all the time.
And meanwhile, Darrelle Revis, former great cornerback Hall of Famer, basically wrote a letter excoriating the NFLPA for just rolling over and not getting involved in this and not countering Jerry Jones when Jerry Jones makes it very, very clear that I was dealing with the player by myself and we had a deal. And it speaks to the NFLPA and really, who are they serving?
Yeah. He wrote, my question last week about a recent ESPN article remains unanswered, and now Jerry Jones feels comfortable publicly humiliating our union. I don't know if filing a grievance is necessarily the right battle at this moment, since the fine to him under the CBA amounts to pennies, but doing nothing is not an option.
Wow.
It is. I don't know. We've talked about this 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why this is the goal. This is something that he thrives on. Digging his heels in, waiting to the last minute, causing distractions. And yeah, they may be used to it in Dallas, but it still can't be. It can't be perceived well behind closed doors.
It's this really weird paradox, too, especially with this docuseries that is largely centered on Jerry Jones and paints him in a relatively good light. Would you read, Sammy? How many episodes have you seen?
I've seen 3.
Okay.
I have my own thoughts on Jerry Jones, and it's Valley-oriented, but I think they portray Jerry Jones as this, like, kind of new savior to what the Cowboys had quote lost, in that they were going down this trajectory anyway, and Jerry bought him and he's gonna do all the right things, quote. And now, I mean, flash forward to however many years it's been now, and now it's turned on its head.
I think I was still in high school when Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys.
Well, don't you? Jerry Jones, when he bought the Cowboys, he did something that rocked the entire football universe. He fired Tom Landry.
Yeah.
Who was probably the most famous coach in football.
But he was terrible at that point. Am I wrong? In what I watched.
Well, the team was terrible.
Well, and wasn't he starting to lose it? That's what they portrayed in the doc. It was he wasn't fully there anymore.
Yeah. He was getting up there.
So can we fire Jerry Jones now? If that's the criteria?
Yeah, he's his own boss,
Coming up next, Marvin Harrison Jr., a big second year for the wide receiver for the Cardinals. We'll tell you what one of the legendary Arizona Cardinals thinks about year 2 for MHJ next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome specials all month long. And you know at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, you're going to be treated right. Locally owned by the Earnhardt family. They treat every customer like family. So now is your great chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for a sedan, how about the 2025 Kia K4? You see them all over the road. SUVs, Earnhardt Peoria Kia has those too, like the popular 2025 Telluride. They've even got the 2025 Carnival MPV in stock, and they've got options no matter what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, and all-electric options. They've got those too. Plus, a very nice selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You got to check them out. You can even shop remotely with No Bull Express. So discover what drives you at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, or online anytime at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Calvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 5-run sixth inning was not enough for the Diamondbacks in Milwaukee yesterday in a 7-5 loss to the Brewers, who took the first of 4. And here was manager Tori Lavello on what was wrong with Erod last night.
Over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes, and it'll be young all-star Jacob Mizorowski for the Brewers tonight at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it's just a matter of days now until Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils start their Big 12 title defense as they will host NAU on Saturday in Tempe. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot, remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between. The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will survive cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals, and who can we expect to see on the practice squad? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Did you bulk up like this is actually ridiculous? What are you doing, guy? And we all have Marvin Harrison. So do your rant about Harrison.
So Marvin Harrison Jr. obviously had a disappointing rookie year.
To say the least.
I still maintain that if his name had not been Marvin Harrison Jr., if it had been like Dave Harrison, son of Marvin, Malik Neighbors would have gone over him. So he's drafted and has this one year, and he comes in this year and he's absolutely ripped. He's got the huge biceps, like he's added 10 pounds of muscle. And I'm like, you're a wide receiver. Why are you having big biceps? Why are you getting your arms larger?
Nobody was ever like, you know what Marvin Harrison Jr. needs? 10 more pounds of muscle.
No.
That's what he was missing.
I remember David Boston way back on Arizona. Just got really jacked, but he had a couple years where he was like one of the 8 or 9 best fantasy receivers. And then he just got too big.
Yeah.
And it was like his career was over.
Yeah, that was the aforementioned Bill Simmons podcast exchanged on Marvin Harrison Jr.
I listened
to
that thing in full yesterday, and it was even dumber than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was a tough listen.
And Bill Simmons generally knows what he's talking about, but then again, this is just another one of those, I think, Arizona-centric kind of stories that people think they know what the narrative is when they don't really know what the narrative is.
Fun. Bill Simmons, and you don't have to do very much research, was lusting over Marvin Harrison Jr. being a Patriot during the 2023 football season. Pointing out, this is all going to be worth it when the Patriots get Marvin Harrison Jr. Last August, after the Cardinals drafted him, Bill Simmons said this about Marvin Harrison Jr.
Incredible.
Completely agree.
I may or may not have been on a couple pads. I could totally see Harrison winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. It looks like he's going to be incredible.
Completely agree.
I may or may not have been on a couple Pats fan text threads where we're kind of like, oof, hope he doesn't turn into like the best wide receiver of all time. That would suck.
Well, to be fair, that was an opinion before Marvin Harrison Jr.'s rookie season, but which was disappointing. But
they're acting like Marvin Harrison Jr. had 8 catches.
Yeah, I know. They're really
he had 8 touchdowns.
Yes.
Yeah, they're really overstating the struggles he had, but they're not understanding the struggles he had, why that led him to the weight room. So that's a swing and a miss on 2 different pitches.
When they both criticism of DK Metcalf?
Yeah.
When they both say, well, he came out of college, though, ripped like that.
Yeah, but
when
why
they
does a wide receiver need to be ripped was the general thesis of what they were saying.
Well, especially when they said, nobody was saying that, boy, you know what, this guy needs 10 more pounds of muscle.
That's
exactly
what a lot of people were saying that.
Yeah, that's kind
of people that watched the Cardinals play last year.
Right. Yeah. Listen, and if you saw the timidity in which he played early, right, you could almost feel a little bit of the fear and the freak out that was happening. This is a perfectly appropriate response, which is why I'm really happy with Marvin Harrison Jr., especially given the fact that he's really understating, and I've talked about this a few different times. Generally, somebody knows, anybody who's spent a lot of time in a gym, you get those kind of gains, you're wearing shirtless sleeves all the time, right? Sleeveless shirts, that's what I'm trying to say. Not shirtless sleeves.
That'd be a good look.
Or no shirt at all.
That would be something you would wear.
That'd be like assless chaps.
What gyms are you hanging out at, Jared?
Just telling you, that's a good combo right there.
All right,
what
so
gyms are you hanging
enough of what Bill Simmons has to say about Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
A legendary Cardinal receiver, Anquan Boldin, on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. What advice would Quan give MHJ going into year 2?
The advice that I would give him, honestly, and nobody ever gave me this advice. I had it because there was a lot of negativity coming in on where I was drafted, how I was drafted, all of that stuff. So for me, it was, I just didn't care. Whatever somebody said about me, I'm not a big social media guy. I wasn't at that point. I mean, it's a different day and age. I didn't read newspapers. I didn't read the headlines. All of the stuff that was written about me, I didn't care. If I heard something, I was just going to prove you wrong, just point blank. And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else.
I think that's interesting because Anquan Boldin came into the NFL in 2003. Social media, not really a thing, at least as it exists now. I mean, there were platforms out there, but Twitter hadn't been invented yet. And that's the big one where the criticism flies in. But I also think that's not a one-size-fits-all piece of advice. Don't worry about what anybody else. Anquan Boldin could pull that off. That's who he was. You can't just say, "Oh, don't worry about what people say about you." If you're not wired that way, you can't change your wiring.
Yeah, I guess there's something to be said for that.
I'm not sitting here projecting an unproductive second season for Marvin Harrison Jr. when I say that. I think the biggest boost this year for him is going to be comfort. And going back to what started this whole conversation, the comfort knowing that he is physically stronger than he was a year ago, where he struggled with separation, where he struggled with contested catches when things got physical. That comfort level plus the familiarity with the league through one full season of football, I think is going to be the biggest boost for his boost this year.
Yeah, I think, though, along with Anquan Boldin said, yeah, you can't change the way a player is wired, but you can turn your phone off. You can stay off of social media. If you're a player who's sensitive to criticism and doesn't want to be the center of negative attention, just delete your Twitter app. Get out of that world entirely. The noise will go down dramatically. So I think that's what he's kind of saying. Just ignore it. By any way, because I do agree with you. You can't change the way you're wired and how you perceive and frame life and the universe and people around you. But you can turn that noise off by not paying any attention to it.
Yep. Here's more from Anquan Boldin with Wolf and Luke on the jump for Marvin Harrison Jr. From year one to year two.
I mean, I think that's when you have your biggest jump, to be honest with you, year one to year two. Number one, there's that familiarity with everything that's going on. When you come in as a rookie, man, your head is spinning. New city, new coaches, new system. As a receiver, you got to get used to a new quarterback. So there's a lot that's going on as far as dynamics. But then when you come into year two, especially for a guy like him, same quarterback, same system, obviously same city, all of those things, the familiarity, it just helps him. And like I said, it's fortunate for him because, like, for me, year two, I had a different head coach, different quarterback, different offensive system. Like, all of those things were different for me. So for him, I like the fact that there's that continuity, and he can just continue to build off of last year.
It's funny, too, because Anquan Boldin in 2003 as a second-round pick, he lit the league on fire from day one. 10 catches, 217 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He had over 100 catches and almost 1,400 yards as a rookie, but you know what the number was the same? 8 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. in a quote-unquote down year had 8 touchdowns.
Yep.
That could be double digits easily this year.
I would count on that.
Yeah.
Now, could he double the number, though? I think he'll get to double digits, but could he double that number? Could he get to 16 touchdowns?
Oof. I wouldn't put
No.
it back.
Not because of him, but I think Trey McBride's going to have more touchdowns this year, so that'll sort of affect that a little.
I've been working on some NFL hot takes as we get closer to the season.
Oh, good.
One of which is Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. will combine for 25 touchdown receptions.
Ooh.
Don't know how it's getting there. It could be 15 and 10.
How big is this touchdown pie? What's the total number?
See, that's
27.
It'd be really projecting of a high volume offense. So we'll see. But,
well,
we have to remember it's a run-first offense.
It is.
Yeah.
Coming up next, is the Valley ready to believe in an ASU team some national media doesn't seem to believe in? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The question mark is there. I don't really have a question in regard to the offensive line anymore, the interior offensive line. I'm feeling very, very good about that, and Will Hernandez has an awful lot to do, I should say, with the reason why I feel so good about the interior offensive line. Literally, the big part of Will Hernandez.
Preseason football is, look, it's better than no football. But it's like if you are really hungry and somebody hands you a picture of food. That's basically what preseason football is. Like, let's get to the real. Let's get to the main course now. Let's get to actual football here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not that long ago, my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs, owns, and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, came to Fountain Hills, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, a soundbar so good it doubles as my in-home stereo, put them up on a wall for me, took my viewing experience and my fandom to the very next level, and all of it proves why you should shop at Waltz. First of all, not all big screen televisions are built for live-action sports. You need real expertise to know what you are buying. That's what you'll never get from the big box stores. You get worry-free installation from Waltz. My guy Bear not only put that television up on the wall, got the angle absolutely perfect, got my speakers centered so I've got the surround sound element, all of that stuff. I would have never been able to do that by myself. This is why you shop at Waltz. You get all that experience. You get a great selection of big screen televisions, all the major name brands you're looking for, an extremely knowledgeable staff, and like I said, you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro when you shop at Waltz. And remember, the pricing at Waltz as competitive as you're going to find at the big box stores. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. Finally, a little bit of extra sugar. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get 10% off that installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Luke. Could Arizona State evolve into one of the best atmospheres in college football? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I expect an unbelievable crowd. I mean, I think, Doug gives me good information. So he was like, there's like 40,000 tickets, I believe, sold, not including student tickets, where we were expecting, 14,000, hopefully, students. So, I mean, we feel like there's going to be an unbelievable crowd there to kick it off. And it's not going to be 120. So that's a plus, that it actually may kick off under 100, which is nice.
It's not going to be 120. That is a plus for all of us. Kenny Dillingham coached the Arizona State Sun Devils yesterday, talking about the crowd he expects on Saturday. We are days away from the ASU season opener against the NAU Lumberjacks. That is Saturday night in Tempe, a game you can hear here. We are pleased to announce that we'll have Kenny Dillingham on weekly once again.
Nice.
On Bickley and Murata mornings every Friday morning. So we'll talk to Kenny for the first time this season on Friday morning. But the difference is, and Kenny Dillingham very interestingly said, he was asked, how do you feel personally going into this season as opposed to last? And I want to play part of this for you.
The exact same. Literally the exact same, except I know that this is going to be a lot more fun environment out there when we take the field. But the exact same. Like, coaches, you live in a constant state of paranoia, right? You live in a constant state of, am I doing enough? Like, and I think most people, you want to be your very best. It doesn't matter where you are. Like, that's the satisfied point. Like, you're constantly trying to be better. And if you're not, then there's a problem. Like, golly, what's the goal? Like, there's not a peak to this thing. There is no peak. You just be your very best every day. So where do I feel? I feel the exact same that I felt when we were 3-9. Unfortunately, I wish there was a reprieve. I wish I could be like, oh, I feel great. This is awesome. No, not at all. I feel the exact same. Except I hope that we have people cheering when we're on defense and it's third down, which we will.
Yeah. So it feels exactly the same. How do people outside the program feel going into the season? We've talked a lot about the expectations. They're ranked 11th. We've talked about the history of being ranked going into seasons has not always worked out in ASU's favor. In fact, it really rarely does work out where they start the season ranked and end the season ranked. A couple of major outlets have put out their college football playoff picks. And we talked about Bruce Feldman. He's high on the Sun Devils this year. His colleagues at The Athletic, Stuart Mandel, Scott Docterman, they put out a piece on The Athletic where they've got ASU making the college football playoff as the Big 12 champion, taking on Ohio State in one playoff game. And interestingly enough, in their prediction, that would, if ASU were to beat Ohio State, it would be a rematch against Texas in the Sugar Bowl.
Wow.
In the next round. Meanwhile, CBS Sports, they have their panel discussion on what's going to happen this season in college football. And they have Tom Fornelli, Chip Patterson, Brandon Marcello, John Talty, Richard Johnson, Sheehan Jayaraja, David Cobb, Brad Crawford, Chris Hummer. That's a whole lot of college football writers. Now one of them picked the Sun Devils to not only win the Big 12, but they don't have them in the college football playoff picture at all.
So where's Pete Prisco at? Right? Isn't he the CBS ASU honk?
Yeah, but he's an NFL writer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Listen, I think I saw that link a couple days ago. CBS experts don't really like the Sun Devils, and I thought Kenny Dillingham is going to love this story. This is something that isn't all the gushing praise that he's trying so hard to deflect.
Yep. Texas Tech seems to be a popular pick among this panel. Some people have Baylor making it. Utah got votes, but no love for ASU. Which, look, again, that's fine. I think you're right when you say Kenny Dillingham probably loves that kind of story because he doesn't seem like the head coach that is going to be advertising what the writers are saying, good or bad.
Right. That's exactly right. So part of this, too, because when he recruits, Kenny Dillingham has to talk up the program, right? That's part of the game. But when it comes to media interactions, he's got to do exactly what he's doing, which is deflect all of this stuff. Because you're talking about young kids who can get in over their skis very easily, who can swim in all that praise. And Kenny Dillingham knows how dangerous it is, especially because his whole line, this whole offseason has been about defying history, change the facts about ASU football. Become a team that thrives under expectations.
And we had Jeff Van Raphorst on yesterday on the show. And Jeff was the quarterback. And people remember the great 86 team, which he was the quarterback of. They beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl. Watershed moment for this program. Jeff Van Raphorst earlier in his career was the quarterback of the 84 team, which was picked. They were ranked pretty high preseason. They were picked by Beano Cook to win the national championship. They were on the cover of Sport Magazine. and it went wrong from day one. They got beat by 42 points in their opener against Oklahoma State. They got absolutely trounced. They never recovered. They finished 5-6.
Yep.
That's kind of par for the course. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So not all the pressure is on Sam Leavitt. Again, to have a preseason Heisman candidate at Arizona State is not commonplace. Kenny Dillingham talked about where he thinks this quarterback can make the biggest leap in his second year as the starter.
Yeah, early down passing. Obviously, being able to control the game on earlier downs. That's not just, big play action shots, nakeds, boots, screens, just early down passing. I think that's an area that if he improves that, the sky's the limit.
When I look at this offense, it's hard for me to pick out what I'm most excited about watching this year. Is it Sam Leavitt's development because he did end last year as one of the top quarterbacks in the country? Is it Jordan Tyson? People are saying when he's done with this year, he might be the most decorated and best receiver in ASU history.
That's saying something.
And that's a pretty rich history of receivers. Is it the trio of running backs? Is it is it the wide receivers, especially the transfers who are going to contribute greatly this year?
Is it a defense that's getting very underrated in all the talk of all these weapons they have? They have more returning starters on defense than they do on offense. So, I mean, there isn't a box that this Sun Devils team hasn't checked. Do they have a kicker, though, Vinny?
Oh, yeah.
They do.
They upgraded their kicker.
They've upgraded their
Got
kicker.
The kid from Eastern Michigan. He's on my fantasy team. I hope he's really good.
I was just going to ask, how many Sun Devils do you have on your fantasy team this year?
I have...
you said you had the number one pick, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't pick Sam Leavitt.
I'm picking a quarterback with the number one pick.
Okay. I don't know how your fantasy. Well, you didn't pick Jordan Tyson either.
He was gone by the time it rolled back around to me. I got Kanye Udo, the running back. I've got Malik McClain at receiver, one of my backup receivers. I've got Shimon Mateer at tight end, and I've got the kicker.
Shimon Mateer sounds like a Gambo pronunciation.
No, it doesn't, because I said it right.
Right, yeah.
No, this is gonna be really, really interesting to see what this team does for an encore. Like you said, I am pie in the sky optimist that maybe they can overwhelm that conference. Now, what are the odds of that happening?
Yeah. But I think we got two examples in week 0 of how deep the conference is. Everybody wants to focus on Kansas State and Iowa State winning that game. Fresno State is always decent, and Kansas dominated them. And they got some athletes. And their quarterback is very seasoned, and he was phenomenal on Saturday, Jalen Daniels. It's a really tough conference. It's not top heavy. It's not sexy. But it's really tough.
No, I know.
This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, or could be next. Just text character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It is Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
It's tough. There's not a whole lot to say about it other than like it kind of sucks. It's hard. They're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa has Labor Day savings rolling all month long. No bull, folks. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. You could save up to $21,000 off MSRP. You heard that right, up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt Buick GMC is extending big discounts of up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Looking for an SUV? They've got you there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on brand new 2026 Buick Encore GX models. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end September 2nd, 2025. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC because these deals won't last long. They're located right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to...
Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Eduardo Rodriguez did not have his best stuff last night in Milwaukee. He went just 2 1/3, gave up 6 hits and 5 runs, but the Dbacks would make things interesting after they hung 5 runs in the 6th, thanks to a 3-run shot from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but it would not be enough, and the Brewers took the series opener 7-5. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Jacob Misiorowski tonight in Milwaukee. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Anquan Boldin joined Wolf and Luke yesterday and shared some advice he would give Marvin Harrison Jr. as he heads into year 2.
And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else.
Elsewhere with the Cardinals, the team will wrap up its 53-man roster cuts today. For more information on that, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time to hear the big stories on this Tuesday morning, presented in the Reboot by Sammy.
Good morning. Yes, happy Tuesday. So we start with the Cardinals. The 53-man roster cuts are being made. The preseason is now over. There we go. The focus now starts to shift towards the Saints. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on wrapping up the preseason and turning their focus to the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of, I don't want to say catch your second wind here, but, this is kind of, you kind of put the bow on preseason. I know this, we're pretty healthy. I feel good about the development, and I feel really good about roles being defined.
So in camp, there's been little drama. They've avoided major injury. Do you feel any different about this team right now than when training camp started? And if so, what is it?
A little more concerned, probably. What do you think, Vinny?
I don't feel that different because even though we saw some of the starters play, it was a very limited number of snaps, so it's hard to be swayed one way or the other. And I'm for as bad optically as Kyler Murray's preseason interception was, I'm not going to put that much stock on one pass in a preseason game 3 weeks ago. So I feel about the same. I'm looking forward to seeing. I think there was 2 veterans, maybe 3 that didn't play. Kelvin Beachum on offense.
All right.
Calais Campbell and Josh Sweat didn't get any preseason snaps at all in the games. Mm-hmm. But I'm looking to see what this unit looks like all together. Yeah. I find it interesting, too, that talking about moving on to New Orleans, the Cardinals are the one team in the NFL right now that doesn't know what quarterback they're preparing for.
How about it? So, but you know what? Don't act like that's a bad thing. That means you're not facing much of a quarterback, right? It'd be good to know to plan, but it's better to have a team that you're facing not even know who's playing.
If you got 2, you don't got 1.
Right, exactly. I would just say, to answer your question, I think that and maybe I was just delusional, thinking that all rooms on the defense had completely gotten totally buttoned up. But I've got newer concerns about the state of the cornerbacks.
Okay, yeah. And Sam Acho was on Wolf and Luke yesterday. He did talk about the cornerback room, Will Johnson. He had this to say about Will.
100%. That's the thing. He's going to be targeted, especially if he starts. Let's say he's starting at corner week 1 on the outside. There have been some penalties in the preseason, a couple of holdings, pass interferences. So he's going to be targeted. But what I am excited about is he has big playability.
So not only just Will Johnson, but that secondary as a whole, which unit, if the defense wants to be very good, needs to be better? Does it need to be the pass rush, or does it need to be the secondary?
I'm a big believer in the secondary being the biggest benefactors of having a really good pass rush. And if you have a consistent pass rush, and you don't judge it by sacks, you judge it by pressures. Mm-hmm. If you have a consistent pass rush, it instantly upgrades every level of your defense.
Yeah, I think there's probably more pressure on the pass rush to be good, to bolster what is still, it's still an inexperienced group of corners, and they're going to need that help from the pass rush. So I think it's more incumbent on the pass rush.
And I think you both would say the pass rush, at least to start the season, is going to be better?
I think it has to be. You add a Josh Sweat. You add a Calais Campbell, who's got over 100 career sacks. Mm-hmm. And with some of the young guys, the way they looked, Jordan Birch is going to get a look. I like the way he looked in the preseason. I think it's definitely going to be better.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll talk about the Diamondbacks real quick. So we know the struggles that they have, the bullpen injuries, the injury to Corbin Burns. Sometimes the offense has struggled, but they are 5th in the MLB in runs. Hindsight, would you rather have had a healthy bullpen or a healthy Corbin Burns? We're looking at hindsight 2020 right now.
That's a really tough question. Because we were just starting to see Corbin Burns, and even as underwhelming as his start was, his numbers were pretty good at the time of the injury. But that bullpen, oof.
Yeah, the bullpen.
With all due respect to Corbin Burns, I'd have to say the bullpen.
Yep, totally agree.
because we've talked about ad nauseum of the bullpen blew this, couldn't hold the lead. So I'm with you in that regard. And so since the trade deadline, the Diamondbacks have kind of honed this, quote, core. And in that core, it's been talked about Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Gabriel Moreno. Do you think we should now be including Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in that, or is the sample size too small?
I mean, he's
a streaky player.
Before this month, he was having a very mediocre year.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
I don't think this is some major breakthrough from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. I just think this is more of a prolonged heater. He's a very streaky kind of player.
Yeah.
But I do think you're dead right, Sammy, when you said putting Corbin Carroll right in front of him has really kind of changed the dynamic for him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not. It's been fun to watch.
Not all the way there yet.
Yeah, I'm not all the way there because of what Bick said. He's a streaky player.
Okay.
He's kind of not as streaky, the extremes to Gino Suarez, but we're seeing similarities right now.
Indeed. So lastly, we talked about ASU last segment and the respect, the disrespect, but with Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, and the fourth most returning production in the country to this team, is this a window for ASU right now, or is this the start of something longer than that?
Let's hope that this is the start of ASU being. I'm hoping that by the end of this decade, the rise of ASU football is going to be one of the top stories in college sports.
Okay.
Because that's what Kenny Dillingham wants. He wants this team to be the Florida State of the '90s, and you know what I mean. It's Oregon, exactly. Teams that just really rose to prominence and stayed there.
Yeah. To answer your question, is it a window or the start of something bigger? I will quote former Arizona Cardinals head coach Steve Wilkes when I would say both.
And I think it can be both. The window's open, and hopefully it's open for a long period of time in Tempe. But there you guys go, the Rush Hour reboot.
All right.
Tuesday.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're all rebooted. Cardinals fans, home opener's almost here. We want you in the stand starting next Tuesday. We're giving you a chance to every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, the Arizona Sports YouTube page is where this is all going down. Coming up next, we'll talk Dbacks baseball with our favorite, Todd Walsh. He's on the road in Milwaukee with the team. He'll join us next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jonathan Gannon's honeymoon as Cardinals head coach is over, writes Dan Bickley. Clayton Tune is among the opening batch of Cardinals' 53-man roster cuts, and a haboob blows through Mountain America Stadium to start ASU football's game week. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
You've seen his face on billboards, on Valley buses, on television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this. When you are hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win, and they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience their attorneys have give them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. You can expect maximum compensation with Sweet James, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember this true fact: having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 settlement and a $2 million settlement. Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Excited
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Dare we do it? Should we look at the wild card standings, or did I jinx it by just bringing it up? We'll talk about what it'll take for the Diamondbacks to catch the Reds and the Mets. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Dbacks later today get their first look at Jacob Mizorowski, the phenom from Milwaukee. They dropped the opener to the Brewers last night. 4-game series continues at American Family Field. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. You can see it on Dbacks TV, where you'll also see our next guest, the great Todd Walsh, Diamondbacks television broadcaster, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line from Milwaukee. Todd, good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
When did Jarrett line this interview up, Todd?
This is not important.
Oh, man, I'd have to put you on speaker, but I think I was on the team bus heading back. Yeah, I think that's when it was. Does that feel right, Jared? I'm not sure.
Well, I was timing it, so make sure you weren't on the air this time. When
Oh, yes. Yeah, I am concerned, though. You guys just said something, and I'm my head's kind of spinning. You said I can't change my wiring. I've been trying to change my wiring since I crawled out of the womb. There has to be an opportunity to change my wiring. You can't just say it's over. I don't know how I'm going to move on the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Vinny's take, and he might be speaking from personal experience.
Look,
Todd,
I've been trying to change mine too, Todd. I am what I am, what I am, what I am.
You need to find an emotional.
Okay. All right, we move on. Thank you. I need that.
You need to find an emotional electrician.
Okay, I'm on that too.
All right, so it was a tale of 2 games yesterday. The first 5 innings for the Diamondbacks, absolutely nothing. Couldn't sniff Woodruff. Once they fell behind by 6, they figured him out. The bats got going. But how much of the much talked about travel issues getting to Milwaukee at 4 a.m., how big of a factor do you think that was in the start yesterday, Todd, if at all?
It's hard to say. I mean, I know how I felt, but I tip my hat to Torey Lovullo because he did everything he possibly could to alleviate the potential for that. I mean, moving bus times and, canceling batting practice. It was just show and go, and I had to go over on the first bus at 2:00, and then I saw the bulk of the guys coming over at 3, and they were dragging, but I just didn't feel like it was all that, but you can never really tell. That's such an individual thing. I talked to a lot of guys and how late they slept, and these things have been happening, a lot this year, sadly, and I think it's a miracle that Roger Riley actually got us a plane to get there that night early in the morning, because the options were limited. There was a very real chance that we were going to go the day of, which would have been a nightmare. So I think maybe some of it, but look, they got it to within 1 run, and we're putting pressure on late. So I'm not going to hang it all on 3:51 in the morning when I walked into my hotel room.
All right, so let's cover a couple of the topics here. Eduardo Rodriguez, I was hoping he had gotten himself on higher ground with a recent sort of string of really good performances. Last night's got me concerned all over with, again, what's holding this guy back from being a consistent force?
I don't know. I felt the exact same way. I felt like, man, it's because it feels like I keep saying it on the pregame shows that he's pitching, are we going to see that? And we started to see it, and then I started to just put it in the rearview mirror. And then when I was looking at locations, and then that unbelievable third inning when 6 straight guys got hits, 5 straight guys with 2 strikes, and that's just, you're not going to win a game that way. And then the locations where he was missing, I happened to see his face. I looked over into the dugout when he got off the field, and I've seen a lot of pitchers that are in that frame of mind after leaving in the third inning in my career, obviously. But I just looked at him for a minute. He was just dumbfounded. He was just standing out there. And I whenever we talk about the calculation moving forward, sometimes you don't even think about him and this potential for the rotation. But he's going to be here for a long time. He's got to figure it out. That is one part of it. The other part of it, what Bryce Jarvis did last night was remarkable. I know he got dinged for the 2 solo homers. It winds up being 7-5, but he saved the bullpen. He saved the bullpen for this series and maybe even the whole road trip, because it could have been an unmitigated nightmare. And that, to me, is a huge takeaway going into tonight. But Erod, you just want to see it over and over again, because you know that he's so capable of it. But he also, he walks a fine line. You know what he needs to do. He needs to work on the edges. And, man, if he misses, they hit it.
Yep.
Todd Walsh, our guest, Diamondbacks television broadcaster, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. We were talking earlier about the role that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is on, leading all of Major League Baseball in runs batted in the month of August. And he is a streaky player, not as extreme as a player like Gino Suarez while he was in Arizona, but what does Lourdes Gurriel Jr. have to do in your mind to become less streaky and more like this guy?
Man, I was just listening to you guys before the break, which you made me think, how do I feel about what you just said? And I'm conflicted, because I do see that, and the streakiness bothers me, but also when you see it like this. But I have never quite seen him this dominant. I've seen him streaky, but this is different. So the only thing I was going to add to what you said earlier is that I wonder what Mike Hazen's comments meant to Lourdes when he flew to Sacramento and spoke to the team. We talked about what Mike said a few weeks ago, and everybody seems to have a different take and takeaway, which I think is perfect, because everybody should hear it differently. And what his takeaway is that, Gino Suarez got traded, and Ketel Marte has been put under the microscope for some of his actions. I mean, where does that put Lourdes in his head, and does that inspire him? Did that add anything to his ingredients? I tend to think so, because this is a different group right now. And I think at a point they were embarrassed by what happened. I really do. And I think there's a lot of accountability that's creeping into certain corners of that room that, you know what? The reason we're in this predicament is us. It's not just the bullpen. It's all of us. And I'd like to believe that a professional athlete can still do that and think that and act that way in 2025. That there is a little something different to Lourdes right now. And I'll keep watching him, because as Mike said, you're not winning jobs in camp, you're winning them in the next 2 months, and I think that includes everybody.
That's a great point, because when you think about when Geraldo Perdomo busted into Torey Lovello's press conference, when you think about what may have changed, it all seemed to pivot off Bob Nightingale's story that the Diamondbacks are going to look to trade Ketel Marte in the offseason. And whether that's true or not, I can imagine how that headline might hit a clubhouse, because it's a real jolt of accountability for a team that might have needed some a little bit earlier on in the season. Your thoughts on the vibe that is kind of pushing this team right now?
Absolutely. I think, I talked to somebody that's really close to Ketel about that day and then the day after and the apology, and he said to me that Ketel just had the weight of the world lift off his shoulders by speaking to it. So we've all done dumb things and selfish things along the way, and I think the longer you try to hide from them, the bigger they become in your head. But they also become pretty big in the people in the circle that you live with and work with. And I think that was looming very large. I really do. But I also go back to the start of the year. I think I said on your show one day that it felt like it was just kind of entitled baseball, kind of lazy baseball.
Yep.
And I feel like they did take advantage of Torey Lovello's good nature, the players manager thing, and it just kept going. So I think there's accountability that finally appeared. But also for Torey, I think he's probably had a very long, hard look in the mirror about how he treated Ketel and some of the answers that he's given about why he did things the way he did. But everybody's evolving. Like you said, you can't change your wiring, but you can try. And I think we're seeing all that right now. And, it might be too late to salvage a playoff spot this year, but I think moving forward, there's an ounce of maturity that's growing, and that had to happen.
Yeah, you kind of touched on where I was going with my next question, Todd, and that is the subject of hope. And look, for us on this show, I think I could speak for the whole show, except for maybe Sammy. When I say the weekend in Denver kind of sapped any optimism, and then they come back, they start playing good baseball again against Cleveland and Cincinnati. We talked to Derek Hall about the subject of hope, and he didn't seem too hopeful on a playoff chase this year. What's the feeling you get from being around the team on the hope that's left with 30 games remaining on the schedule?
I think they know what to say, and they're also a realist. I think for me, I don't know what to comment on what they're thinking much more than what I just said. But if I could just say what I'm thinking, I got all into it too. Like, I was listening. You guys are a great barometer for me in the morning, Dan. I think we chatted about it after the Colorado series. How I was going to have you guys on the pregame show to say, yeah, you're right. Let's keep it all. It's not over yet. All is well.
Right.
But the clock is ticking. But I was just looking at the schedule before I came on, and I keep pounding this into my head. They've got 6 games with the Dodgers, home and home, 3 with the Padres. Boston's still fighting for something, Texas, Philadelphia. So there's going to be games that matter. And you know what? I've always said about teams that we cover so intimately, you just make sure that you give me games that matter late in the year, and I don't care who they matter for. Because once you throw one of those teams into that crucible that's playing for something, the other team has to meet it at some point. Somewhere on that scale, they have to meet it, or they're just embarrassed. And that's how I'm looking at this. I cannot go into that rabbit hole of staring at the wild card. I can't do it anymore. It's just too overwhelming.
Yep.
But I know these games matter. I know the Brewers are intent on figuring their season out and getting it back. I know what the Dodgers are going to be like when we get there. So that is going to carry me. That's the only way that I can look at it, or I'll lose my mind looking at the wild card.
Yeah.
Great stuff as always, Todd.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Sorry you didn't get to Toto, Vince, but I hope you enjoyed the clip.
I did. Thank you for doing that for me.
Good luck finding that emotional electrician that Jared's speaking of, Todd.
You got to know a guy. I think I know a guy.
Milwaukee's famous for those guys. Thanks, Todd. Todd Walsh joining us from Milwaukee, Dbacks television broadcaster on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the second half of the show kicks off in grand fashion with the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Listen, I'll say this too, because I like Jacoby Brissett a whole lot. A Kyler Murray injury to me isn't the biggest guy that they could lose. It's James Conner.
Ooh,
it's James Conner.
Ooh,
who's the player that can least ill afford to lose?
We are poking the gods with a stick by having this conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Artificial turf has become very, very popular in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood. Many houses have traded in those boring front yards full of dull rocks, replaced it with artificial turf, green, sparkling lawns that really pop. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call. Turf Monsters, the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassles, without the water bills that come with trying to grow natural grass in Arizona, which is darn near impossible to do. And all of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. They look fantastic. And once Turf Monsters installs your artificial turf, they can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf always looks great, always smells great, and is free of debris. In fact, a great summertime special right now, you get 25% off that turf maintenance from Turf Monsters. Remember, Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. And customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished product. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 5-run sixth inning was not enough for the Diamondbacks in Milwaukee yesterday in a 7-5 loss to the Brewers, who took the first of 4, and here was manager Torey Lovullo on what went wrong for Erod last night.
Over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and it will be young all-star Jacob Mizorowski for the Brewers tonight at 4:40, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it's just a matter of days now until Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils start their Big 12 title defense as they will host NAU on Saturday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Cardinals and the Sun Devils have similar missions entering a new season. ASU is hoping to become the next perennial Big 12 powerhouse, controlling a conference it won in its debut magical season. And now is the time for the Cardinals to seize control of the NFC West for the coming years. Look at the competition. The window is arguably closed in San Francisco, where the 49ers roster is number 1 in dead cap dollars. Matthew Stafford might be effectively done as an NFL quarterback, a 37-year-old veteran dealing with back issues, and from my viewpoint, the Seahawks are nothing special. And in the NFL, winning your division is one of the most overweighted prizes in sports, where you are guaranteed a home playoff game regardless of your overall record. Remember, the Seahawks once hosted and won a playoff game with a 7-9 record, while the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl after winning the division with a 9-7 record. And the current state of the NFC West seems as wide open as it was when the Cardinals went back-to-back division titles under Ken Whisenhunt. So now is the time and the momentum and the moment to seize. The Cardinals have the roster, the momentum, and the team chemistry, and they better have enough quarterback or we are all in for a really big letdown. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of, I don't want to say catch your second wind here, but, this is kind of, you kind of put the bow on preseason with the games there with the third game. You will take a look back quickly this week and kind of evaluate it while it's fresh. A lot of things we changed. Do we like it? The proof will be in the pudding. But I know this. We're pretty healthy. I feel good about the development, and I feel really good about roles being defined. So that was kind of the goal for me, the 3 goals in camp. Could we always have a guy take a little bit bigger jump? Yes. Could we always be a little bit healthier? Yes. Could roles be defined a little bit more? Yeah, probably. But I feel with those 3 aspects of, from the start of training camp a month ago, I feel pretty good about it. So, but now it's there's still a lot of work to do before week 1.
Jonathan Gannon yesterday speaking with the media on finally getting to prepare for a real game. Preseason is over. Work's not done yet, as he said, and the work continues today for Monty Ossenfort, the coaching staff, the entire front office as they pare down the roster. What's that roster going to look like when they get to that first real game a week from Sunday in New Orleans against the Saints? We'll find out. They got a head start on it yesterday. 12 players getting cut. Most notably, quarterback Clayton Tune. And we talked about that, and I don't want to dwell on it, but the timing of that cut, does that indicate that there's No interest in bringing Clayton Tune back to the practice squad.
It would feel that way to me.
Yeah.
It would feel that way to me that I think that the backup quarterback, there was never a battle for the backup quarterback. When you signed Jacoby Brissett, you've kind of ramped up who you have as a backup. And so I think it's sort of a hard exit for Clayton Tune. I don't know if I've seen enough from Clayton Tune to warrant further investment, and I'm trying not to be too overly harsh on the third-string quarterback. I just think that everything about the Arizona Cardinals now has to be done and has to be viewed under the prism that this is the time. They've been granted a very long rebuild period based on NFL standards. And so you're going into year 3 with a regime that is still very well regarded in the Valley. And this is, as much as ASU wants to take control of the Big 12, this is exactly the right time for the Cardinals to do the exact same in the NFC West. Because if things go according to plan, they're going to get a better Kyler Murray because they've surrounded Kyler Murray with everything you could ask for if you were a quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting parallel between the two. Obviously, being in a college football conference is far different from being in a division in the NFL, but there's some similar ingredients. I think the Big 12, top to bottom, we've talked about it. It's very deep. It's not top heavy. But I think the landscape is pretty similar in the NFC West for the Cardinals. And when you look historically, at least recent history with this franchise, when regimes have got to year 3 together, the results have been pretty good for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury's best year, 3rd year. Bruce Arians' best year, 3rd year.
Yeah, and you talk about possibilities as it applies to ASU. With all due respect to the quality depth in the Big 12, there was a time when Texas and Oklahoma were perennially the teams at the top of that conference. So it's certainly doable. So that's out there for ASU. If they can reach that level of recruiting annually and interest and money, there's nothing that can hold them back, in my opinion. And the same thing with the Cardinals. This is a unique time in the division. It's fluctuating. There are people who look at the 49ers and think, okay, you know what? They've got the easiest schedule in the division, and they've had a lot of time off. Didn't make the playoffs last year, so they're a team that's ready to regenerate. Then there's people who look at them and their roster losses and all that dead money they got on their salary cap and go, they're acting like a team that's window is closed.
Well, Putsy Pete over here has got him as like the 3rd best team or whatever.
Putsy Pete?
Got him as my 1 seed in the NFC.
But again, it doesn't mean you're wrong.
Right.
But it means when you look at this division, it's wide open.
Yeah.
It's wide open.
I left out Ken Wisenhunt on that year 3 thing, by the way. They made the Super Bowl in year 2, but their 3rd year was their best win-loss record. Yeah, when you mentioned the back-to-back division championships.
Right. Okay.
So
there you go.
Year 3, mark it down.
Year
Cardinals
3.
are going to the playoffs.
Well, if
they win the division, they are. It's guaranteed.
And if they're truly on a ladder and of ascension, their only way to get better this year is to win a couple more games. And if they win a couple more games, they'll make the playoffs with 10 wins or whatever.
They have got to take control by beating their division mates first and foremost.
I still think it's silly, and a lot of realignment talk in sports now is based on baseball and what could be in the future for baseball and these sweeping changes. I still think it's silly in the NFL that there's so much importance put on division games, yet it's only 6 of your 17 games. It's pretty ridiculous.
That's why this is one of the issues with the NFL that a lot of people have. You give a division winner a guaranteed home game, that might not line up with the seedings.
It's about to be 6 of 18 too, 1/3 of the season when they expand the season again.
That's what they need to do: add 4 more teams in the NFL and have 6 6-team divisions.
So London,
and at least you'd be playing 10. The majority of your schedule would be division games.
London, Munich,
no,
Paris,
no.
Mexico City.
And then in Mexico City, that's in the same division.
Yeah, and Portland.
Yeah, there you go. Where would the NFL even expand?
They want a team in Germany and London, from what I've heard.
But I mean, domestically, where would they expand?
San Diego.
Yeah.
I'm still annoyed.
Yeah.
Today's character counts goes to you, the listeners and residents in Arizona who helped make this year's Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's a record-breaking success. The event, co-presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi, is the largest radio children's hospital fundraiser in the country and set a new high total with $2.45 million raised this year. Quote, "We are deeply grateful to KTAR News, Arizona Sports, and our entire community for standing with us," said Steve Schnell, Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer at Phoenix Children's Hospital Foundation. Quote, "The Give-a-thon is proof of the incredible generosity here in Arizona. When the call goes out, people step up to ensure every child has access to the world-class care they need and deserve." So thank you again, and congrats to our listeners, partners, and sponsors, and all those who have helped raise more than $28.7 million for Phoenix Children since Give-a-thon started in 2009. Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, and they are looking for their next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text CHARACTER to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, we'll get deeper into the plight of E-Rod. More like E-Gads. We'll explain next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I am telling you from personal experience, this stuff works. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Currently in treatment for my right elbow, bad case of tennis elbow. 3 treatments in, it is feeling markedly better. And that's because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments that work with your body to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It is all natural. There's no surgery. There's no downtime. There's no pills. You get your treatment. You walk right back out the office. And remember, great athletes like Peyton Manning and Kobe Bryant, they used to fly to Europe during their offseason for these treatments because they weren't available in America, but now they are. They're in your backyard. And if they're good enough for elite athletes, you know they work. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Check out these cutting-edge treatments that can bring you great relief. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game series starting September 5th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun two-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Dare we do it? Should we look at the wild card standings, or did I jinx it by just bringing it up? We'll talk about what it'll take for the Diamondbacks to catch the Reds and the Mets. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Those are the things that give him some problems. And over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
That's Torey Lovello on his starting pitcher last night, Eduardo Rodriguez, who had a nightmare of a third inning and not a very good performance at all. Before we move on, interesting to note, at least one of our shows is still looking at wild card standings. And if there was any reason for hope going into this stretch is Milwaukee, Dodgers, Rangers. 3 of the 4 teams that the Diamondbacks played in the postseason in 2023, right in a row. Yet I didn't feel that whole stretch of optimism because of the schedule.
Listen, I think what Todd Walsh talked about in terms of the vibe in the clubhouse is far more impactful.
Yeah.
Because, listen, we've been on that hope train, and then it hits a wall, and then we talk ourselves back on it again. It's you can have the hope. It's not like you have to declare one way or the other.
Yeah.
But I think really the real thing for this baseball team right now is if there really has been sort of a moment, an epiphany, an enlightenment, if you will. And I've been thinking about this, and Todd Walsh confirmed that this is very much the case. That when all heck broke loose, when Geraldo Perdomo busted into Torey Lovello's post-game press conference, it was because Ketel Marte was having a real hard time dealing with the latest written piece. And that came from Bob Nightingale, which claimed the Diamondbacks were going to listen to offers on Ketel Marte. So if you speculate in what went down here, you could see maybe Ketel Marte going, what? It's that? They're that mad at me? And so as a result, I think that kind of fueled the apology. And to hear Todd Walsh talk about how cathartic that apology might have been, not just for Ketel Marte, but for everybody around him, that's really interesting to me. That kind of is in line with people who say that the vibe of this current group of Diamondbacks playing right now has improved on the fly. Jody Jackson has said so. Todd Walsh has said so. So that, to me, is what's interesting with the baseball team right now.
Yeah, I think so, too. Much more interesting than and not a rip on Burnsy, but more interesting than looking at the wild card standings. Eduardo Rodriguez last night, 6 consecutive hits in that third inning when things got away from him. And Eduardo Rodriguez is a confounding figure with the Diamondbacks right now. He made his 33rd start as a Diamondback last night. There are, in Diamondbacks history, only 44 pitchers that have reached 32 starts over the course of their careers with the team. Eduardo Rodriguez, of those 44, has the second worst ERA among that group and the worst whip among that group.
Whoa.
And that's for a pitcher that the Diamondbacks have spent $80 million on. You will spend that much.
You line up some other key metrics: innings pitched, hits, earned runs, walks, strikeouts, ERA, and overall record. And statistically, Madison Bumgarner was better than Eduardo Rodriguez has been for the Diamondbacks. You can look it up. Erod gave up and threw 33 starts as a Diamondbacks, 206 hits, 168 for Mad Bum, 103 earned runs to 99 for Mad Bum, 66 walks to 50 for Mad Bum. He's got more strikeouts. His ERA is nearly a half a point higher than Madison Bumgarner, and he's got an 8-12 record where Madison Bumgarner also won just 8 games. That's jarring.
And that's through Mad Bum's first 33 starts.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is really jarring to me that the way we look at Madison Bumgarner's tenure in Arizona, it was largely seen as a free agent failure. But Eduardo Rodriguez was supposed to be a pitcher in his prime. Nobody thought Madison Bumgarner was in his prime when the Diamondbacks. They thought he was just a great veteran presence and a pitcher who still had some game left.
Yeah, and certainly the splashier resume by far.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. I mean, what the Diamondbacks have received in return from Eduardo Rodriguez is not up to snuff.
No.
If he were qualified, he'd have the 3rd worst ERA in all of baseball right now.
Which is, I mean, how far is he from
like
being
15
qualified?
15 innings short.
Is it really that much?
They qualify it that you have to have an inning pitched for each game your team has played. So he's pitched 115 innings or something, and the team's played 130 something,
games.
Whatever, yeah.
Okay, so he's 17 short.
Yeah. If he qualified, that would mean that Dbacks had 3 of the top 8 worst ERAs in all of baseball.
Yeah, which is kind of where I'm going
Gallon
here too.
And Fott.
Well, there's that, which is its own thing, and then on the flip side, they have 2 of the leaders in WAR in the NL, in Perdomo and Corbin Carroll, which is like two ends of the spectrum, and it's actually hilarious.
Pitching and hitting.
But Jarrett kind of steered me where I was going too, because of this group of Diamondbacks pitcher with that many career starts, there's 8 who have a ERA of 5 or worse. Of course, we mentioned Eduardo Rodriguez. Edgar Gonzalez, Erod, Madison Bumgarner, Zach Davies, Tommy Henry, Yusmero Petit, Rodrigo Lopez. Brandon Fott's in that group. And that's through 76 career starts. And another guy that's locked up contractually.
Oof.
Is Eduardo Rodriguez easing the criticism that Brandon Fott is getting?
That's very interesting. Yeah, and maybe it's because, I don't know, maybe it's because Brandon Fott's had a better collection of individual performances along the way, right? No? Doesn't it feel that way?
It seems like it, yeah.
Brandon Fott?
Yeah.
I feel like he gets a ton of credit over the last few years for being available, for being almost consistently in the rotation.
Last year, that was the case. He took the ball every 5th day. He was the only guy to do it.
And getting a lot of decisions, giving them, 5-6 innings. But he really hasn't been really good for too big of stretches there. They remember him fondly for the World Series run.
Yep.
But because they've had so many injuries from almost all their pitchers the last 2 years, just him sort of being steady has been good enough. But if you really look at his stats over the last couple of years, not that great.
But being steady in a perfect world this year, he's our 4th guy in our rotation. You want that guy to get the ball every five days and be, quote, steady.
Yeah,
can't have over a 5 ERA.
And I think I need to amend how you're framing Brandon Fott's season last year, because I think he was really good. Then he reached a career high in innings pitched and hit a wall, got through that, and rebounded again at the end of the season. So I think his availability last year led to that last valley he had in 2024. Where he reached a career high in innings pitched in a season, and very frequently with young pitchers, that takes a toll on you. And then, if I remember correctly, he got over that and finished the season strong. Now, I may be wrong, but that's the way I contextualized Brandon Fott last year.
Yeah. I mean, still, though, in his career, 77 games pitched, his ERA is 5.02.
Yep.
Even last year was 4.71.
Yeah, last year, his best month was in July, went 2-0 with a 2.31 ERA. A 6.04 ERA in August in 5 starts.
Yep.
He went 3-1 in those starts. and a 7 ERA in September and October. But he went 3-3 in those.
And
starts.
again,
he gets a lot of run support.
So he didn't close strong?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rotation we're talking about this because next year the rotation is most likely going to be built around
Rodriguez,
right?
And
Ryan Nelson,
whatever
really
happens with Zach Gallen, that's 3 pitchers you got to figure out if Gallen is back.
Wow.
It's going to be an interesting offseason.
Sure is.
Perhaps the most important offseason
in Arizona sports history.
I'm not there yet. Coming up, it turns out the Browns are not keeping 4 quarterbacks after all. So what does that mean for Shedeur Sanders? It means he's 3rd string. Sorry to let the cat out of the bag, but
okay.
We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
We're not going to lie. We're not going to sugarcoat things. It kind of is what it is, and hopefully give them a little bit of proof plan if it didn't work out, what they need to work on.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the scorching hot sun in Arizona can do a lot of damage, and if your house is at least 15 years of age, chances are pretty good you need new windows. I know mine does. This is a great time to take advantage of a great offer from a great company at Advanced Window Products. Summertime special going on. You get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a great company with a great motto. They treat customers as friendships. They're a local and window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, which means there's no middleman markups. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors, 39 years of servicing satisfied customers, and they provide a lifetime warranty serviced by their local team, and that includes labor, glass, and parts included. At Advanced Window Products, they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. If anything ever happens to one of your windows, boom, they're there to replace them. No questions asked. And remember, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. Find out more by calling 480-790-7480 online at advancedwindows.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. and I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Eduardo Rodriguez did not have his best stuff last night in Milwaukee. He went just 2 1/3, gave up 6 hits and 5 runs, but the Dbacks would make it interesting after they hung 5 runs in the 6th thanks to a 3-run shot from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but it would not be enough, and the Brewers took the series opener 7-5. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Jacob Misiorowski tonight in Milwaukee. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday, Anquan Boldin joined Wolf and Luke, and he shared some advice he would give to Marvin Harrison Jr. as he heads in to year 2.
And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else.
Elsewhere with the Arizona Cardinals, the team will wrap up 53-man roster cuts today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, football promotions, and more.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who will make the Cardinals' 53-man roster? We'll be reacting to the roster in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I don't concern myself with outside type of things, but, I'm committed to his development, just like all of our rookies. So we'll continue to focus on getting our guys better, and that's what we'll stay committed to, and that's what's important to me.
And did you, I'm sure you kind of answered this last night, but why didn't you keep him in for the 2-minute, or why did you decide to take him out?
Yeah, nothing more than decided to give Snoop some work at the end of the game.
A couple days ago, Cleveland head coach Kevin Stefanski was asked about his reaction to people saying the Browns are sabotaging the development of Shedeur Sanders because he didn't play the 2-minute drill in the final preseason game. Mm-hmm. The Browns' plan was to keep 4 quarterbacks. That plan has changed because Aiden O'Connell of the Raiders broke his wrist in the preseason game against the Cardinals on Saturday. Mm-hmm. They were looking for a more experienced backup quarterback to be number 2 behind Geno Smith. Raiders pick up the phone. They call the Browns. Hey, what do you want for Kenny Pickett? Mm-hmm. And now Kenny Pickett is a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. The narratives and storylines have changed so much on Shedeur Sanders just in the 3 weeks of preseason. It was week 1. Nobody else was healthy. He had to start against the Panthers. They're throwing this kid to the wolves. Mm-hmm. They've got no care for his development. Then Dylan Gabriel outplays him when they both get snaps. Then he's being sabotaged because he didn't play a 2-minute drill after he got sacked 5 times in 15 snaps.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is this was entirely predictable. When Shedeur Sanders came into the draft, came into the league as a 5th-round draft pick back in April, he's been talked about nonstop. He's the most talked about 5th-round pick in the history of the NFL.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with that, and I think what's fueling all of this is the idea that the Browns didn't want any part. The Browns coaching staff and GM wanted no part of Shedeur Sanders on draft day, and yet the owner intervened because why would you draft quarterback 2 of them? That seems to be
makes no sense.
Very wasteful.
Also, neither in the first round. So you're like taking a flyer on two guys.
I believe the last team that did that was Washington when they took Robert Griffin III high in the draft.
In the first round, though.
And they took Kirk Cousins later in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, draft picks are such valuable commodities. Most teams aren't looking for two quarterbacks in 1 year.
Yeah. So listen, I never honestly believed that the Browns were going to keep 4 quarterbacks. You just can't do that in the NFL. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I think they were going to. If the Raiders didn't call, I think that was still going to be the plan.
Well, if that was going to be the plan, it's an illustration of how daft they are as an organization.
Even still now, if you're a fan of them, you're going into a season with a 40-year-old quarterback as your starter and 2 rookies as the backup.
And of the 2 rookies, Shedeur is still running behind. He's backing up Dylan Gabriel now.
Mm-hmm.
Another quarterback became available today. The New York Giants saying bye-bye to Tommy DeVito.
Oh!
Any interest in Tommy DeVito? Look, we gave our synopsis of what we thought on Clayton Tune. Seeing him in his 3rd preseason didn't really strike you as a guy who looked any more comfortable than he did as a rookie, right? Tommy DeVito didn't look very comfortable when he first started getting playing time for the Giants. In the preseason, he looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah, but the Cardinals already have their backup quarterback. I just can't get excited about adding a 3rd-string quarterback to the practice squad. I mean, Tommy DeVito's a great story, but I just...
And wouldn't you love to have that agent around?
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
Yeah,
forget his name.
There is that.
Guy with the hat.
There is that.
Scoochie Parnucci, I believe it was.
He and Jarrett would become really good friends.
Another story that's brewing in New England. Mike Vrabel's going to be fun. He's going to be fun to observe on a day-to-day basis. We always talk to
Mike
Reese from New England, who's covered the Patriots for a long time, on what it was like to cover Bill Belichick on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
He's gone. They're going to play their first game at North Carolina under Bill Belichick on Monday. So now Mike Vrabel's the new guy in town, and I think he's even more fiery now than he was in Tennessee. So apparently injury information is getting leaked from the Patriots.
Uh-oh.
And Mike Vrabel is not very happy about
There's
it.
a report today that Jalen Pope will have to have season-ending shoulder surgery. Can you add anything to that?
No. I don't know, other than I'd like to find out where some of these come from. You know, some of these rats around here, so we'll figure that out.
Some of these rats around here.
Wow.
When we find out who they are, they will be dealt with severely.
Shut your mouths.
Wow. I didn't know Mike Vrabel had that level of paranoia in him. Because that's very Belichickian. Maybe that happens when you go inside that facility in Foxborough.
Maybe. But, I mean, if a guy's going to have season-ending surgery, it's going to come out sooner or later, isn't it? Like, why is that guy not playing?
We know how head coaches are with injury news and how guarded they are about every little detail.
Wow.
Oh, I wish I could share a story that I have in my experience.
Oh.
Can't tell it, though. Bick,
change the names.
You've heard the story.
Okay.
People would be able to figure it out. So cut-down day is today for the Arizona Cardinals, although they started it yesterday.
Right.
They'll get down to 53 today, and then the process of stocking up the practice squad happens. And then we can focus finally on real football.
Yeah, I think the Michael Carter decision is one I'm very interested in what they are thinking with that. That to me really kind of rises to a hard decision.
It is because, I mean, when you listen to the coaching staff, they all love what Michael Carter brings. When you hear the fans, I mean, Michael Carter, for a guy who hasn't played a huge role for this team, he's a fan favorite.
Yep.
Because of his production, because of his personality. And it's one of those rooms. There was 0 turnover in the running back room this year. That's very rare.
That is rare. That's very rare.
Yeah. So the 4 guys that you would maybe put above Michael Carter, or if it's 4A and 4B, teams don't bring back their top 5 running backs year to year.
But you're also right. This is a very transactional kind of day in the NFL, and there's really a feel, even though rosters aren't set, when you go from 90 to 53, it really feels like, okay, now it's on. Now it's go time. Didn't Bruce Arians used to always say that about training camp? That training camp is about you, and then once you make the cut, then it becomes about the Cardinals. Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So symbolically and in a lot of ways, this is a very big day. It's the biggest transactional day of the entire year on the NFL calendar. Think about it. If every team in the league is going from 90 to 53, you're talking about a lot of dudes getting cut.
Yeah.
And if you're Michael Carter, do you even want to be kept as the 5th running back, or do you want to get a chance somewhere else?
That's the thing, though, is he was available for anybody else to poach off that practice squad last year, and nobody did.
Yeah.
That's
even though
interesting.
he's a really good football player.
I know. I feel for him.
Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you to be in the stand. Starting next Tuesday, we're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, you can enter by heading to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. And with real football being around the corner, that means fantasy football is around the corner as well. We'll have our annual visit with ESPN fantasy football expert Eric Karabell next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2. A guy who can play edge at 6'4", 280 pounds. That is no joke. If Jordan Birch, if his desire to go out and play, if it kindles and it burns and it turns into a raging fire, so to speak, Jordan Birch, I think, has got a shot to turn a lot of heads in terms of Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I know we're way ahead of ourselves, but Jordan Birch, from day one, if you tell me this kid goes out and continues to play like we have seen him play in preseason, man, look out for a sleeper.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's always a great time to shop at Chapman BMW, but right now in the middle of August, great deals going on. Great opportunity to roll off in the ultimate driving machine. Talking about no payments for 90 days at Chapman BMW. You can get into the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. They're the beautiful compact luxury SUVs at 2.99% APR. And you can get into a beautiful electric vehicle, the BMW i4, for just $399 a month. And speaking of electric vehicles, Chapman BMW, great array, great lineup of electric vehicles. If you've been in the mood, if you've always wanted to get an electric vehicle, make sure you get one before the end of September when that $7,500 tax credit goes away. And when I talk about Chapman BMW making luxury attainable, that's what I'm talking about. You can get into the ultimate driving machine for less than $400 a month. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business since 1966. From Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is elite. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, and you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Make sure you ask for GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He will hook you up. You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on the dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will survive cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals, and who can we expect to see on the practice squad? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, football can't get here soon enough. Football that counts can't get here soon enough. And that means fantasy football is back. We could have used this advice probably 3 weeks ago, and we had our station draft.
Yeah, we were a little premature.
Really, really early. But if you're having a later draft, it's always good to talk to Eric Carabell, fantasy football expert from ESPN. He joins us here once a year on Bickley and Murata mornings, and today is that day. Eric, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
What do you think of leagues that start? We had our draft before any preseason games. That's way too early, isn't it, Eric?
I did a draft in January.
I guess you answered that question then.
It's a little early because obviously, as you've seen, there's so much news in the past couple of weeks. Injuries, several trades, rookies emerging that nobody had heard of. So it's a little bit early. I think the bulk of the drafts are going to be this Labor Day weekend. Yeah. But I've done 50 drafts since before the Super Bowl started. So it's interesting how it progresses as time goes on. No, it's not too early, but obviously a lot has changed since then. So hopefully all your players are still healthy.
Did you say 50?
Yeah, at least. I mean, we did a lot of mock drafts.
Okay.
And we did a lot of mock drafts at ESPN so we could set what our preferences are. Because sometimes you say, well, I really like this player. But when push comes to shove in round 4, are you taking that player in mock? So we take our mock draft seriously. And it turned out that I was taking Travis Kelce, the Chiefs, in every 7th or 8th round, and nobody else was. So I became the Travis Kelce guy at ESPN. So, yeah, we did 30 mock drafts at ESPN just to see what our preferences were, and then we published them. And it was really interesting. I ended up with Brock Purdy in 25 of the 30 drafts because I'm not a guy who takes quarterbacks early. I wasn't taking a lot of rookies because we don't know what they're going to do, whereas Adam Thielen, we kind of do. So, look, you should really practice mock drafts at ESPN or any site just to see what you like to do before your big day, whether it's a week before the season or, in your case, 3 weeks before.
I know the scoring systems in different drafts really dictate when you start to sink into the quarterback position and that kind of stuff. Are there any basic ground rules you would share with fantasy football players that you have learned over the years that are just kind of evergreen truths when it comes to fantasy football?
Unless you're in a multi-quarterback starter league, like a super flex league, I'm not taking a quarterback in the first 5 rounds. And that's not because Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts won't be great. It's because of the cost opportunity loss of not taking a running back or really a wide receiver early. My first 5-6 picks are almost always running backs and receivers. You can play 5 or 6 of them, including your flex spot. Whereas quarterbacks like Purdy and, you can look at so many quarterbacks right now who are going later in drafts, but they really shouldn't be. Justin Herbert's fine. Kyler Murray, your Cardinals, he's great. Bo Nix is great. So to me, taking a quarterback early is a mistake. Taking a tight end early is a mistake as well. I load up on running backs and wide receivers. I try to look a little bit at not taking 2 from the same team, look a little bit at bye weeks. But if you can be patient at quarterback and at tight end, and obviously defense like their second to last pick, you should do well because players are going to get injured during the season. But when quarterbacks, some of these guys like Dak Prescott's not going to be that much worse than Patrick Mahomes, if he is at all.
Right.
He shouldn't be going 6 rounds later.
Eric Carabell, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Morning, starting at the running back position, coming off a year which was arguably, one of the great years for a running back in NFL history for Saquon Barkley. But in a lot of drafts, players are getting turned off by the workload for a 28-year-old running back. How much should you pay attention to that workload for Saquon Barkley going into this year, Eric?
I think it's everything. And by the way, Saquon has a long injury history.
Yeah.
He had never done anything like this before or come even close. 482 touches is a lot. And I think the Eagles know that, and they're going to try to keep his volume in check this season. I still have Barkley ranked in my top 5 running backs because I think even over 14 or 15 games, I think he can still be one of the top 5 running backs. It's an elite offensive line in Philadelphia. It's a quarterback who can throw. He's not going to get the 1-yard touchdowns. To me, Bijan Robinson has to be the first running back off the board, and I had Jahmyr Gibbs second. After that, I'm probably waiting a little while to some of the guys like Bucky Irving and Josh Jacobs and Chase Brown, who I like a lot, like in round 4 or 5. To me, Barkley is a poor choice as a first-round pick. And Christian McCaffrey, I know you didn't ask, but I have him ranked so far behind everybody else on staff at ESPN. I understand how great he could be. He could be the number 1 running back. He played 4 games last year, and that really wasn't a fluke based on his career. Be really careful of McCaffrey because I don't think he's playing all 17 games either.
How do you evaluate great wide receivers like Malik Neighbors and Justin Jefferson with the intrigue or unpredictability of the quarterbacks they're playing with?
In most cases, in 9 out of 10 cases, an elite wide receiver is going to put up elite numbers despite their quarterback. Now, one example about that not happening was with you guys last year with Marvin Harrison. He'll be fine this year. But to me, I think McCarthy will get Justin Jefferson the football. I think whoever slings it for the Giants is going to – Malik Neighbors could be the number 1 wide receiver in fantasy. He could get 1 million targets. He could score 15 touchdowns. He can be that good. Wide receivers are so much more safer than running backs. They don't get hurt as much. Obviously, they need a quarterback to get them the ball, but offensive line doesn't matter as much, and quarterback doesn't matter as much. Some of the top wide receivers right now have a lot of questionable situations. You didn't mention Drake London with really a rookie quarterback and Michael Penix Jr., too. So, to me, Nico Collins, is his quarterback going to be like year 1 or year 2, C.J. Stroud? I just trust these wide receivers immensely no matter who their quarterback is.
Eric Carabell, ESPN fantasy expert, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. To keep it local, all the talk about the Cardinals running back position has been that they feel that they have 2 number 1 guys now in James Conner and Trey Benson. But a lot of people aren't convinced that Trey Benson's going to be able to wrestle the carries from James Conner. How do you evaluate the Cardinals running back position from a fantasy standpoint, Eric?
I think the only way that Benson gets a large workload is if something happens to Conner physically, which could happen. I mean, he's unlikely to play 17 games. I know he did it last year, but you have to be careful here. To me, Conner is so productive still, and he does catch passes. I think he's really underrated in fantasy. I have him ranked among the top 20 running backs. To me, Benson's a guy you take a little bit later on. It doesn't matter whether you have Conner on your team or not, but I don't see Arizona giving Benson big volume unless Conner is hurt or ineffective. And right now, I don't see either of those.
What young players, what rookies, because they don't have a body of work in the NFL yet, but are there any that you really like that you would go, yeah, I'm going to bet on this kid really popping next year?
Well, we have Ashton Genty of the Raiders in our top 5 running backs. We think he's a lock to put up numbers. It doesn't matter who the quarterback or the coach or anything is. He's going to be awesome. After that, there's other running backs whose situations have kind of changed this summer. O'Marion Hampton of the Chargers. I mean, I think Najee Harris might be okay for week 1, but he's not going to get big volume. Hampton should get big volume there. And Travion Henderson in New England looks fantastic. Yep. I don't know why they would give Ramondre Stevenson any rushes there. And there's other rookie running backs like the one in Denver, Harvey, Caleb Johnson in Pittsburgh. So, to me, that's the position to watch. Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt of Washington is the popular guy moving up the rankings. I still think Austin – there's a lot of older running backs like Connor, 30 is old. Austin Eckler is going to be fine this season. He's going to be the number 1 running back in Washington. So just be careful. And once Joe Mixon gets healthy, he'll be the guy. So you got to choose. Are you going to go with a young running back or an old? Balance is key in fantasy.
Eric Carabell, ESPN fantasy expert, our guest. Before we let you go, with all those drafts and all those leagues that you're probably in, What is your most creative team name that you've heard or that you have this year, Eric?
Well, we didn't name these mock teams, but we did a 30-year draft, okay? And my original fantasy team, long time ago, was Hell's Carabels. So I keep going with that year after year for my most important teams. I also like Fine Young Carabels, you know the song.
That's right.
In case I have some rookies. So those are the two that I tend to gravitate to more than any other.
All right, I like
Man, you're good at what you do, Eric.
Eric, thanks for the time as always. We appreciate it.
Good luck this season, guys.
Thanks, Eric Carabel, ESPN fantasy expert. 50 drafts?
That's
Did
unbelievable.
a draft in January?
Sammy, what's the most drafts you've played in 1 year?
I'll probably be in 6 or 7 leagues this year, but I'm a mock draft guy as well. I've done probably 30 or 40.
You were doing mock drafts the day of our draft since you got there so early.
I'm a yeah.
Getting the number 2 pick.
I just wonder what the number is. What is one league too many?
4.
4?
3 is good.
3 is
to me.
I think I've
in
played,
my history.
I've played in 4 before. And that's
too much.
Yeah.
Once you get 4 or more, to me, you start playing against teams that have players that you have on your team in other leagues, and it starts to overlap too much.
I can imagine.
So you're rooting for and against everybody in the league every week.
I like to try to get very similar teams in my leagues to help that.
Yeah, that's true too. But if your team sucks, you're in big trouble in a lot of leagues.
Yeah.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. I've got a file full of great success stories of Life Changer Loan clients in the Valley. This one might be my favorite. One of our listeners is a fireman. His wife's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which is good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear whatsoever, because you always have access to your equity. That's the story of Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. You get the power to pay off and borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great stuff with a Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You got to have a really great credit score. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I guarantee you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Close out summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Friday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. with great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX truck Dbacks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 5-run 6th inning was not enough for the Diamondbacks in Milwaukee yesterday in a 7-5 loss to the Brewers, who took the first of 4 games, and here was manager Torey Lovullo on what went wrong for Erod last night.
Over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes today, and it'll be young all-star Jacob Mizorowski for the Brewers tonight at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As initial 53-man roster cuts continue today, Clayton Tune was among the opening batch of Cardinal cuts. For more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. And it's just a matter of days now until Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will open up their 2025 season and their Big 12 title defense. They will host NAU on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us. Time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, good morning. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports if you would like to watch us. And our first question is for Cardinal fans. We talked a little bit yesterday and a little bit more today about Anquan Boldin, Larry Fitzgerald, the possibility of the Ring of Honor. So it got us thinking, Cardinals fans, who is the second best Arizona Cardinal of all time and why?
Assuming Larry is number
Assuming
one.
Larry is
There's no argument for
Right,
number one.
right.
That's what we're operating under?
Yes.
Don't you think?
I would, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
And so our 4 options that we gave.
Or give your own.
Yeah, or give your own. Kurt Warner, Anquan Boldin, Patrick Peterson, and
Aeneas
Williams.
Yeah, definitely Kurt Warner for me.
It's a tough one for me, and I was thinking about this when I first saw the question earlier today. It depends on how you frame it. I think in terms of level of play consistency, Aeneas Williams would be my pick. But he played on so many bad football teams.
Yeah.
And what Kurt Warner did to elevate this franchise puts him
to the
right
Super Bowl.
He puts him right up there.
Yeah.
So I would vote for Kurt too.
Yeah, the 47% vote Kurt Warner, 30% Aeneas Williams, 13% Anquan Boldin, only 9% Patrick Peterson. A lot of Kurt Warner in the comments. Tom Foss said Kurt Warner, he was the quarterback of 3 teams in the Super Bowl. He won one and barely lost the others. I don't think there's a movie made about the other guys or the other players. That's fair.
Has nothing to do with the Cardinals, that movie.
No, 100%.
Yeah. That's the sequel.
Exactly. And then for Aeneas Williams, John said Aeneas is a Hall of Famer who was in the prime of his career with the Cardinals, and he was an elite performer at his position. A follow-up, do you think anyone on the current Cardinals team has a chance to be even remotely close to being in this conversation?
Trey McBride?
Buda Baker.
Trey McBride, Buda Baker. Well, if Marvin Harrison makes a jump, he's going to be here a long time.
Hey, the book's not closed on Kyler Murray yet either. So we'll move to the next question, and it's cut day in the NFL. It started yesterday. It'll finish up today. And we talked about on Hard Knocks the bringing people in, letting them know, sorry, your time here is done. So we asked, what is your best or worst story about being fired from a job or leaving a job?
I don't know if I've
I got
never
one.
really been fired. Go ahead, Vic.
I was a gigantic AC/DC fan going way back into high school, and I scored some 5th row tickets, and I had to work at Kmart. I worked at a Kmart at that point in time in the toy department of Kmart. And so the tickets, I got them late, and I went into work on a Saturday, and I went to my manager, and I just was very honest with him. And I said, listen, I know this isn't great timing, but this is a show I've got to see, and I'm giving you a heads up. I'm going to be leaving here about 5:30 tonight, okay? I could lie to you and get sick, but I'm going to be honest with you. I got fired on Monday.
Way.
Yeah, for telling the truth.
And that's the funny thing is, you've been working in toy departments now your whole life.
How about it? How about it?
But that's so they said that's why you're fired is because you left early?
Yeah. Yeah.
My very first job, I was a busboy at a Perkins family restaurant.
Well, now we got a story.
We don't even have Perkins in Phoenix anymore, I don't think. And I got the job over the summer, and I wasn't very good at it, and I didn't have much of a work ethic. And then school started, and I was like, the first Friday night, with big football game, and there was a dance, and I was scheduled to work, and I'm like, work?
Not going.
I'm not doing this. I'm quitting.
Jared?
So I left him hanging high and dry at Perkins.
And did you encounter Tiger Woods at all during your?
No. He didn't
Perkins.
frequent that particular Perkins.
What did the listeners say?
Yeah, there's 2 good ones. Tony Height said, I got fired from my first job at Taco Bell at 15 after being accused of locking another employee in our walk-in cooler.
Wow.
He said this never happened, never would have done it, and I never found out why or who really did it. That's pretty good.
He got framed for trying to freeze a coworker.
And then Conrad said, I had a talk with my boss about going to the Brewers Diamondbacks playoff series back in 2023. My boss immediately denied it, stating, just watch it on TV. They're going to lose if you attend the series, to which I replied, if the Brewers don't sweep the Diamondbacks, you can fire me. And well, he obliged when the Diamondbacks.
Dad that Curses has a good one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Said, I wrote my name in cursive in silk plant cleaner about 15 feet tall, then lit it on fire at Garden Ridge in 2002.
Wow.
That's one way to go out.
That's one way to get fired.
For real.
For real.
All right.
Vic and I also had a similar end to a run we weren't working together, but we were part of the same team at a radio station. And I still remember our boss just flat out batting her eyes and lying to me. I'm still bitter about that one. But we got let go at basically the same time, within a matter of days of each other.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Our last one, we don't have a ton of time. We can maybe bring it up at the end. But with the Haboo.
In fact, let's save this one because it's related to the mustache, not a mustache. Okay. We could do this later afterwards.
Sure.
Because I want to read a couple more fired ones.
Oh, yeah.
Border Town Kid said, got fired from a medical facility almost at the end of the day. but made sure I stuffed my pockets with enough Viagra-branded pens and stationery as I could as farewell gifts.
There you go.
Only pens and stationery?
Yeah, I know.
Come on, where's the samples, Border Town kid?
Do you have any other ones, Jarrett? I just picked the two I like the most.
My dad fired me from his company because I didn't lock up the gate. A few weeks later, he calls me back to hire me back. And my first day back, the same gate I didn't lock. And out of spite, he fired me again.
Fired twice by your dad. Oh, that's a good one. All right, thank you, Sammy.
Yeah.
That's social studies every day at 9 o'clock at Bickley_Murata on X and Twitter at Bickley and Murata. Blue Sky, Instagram.
Yep. And watch us on YouTube Live.
Yeah, watch us on YouTube.
130 people watching right now.
Look at these faces. I mean, how do you resist?
How do you resist?
Coming up next, Anquan Boldin was in the box for the Cardinals preseason finale on Saturday night. Does that mean a Ring of Honor is coming his way? And if not him, whom? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2. Swung on. Weekly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches, even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Dbacks fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who will make the Cardinals' 53-man roster? We'll be reacting to the roster in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Oof, my first reaction, I got two reactions to that. My first one is not my monkey, not my circus. But
I've never heard that before. That's fantastic.
Second one.
That was Darren Urban of AZ Cardinals yesterday when we brought up the question about Ring of Honor. Who's going in next? Anquan Boldin was in the suite with Michael Bidwell on Saturday night, along with Monty Ossenfort. Anquan Boldin patching up his relationship with the Arizona Cardinals after years, certainly deserving of that honor. Before we get there, a couple of things, because it is cut-down day.
Yeah.
What's being reported, and Simi Fehoko took matters into his own hands and broke his own story on TikTok. He's been released.
Surprising.
By the Arizona Cardinals. And it's also being reported, I saw Ian Rappaport of NFL Network put out there that Darren Hall, defensive back, another guy who had a really good preseason, cut by the Arizona Cardinals today.
I'm not as surprised about Darren Hall as I am Semi Fehoko. I thought his touchdowns and his play over most of training camp was really, really good. And I think there were a lot of people who thought he had made the team.
I thought so too. And that's another thing we talked to Darren Urban about yesterday, where he said Simi Fehoko is going to be on this team. Well, if he is, it's going to be on practice squad, it looks like, with maybe a chance for elevation from there. A little bit of a surprising move.
Yeah.
Because it would mean that Xavier Weaver is probably the fifth receiver. Are they keeping more than five? Tejon Palmer still in the mix there, too. Something to look for as we get towards 1 o'clock when those cuts and releases and roster pair downs need to be completed around the league. All right, so first reaction from Darren Urban when we asked him about Anquan Boldin was just that. Not my monkey, not my circus. Like,
Love that saying.
I got no pull here.
Right,
But he did elaborate on Larry Fitzgerald not being in the Ring of Honor yet and how that would maybe affect the Anquan Boldin induction.
Oof, my first reaction, I got two reactions to that. My first one is not my monkey, not my circus. But
I've never heard that before. That's fantastic.
Second one, look, I think, let me put it this way. I think the Cardinals would love to have not only Fitz go in to the Ring of Honor before the Hall of Fame, but they probably would have liked to do it well before this. But I think we all know that Fitz oftentimes has his own timeline. And in my estimation, I think he'd like to do all the fetting of all that stuff all in one fell swoop. He's going to end up coming back here like all the other Hall of Famers to probably at a game get his Hall of Fame ring.
Yeah.
And again, this is just my speculation. Talk to no one. I have no idea on this. But would I be surprised if the ceremony to get his Hall of Fame ring and go into the Ring of Honor would all be one night? I would not be surprised.
When you lay it out that way, it does make sense because it does. It made sense to me before the conversation with Darren that the Cardinals would want to take care of their own, have him honored, internally before externally.
Right.
because I mean, to me, it still seems out of order.
Yeah.
You go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame before you go into the Arizona Cardinals Ring of Honor. But when he put it that way, and then you brought up the Randy Johnson example. Randy Johnson in 2015 was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame, and then a month later got the honor and the number retirement from the Diamondbacks.
Yep.
And I didn't remember it in that order.
And I remember, I think the Diamondbacks were hoping it would be the opposite, but these are two different things. Randy Johnson didn't leave the Diamondbacks in the greatest of terms. He had to
Things had to thaw.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's exactly right. He didn't want to go finish his career with the Giants, and it's, to me, it's one of the big mistakes the Diamondbacks made.
I thought so too.
And I feel shame about it because I sided with the team in real time, and it was a big mistake. Because watching him win game 300 in the situation that he did was terrible. That should have been our experience.
Yeah, there wasn't much else to root for concerning the Diamondbacks at that time.
Yeah.
And I was mad about it in real time. And then I felt horrible for Randy Johnson the way it actually went down, too. You remember winning number 300 in the first game of a doubleheader on a rainy day. And it was not the reaction because they had a game right after that, so he was in a half-empty press room. It was just weird.
Yeah, it wasn't what he deserved, put it that way. So I think then it becomes a question if Larry Fitzgerald, if that's what he wants, and it's a very good guess on Darren Urban's part because Larry still hasn't formally announced his retirement, right? So he wants no part of that pomp and circumstance, which I respect and I admire. But if that is his stance, it doesn't mean you can't go and put Anquan Boldin up this year. I mean, if Larry wants it all to be done in one fell swoop, then he's saying it's going to have to be after my Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Yeah, if it's Fitz's decision to do it this way, then he won't be insulted.
Exactly.
If you do it the way that he wants to do it.
That's exactly right.
And Anquan Boldin left the Cardinals in 2009, well before Larry Fitzgerald left, and he ended his career in the 2016 season. So
well before Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
And that's another situation that needed thawing. Because when Anquan Boldin left, he burned every bridge.
Well, that's it.
Purposely.
Because you could argue that Q should have already had his jersey retired well before Fitz even retired.
I mean, that's where it gets semantical. Because the Ring of Honor members don't necessarily go along with a number retirement. I don't think Anquan Boldin graduates to number retirement. That's a higher honor in the Cardinals organization anyway.
Right.
Like Kurt Warner's number isn't retired.
Right,
E.S. Williams' number isn't retired.
I gotcha.
Larry Fitzgerald's going to get he's going to get the whole shebang. Nobody's ever going to wear 11 again.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. And it's not something where you'd want to put you wouldn't want to induct Larry and Anquan together in the Ring of Honor, even though they were teammates for the best run this organization ever had, because Larry's a cut above.
So the Suns have a Ring of Honor. Do they also have jerseys retired?
Yes.
So they have two separate things?
Yes.
The Dbacks
that's actually tied together.
So if you're in the Ring of Honor, your jersey is retired. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And the Dbacks don't have a Ring of Honor, right? They just have the two jersey retirements?
That's correct.
So is there anybody missing from any of those right now that we think, other than just Q we just talked about?
We've had the Cardinals discussion a lot. I mean, Larry Centers makes a lot of sense. Ron Wolfley makes a lot of sense.
Anquan Boldin.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Those are the four.
There's some usual suspects. Then you got Carlos Dansby who wants in.
Yeah.
Who's a terrific Cardinal.
Right. We've had him on the show talking about that.
For the Diamondbacks, I think it's a ways away, but I think Paul Goldschmidt probably will get it
once he retires.
I don't think any.
I was just going to say, Brandon Webb's career was short, but Cy Young.
Look, I mean, that's a tough one because his career ended way too soon because of injury. That one's a tough one.
I guess it's one of the things you want it to be exclusive, but you also don't want to just have two guys retired, 30 years into your.
I used to think when I was younger that the number retirement was about the greatest honor you could give an athlete from a team. I don't feel that way anymore.
It's been watered down a lot, you think?
I think it's been watered down, and I think sports and the practice of retiring numbers has been around so long that You're running out of numbers.
Well, that's with the Suns. Like the Suns, I'm trying to think who's even left, like to put into the Ring of Honor that hasn't been there at this point.
Well,
because they put Amari and Marion in.
Devin Booker's going in when he's done. That's the no-brainer one.
But there's nobody who's not in now that's eligible.
Not really. I don't think.
You'd have to think, but
This is screeching of the brakes.
Well, I'm just saying because they've taken care of a lot of their history already.
Yeah, I mean, Marion and Amari are the last ones to go in. It's going to be a while before there's another induction. You could take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Tuesday edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Exactly.
Talk about screeching to a halt. Here we go.
It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The question mark is there. I don't really have a question in regard to the offensive line anymore, the interior offensive line. I'm feeling very, very good about that, and Will Hernandez has an awful lot to do, I should say, with the reason why I feel so good about the interior offensive line. Literally, the big part of Will Hernandez.
Preseason football is, look, it's better than no football. But it's like if you are really hungry and somebody hands you a picture of food. That's basically what preseason football is. Like, let's get to the real. Let's get to the main course now. Let's get to actual football here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental car is included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Eduardo Rodriguez did not have his best stuff last night in Milwaukee. He went just 2 1/3, gave up 6 hits and 5 runs, but the D-backs would make things interesting after they hung 5 runs in the 6th, thanks to a 3-run shot from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but it would not be enough, and the Brewers took the series opener 7-5. Tonight it'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Jacob Mizorowski in Milwaukee. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday, Anquan Boldin joined Wolf and Luke to share some advice on. He gave some advice to Marvin Harrison Jr. heading into year 2.
And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else.
Elsewhere with the Cardinals, the team will wrap up 53-man roster cuts today. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools and the D-backs are giving you the chance to win $40,000 towards your new pool. Enter now at dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash for the Presidential Pools Summer Pool Giveaway.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll Question is a discussion we've had a couple times, but which team will win more games this season, ASU football or the Arizona Cardinals?
Ooh.
You also have to
We're
think.
looking for double digits for both?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that. I'm going to, I would like both teams to win 10 games. If I have to vote for one, I'm voting Sun Devils.
I would too, because making the run through the college football playoffs is going to stack those wins, right?
I was going to say there's less games in college football to really mess around.
A much bigger
with
percentage to win 10 games in college, though.
Well, you got
10-2 versus 10-7.
You got the Big 12 championship. You've got playoffs.
Well, they can't win 15 games like the Cardinals can.
They can, sure they can.
15?
If they go undefeated, ASU, they would win 16 games.
16 games, okay, yeah.
Boom.
Still going ASU.
ASU 73% of the vote, Cardinals 27%. So ASU kicks off on Saturday night, by the way.
All right, there we go. Today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
Jane, what can you tell me about this man you saw last night?
He's Caucasian, with a mustache, about 6'3".
An awfully big mustache.
All right, grab a ham and slap your grandma. It is time for America's fastest-growing facial hair-related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Where I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song to Bickley and Murata. They will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 wins. And today's topic, because we just lived through one of the first, if not the first, haboob of the season. Mm-hmm. And we all know how much fun it is to say the word haboob. So today's topic is funny sounding words.
Okay.
All things having to do with funny sounding words, weird sounding words, made up words, funny noises, and the like. Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
Julie Andrews, not a mustache.
No, please, let's not be ridiculous that I would put in that clue.
Go ahead.
All right, you want to go first?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Cause I was afraid to speak when I was just a lad. My father gave me nails a tweak when I was bad. But then one day I learned the word to say we ain't the nose.
The biggest word you've ever heard, and this is how it goes. Oh,
so you're talking about the male
The
voice.
male
Is that
voice.
Dick Van Dyke?
That's the guy.
Not a mustache.
That is correct. That wasn't even going to be your clue.
That's funny.
But I had to adjust on the fly for you.
And now the whole game's ruined.
Yeah.
All right. Vince Murata.
Well done, Bick.
Thank you, man.
That is Phil Collins, not a mustache.
That is correct. He just said that word while he was coming up with the beat.
Is that right?
Then he tried to find other words that had the same cadence, and nothing sounded good, so he just used the made-up word.
Wow.
All right.
And that's how
the backstory I never knew.
And that's where Phil Collins was musically when that came out, that he could basically do anything.
Yes.
And it's going to be a hit. It's going to chart.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Dan Bickley.
Uh-huh.
Laver, that Robert Orr.
Sorry, well, no. Sorry.
I'm unhappy with this result. There's no doubt about it. And if the owners would like to change it, I'm happy to do it. Believe me, I'd be very happy to do it. But to listen to the palaver that Robert Ory changed the series is just silly.
David Stern, not a mustache.
Yeah, sorry I gave that away there.
I know he's no longer with us, but man, that still pisses me
Yeah,
off.
me
He
too.
absolutely changed the series.
Yes.
too.
And have you ever heard that word before or after?
No.
Palaver.
I
All right.
haven't. You probably have.
All right.
Purveyor of the Bictionary.
No, I don't think I ever did.
No?
I think that was, when I heard it, I think that was the first time. It was a first for all of us, Vinny.
All right. Funny words. All right. Vince Murata.
No, you stop speaking. How come you won't let America hear the whole story? Whose pocket are you in?
That's unacceptable.
No, you're unacceptable. This whole thing is a travesty and a sham and a mockery. It's a travesty mockery.
No making up words.
Bergeflickle.
That is Bob Odenkirk, not a mustache.
I have heard that referenced a million times, and I did not remember that was what it was from, a commercial with Bob Odenkirk.
Wow.
Yes. All right. Dan Bickley.
That was very good, Vinny.
Tied at 4.
Some call me the gangster of love. Some people call me Maurice. Cause I speak of the pompatus of love.
Steve Miller, not a mustache.
That is correct. Pompatus. The pompatus of love.
Right.
Not sure that's a word there. Steve? All right.
I think that's the first time Steve Miller's ever come up in this game, and it wasn't a clue from me.
I
But it might have been at the beginning of the game.
This is what happens when he calls for Mary Poppins off the top. I gotta mix it all up. All right, Vince Murata.
Yeah.
I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo Figaro. Magnifico!
Those Galileos were way off
I
in the
don't know what
distance.
happened there.
Weird.
It's because
That is Freddie Mercury of Queen and the rest of Queen, but we're focusing on Freddie Mercury, correct? And at that point, not a mustache.
That is correct.
So you're saying that Scaramouche is a word that doesn't make any sense?
Have you heard of that word before?
Yeah, that's what they used to call clowns back in, like.
I'm not saying these aren't all made up words. I'm just saying
just funny sounding. Okay,
words.
I got you.
And that had
gotcha.
Scaramouche, that had Fandango.
Yeah. Okay, it fits.
And
definitely.
Galileo.
Galileo, all kinds of good stuff.
All right, go ahead.
6-6.
All right.
We know our funny words.
Well, do you know this collection of funny words, who this could possibly be?
The hyperbole.
The annihilment.
Scintillizing.
Poopfecta.
Igor Kakaskov. Bambino, por favore.
I need a Pokeball.
Gobbledygook.
That's it. The gobbledygook. John Gambadoro Mustache.
Yes, the gobbledygooker himself.
I've got a question.
Yes.
We have no way of knowing this, but does Gambo mangle Italian like he mangles English?
Well, you heard there was a clip in there of him speaking Italian. Didn't sound
he speaks Italian wonderfully.
But
as far as we know.
Yes.
Oh, that's
in Italy, do you think they make fun of the way he pronounces words in Italian?
I don't know. I don't think so. It sounds pretty legit to me.
All right, Dan Bickley here. We got a perfect score between the two of you on funny sounding words.
This is
This is for Vince.
Yeah.
Oh, this is for Vince? Well, then I should probably play this one.
I think you can get this. Not a word in there.
No.
Oh, it's still funny sounding.
Steve Carell from Bruce Almighty, Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
Wow.
He got the job in that movie by doing that exact bit during the audition. All right, now we go to the final clue.
Okay.
Don't you know that I'm loving you? In a garden of Vita, baby.
I think that's a band called Iron Butterfly, and I'm guessing the era would beget a mustache.
You would guess that. Iron Butterfly is correct.
But mustache is not?
He does not have a mustache, which means Vince Marotta can win it on this clue.
Thank goodness.
That is Hanson, the brothers, and none of the three I still don't think could even grow a mustache.
Yeah, I
if
think
they
you're
wanted
correct
to.
on that. Well done. Do you know the names of the three Hanson brothers?
From Slapshot, yes.
Yes.
But not.
Who are the two long-hair blonde brothers from the 80s?
Nelson.
The Nelson brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gunnar and Matthew.
Well, that you knew. But that was a very well done. And unfortunately, there's nothing funny about winning. It's serious.
What in the heck are you saying?
Let's land the plane.
Land the plane, Barrett.
Oh, well, I'll land the plane before it crashes on.
Mustache.
Too late.
Not a mustache.
I had my head between my knees as he was talking there.
Oh, if I could do that, I'd never leave the house.
Some final thoughts coming up next.
Oh.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
So I'll edit that out of the podcast.
You can't edit it out of our heads, though.
Oh, no.
It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day.
So Phil Collins to Studio, not the only nonsensical title for a song that he was ever involved with.
Yeah.
Remember this one?
I do. Abacab.
Do you know the story about how they got the name of this?
Isn't it just a sequencing of notes?
They referred to the verse of the song as A, the chorus B, C for the bridge. So this was the Abacab.
The structure of the song. Got it.
The structure of the song.
Okay.
This was actually a giant hit in the early 80s. Again,
Yeah, it really was.
Whatever they did.
Whatever they did turned to gold for a while. You're absolutely right.
Which is weird because when Peter Gabriel was part of Genesis, they couldn't craft a hit to save their lives.
Right.
Different kind of band, though.
Yeah.
Much
A
more
little
like.
too new wave for my It's like the scene from American Psycho.
Yeah, that's a good point.
When Phil Collins joined the band. In keeping with the mustache, not a mustache theme. Abacab by Genesis. A song that is 44 years old. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we spent a lot of time over the last few years. When we do talk about college football, one of the things that we talk about is how much it's changed. I've never seen this thing before. Here's a new one for college football.
All right.
There was a tweet that was put out today by somebody named Hayes Fawcett, who's got a tweet that says, 5-star Penn State running back commit Kimon Spell. So he's already committed. He's part of the 2027 class. He's already committed to Penn State. Kimon Spell says these 6 schools have the best shot at flipping him.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
And he lists Ohio State, Tennessee, USC, Alabama, Notre Dame, and Michigan.
Wow. The day college football jumped the shark.
He shouldn't be allowed to play college football.
How about it?
He's playing the game.
Yeah.
Bro, he's
Is he going to have the hats in front of him?
He's
while at practice for the team he's currently on?
He's going into his junior year in high school. I can't believe it.
That's unbelievable.
Albert Breer noticed that and said, yeah, this is a new one. It certainly is. Is that not crazy?
Wow.
I've committed, but yeah, I'm still available.
It's going to keep getting worse unless they do something to make it get better. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just going to keep going down this road to more extreme, crazy stories like this.
All right, this is kind of self-indulgent, but it might be fun. I mentioned this to Bick before the show started.
All right.
I got a whole box of old radio material. Mini discs, CDs, carts, DATs.
Wow.
You remember? DATs is before you, right, Jarrett?
I've heard of it, but I don't.
But I also have a ton of cassette tapes from like broadcasting school and then early radio stuff. So I found some stuff, and I'm able to digitize it now.
Uh-huh.
So in 1996, I started doing sports updates. That was my first job. I did sports updates during the Jim Rome show and the same block where we the fabulous Sports Babe. Do you want to hear what a sports update from 25-year-old me?
Yes.
So I was 25. This is
so this is the same age as Sammy is now.
29 years old. Oh, hold on. There we go.
Good morning, it's 11:30. This is Vince Morata with a sports update on Sports Radio 1360 The Game.
Now, you have to listen to some of these references, too.
Suns in Vancouver tonight.
Suns in Vancouver?
Against the winless Grizzlies. Assistant coach Donnie Nelson joined Firmino on sports yesterday, who talked a little bit about the Suns' personnel and why they may be struggling.
We have a number of solid, more specialist-type players on our team that are good at, certain individual things.
Levels aren't great.
I was going to say, lower the music, whoever your board op is.
It was me.
We've only got one Danny Manning on our team.
Suns and Grizzlies tip it off from Vancouver at 8 p.m. In hockey, the Phoenix Coyotes return to the ice tonight at America West Arena, hosting the Hartford Whalers. Center Chris Lanning returns to the Coyotes lineup. He missed the last 5 weeks with a fractured hand. Defenseman Dave Manson will miss the game. He's out with a broken toe.
I won't subject you to the whole thing because it goes on for 40 more seconds.
Wow, but you're right. The Vancouver Grizzlies, the Hartford Whalers,
the
Phoenix Coyotes.
The Suns were winless going into the game against Vancouver, and they remained winless. They lost that game. That was the year they started like 0-13 and still rallied to make the playoffs.
So let me ask you, Vinny, were you doing a radio voice there, or is that just how you sounded back then?
That's how I sound. I don't think I've ever had a radio voice.
Okay, because you sound a little bit like you were doing like this.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Coyotes are in us.
You calling me a puker?
What?
I will come into that control room, and I will hurt you.
What in the world?
What's a puker?
You've never heard the radio term puker?
No, I've never heard that.
That's like for the classic phony, it's like old school baseball play-by-play announcers.
Right.
We always called him puke. You've heard that, right?
Oh, yeah. It's the opposite of a euchre. See what I did there?
Yeah.
If I said, hey, good morning and welcome.
Yeah, that's a puker.
To Bickley and Morata Mornings. That's puking.
Interesting.
I found out. So this is November of 1996. And then they later put me on the morning show to do updates. So I got shifted to the mornings. And then I found out later that at about this time, the GM wanted to pull me off the air because he thought I sounded boring.
You showed him.
Wow.
Yeah, where's he today?
Holy smokes.
Probably listening to this show. But I found an old radio promo that I sent to you. That we were both part of the same lineup.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, from like 2000.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend way too much.
No, that's great.
I'm going to spend way too much time getting nostalgic.
Well, listen, that's what Off the Grid is for. You can just, you got a venue, let's play a platform, let's play all that stuff.
But I don't have audio of my first ever update that I ran by myself where I forgot to turn my microphone on, and it was just 2 minutes of music and sound effects.
That's fantastic.
I've done that.
Oh, guess who it is? I have mine, don't worry.
That's never going away. That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Todd Walsh and Eric Carabell. Have a great day, everybody. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next with all kinds of news on Cardinals Cutdown Day.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
It's tough. There's not a whole lot to say about it other than like it kind of sucks. It's hard. They're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 5-run 6th inning was not enough for the Diamondbacks in Milwaukee yesterday, and a 7-5 loss to the Brewers, who took the first of 4 games. And here was manager Torey Lovello on what went wrong with Erod yesterday.
Over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes, and it'll be young all-star Jacob Mizorowski for the Brewers tonight at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As initial 53-man roster cuts continue today, Clayton Tune was among the opening batch of Cardinals cuts. For more on the roster cuts and the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. And it's just a matter of days now until Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils start their Big 12 title defense, as they will host NAU on Saturday in Tempe. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy your life again.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Tuesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I feel like I inhaled that entire dust storm last night, though.
Man, that was so cool. It's so unique, is it not, to Arizona when you think about it? The Haboob, where this wall of dirt comes right across the desert. As long as everybody's okay, and that's always a concern. But as long as everybody's okay, my goodness, that is one of the coolest things to watch.
It is one of those things where if people haven't been to Phoenix before, or like if you have friends visiting and they were here for the first time yesterday. But if people haven't been here, they're like, that stuff isn't real. I've seen that in movies, but you guys just, you over-exaggerate it. Watch any of the video from last night if you don't live here. The whole city was just covered.
Just this wall. It's got to be, 300, 400 feet high?
It was pretty ridiculous.
Just this wall of dirt coming across. Oh, man. Yeah, very unique, I would say, to the Southwest.
There is a video of it blowing through Mountain America Stadium, and it looks like the opening video where Sparky's walking around Tempe, and then, the dust is gathering behind him, and then he steps on the bus and everything. That's what it looks like, except it was real. I also want to throw this out there, Wolf, and I'll mention this a lot here the rest of the week because I want to make sure people know about this. The team behind the scenes here got it all put together. Patrick Peterson's going to join us at 11:15 this upcoming Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
And every subsequent Tuesday throughout football season.
Pat P!
Pat P! On the show.
Hey, there we go. I did not know that.
That's why I was telling you.
So, okay, wait a minute. You knew this and you didn't tell me. Is that what you're saying?
If you didn't know, then yes, apparently.
I did not know.
Well, I didn't
Nobody
know for
said
sure.
This.
No, we didn't know for sure on a time and everything. And
okay.
Now we know. I was
there
just
it
told
is,
it's
Basinonians. Pat P is going to be joining us. Love that. That's
weekly.
Great.
Weekly guest.
Every what?
Every Tuesday at 11:15.
Every Tuesday at 11:15, the Pat P segment.
Yes.
As we call it. Segment.
Do we?
Who calls it segments?
This is why you weren't allowed to know about it, because you're talking with a name like that. All right, let's start with the Cardinals, and cut down day is today. You got to have the cuts in by 1. Doesn't necessarily mean all the names will have come out by 1, but also, I mean, we already know some of the names, and you figure more are going to trickle out throughout the day, not just with the Cardinals, but with the other 31 teams around the league too. So it's possible you may see other players get let go by other teams that might actually fit pretty well on the Cardinals. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about how tough this basically 48-hour window is.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and we got really good guys that pour a lot into this thing, so it's hard. It is. The human side, yeah, and like I said, they sacrifice a lot, and they're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
Man, you can't keep them all. Cut down day. Cut down day, here it is, basically. It reminds me of a story. As a matter of fact, give me a beat. We haven't done this in a while.
An early beat.
How about this? The year was 1988, Basinonians, and I was playing for the then Phoenix Cardinals. That's right, we were up in Flagstaff. I was eating breakfast with Stump Mitchell on my left and Earl Farrell on my right, and a rookie sitting across this round table, this round breakfast table. He was sitting across from us. Suddenly, we saw Larry Wilson approaching from behind this rookie. Larry was walking up, and everyone knew that Larry was the Turk. He also was the general manager of the then Phoenix Cardinals. And he came walking up behind this young rookie and tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Son, I want to see you in my office at 8 o'clock. Boy, all of our heads went down. We started eating oatmeal and eating pancakes. Like, man, I don't understand. Nothing's happening here. And the rookie looked up at Larry Wilson and said, "But Larry, I have a meeting at 8. Oh my goodness.
Not anymore.
Suddenly it went dead silent at the table. Larry said, "I know. Come see me." Oh, okay. Oh, the year was 1988. We were at Flagstaff eating breakfast.
This story doesn't end with that rookie turning into a Hall of Famer, does it?
No.
Okay. Isn't it pretty rare for the GM to be the guy that goes around and tells people to? Like,
Yeah.
You usually have I don't even know who it would be, but you have
Back
somebody
in
to
the day,
send out.
that's the way they did it, though.
Oof. That's
Yeah, typically he has his minions. The Turk has his minions as well.
It's definitely the worst day of the season.
It
Don't
is.
you feel
It's
like
bad.
It look, I know you're not
I wanted to cry for the kid.
I know you're not a big Hard Knocks guy, but most players or former players I know that don't watch Hard Knocks, it's because of this episode. Because this is the final episode where they cut everybody.
Yeah.
And, the first 4 episodes, you just kind of watch.
That's why
fun
I
or
don't
whatever.
watch Hard
Yeah, that's what I'm
Knocks.
saying.
I've told you.
That's-
Yeah. I don't watch it because of that.
But you don't watch the in-season one either.
No, that's right.
Because, and I believe the reasoning you gave me for that was I lived Hard Knocks. I don't have to watch it.
Seriously, bro, I know what goes
And
on.
I haven't watched it since then because of you.
Yeah.
Here's Tip Ryman yesterday talking about how tough the cut down process is. Obviously, Tip is safe, but all his teammates aren't necessarily.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because you go through the whole offseason with these guys. You battle it out, alongside them or across the ball. And you see a lot of guys making a lot of progress, or you make good plays, all this stuff, and they're your teammates, for 6 months or whatever. And so, as teammates, we build that bond and build that culture. So when they get cut, this 48 hours is really tough, and so you wish them the best. And there's only so much you can do, right? But yeah, definitely a tough time of year for everybody involved, right? So it's tough. There's not a whole lot to say about it other than it kind of sucks.
Yeah, I think it's Tip Ryman right now, and Basinonians, I can tell you that love is strength and strength is love. This is something we say and repeat in the Wolfley compound over and over and over again. Love is good and it's strong, and Tip Ryman's got love in his heart. It's one of the reasons why he's able to go out and take that love and turn it into strength on the field. Go out there and just bury somebody and then be okay doing it. Get up and walk off the field and, encourage the guy that you just buried It's okay to do that.
I would say Tip's more than okay doing it. He seems to thrive on it.
Have you watched the tape? Have you watched the tape of Tip Ryman against the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yes.
He single-handedly destroyed dudes. I'm talking about guys who are going to play for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Destroyed them. I was shocked watching.
This is why he's on the team. You can't be shocked. You've been talking this guy up since before he was a Cardinal.
I know that, but the jump that he has made, if this is what we're going to see from Tip Ryman, I'm telling you right now, the Arizona Cardinals are going to lead the NFL in 12 personnel, especially in rundown situation. They're going to lead the NFL in 12 personnel, and they're going to have an offense that's going to be very, very difficult to stop.
Good.
Because of a guy like Tip Ryman.
I'm ready for an offense like that. Here's Jonathan Gannon Moore from yesterday. He was asked if there are any position groups that have been harder to make decisions on than others.
They're all hard, truthfully, Craig. They're all hard. We got a lot of good football players, a lot of good guys. So we'll do what's best for the team.
And if there are any guys that have played their way onto the roster throughout camp.
Yeah, I understand the question, Zach. I think that's one evaluation tool for us, So all 3 games, if you look at the body of work of that, if you look at the body of work from practice, from the joint practice. So some guys, I was very pleased with some guys stepped up and played good ball, though.
Yeah, the joint practices, once again, this is the way of the NFL. This is the way that they're going to go. The joint practices, I think, actually have more value just because you can, I shouldn't say more value. Playing in a preseason game when you're trying to make a team and you do good things on the football field, that's really, really good. That is good. But there are so many instances where a coach can get really up close and personal. I've talked about it before, but it's the truth. They can look you in the eye, get up close and personal to you after you just got destroyed or after you just destroyed somebody. And he can read you. Coaches like to be able to read you and get to know you, especially if you're trying to make a team, especially if you're new. You're a rookie maybe, or you're a guy that is a free agent that was signed and brought in. Coaches like to get to know you up close and personal.
Get ready to activate the season with Arizona Sports and ASU this Friday at 7:15, 11:15, and 4:15. Listen for the sounder. That's your cue to call in for a chance to win 2 tickets to the 2025 home opener when the Sun Devils take on NAU this Saturday. All right, when we come back, we are getting dangerously close to the Diamondbacks having a bad contract in their rotation. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
We're not going to lie. We're not going to sugarcoat things. It kind of is what it is, and hopefully give them a little bit of brute plan if it didn't work out, what they need to work on.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Remember that number. Recently, I learned Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. These are just a few key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. Call the team that I trust, Basinonians. That's right, Trajan Wealth. Give them a call today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn a little bit more about Trajan Wealth. Would you like peace of mind when it comes to your investment portfolio? Of course you would. I sure did. I know that, and that's why I started with a phone call to Trajan Wealth. Pick up the phone, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier-looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9225.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jonathan Gannon's honeymoon as Cardinals head coach is over, writes Dan Bickley. Clayton Tune is among the opening batch of Cardinals' 53-man roster cuts, and a haboob blows through Mountain America Stadium to start ASU football's game week. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, it's going to be one of those days. Can't say I necessarily was expecting this one, Wolf, but according to Simi Fajoko's TikTok account, he's being released by the Cardinals.
Wow. Man, this happened during the break. At least I got the news during the break, based on it. And I'm surprised. I am. That is the first, I would say, shocker. I think that is the first one that I could look at and say, okay, I did not expect that, especially after the game that he had and how well he played in transition on special teams as well. So I am surprised.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. That's a guy that a lot of people that cover the team closely were typically get to this time of year, and people that cover the team closely are like, okay, well, I'm not going to say anything definitive one way or the other because anything could happen about these fringe players. But he was a name. He was the one name that people close to the team were like, yeah, I feel pretty confident he's making the team because, yeah, he had the great performance, with the touchdown and the tackle on the kickoff on Saturday against the Raiders. But he had been kind of a standout throughout the preseason, just in general. So it's coming from him on TikTok. I mean, there's not like a release by the Cardinals or anything. There's not like an email or anything, but he said on TikTok that he's been released by the Cardinals. So we will see how that, we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, a couple of things I think we're working against Fajoko here, and I thought he overcame it. I thought his performance, and once again, especially on special teams, how well he was playing. I thought maybe he had overcome it, but there's a couple of things I think that were working against him. Number one, he's not a speed guy. He's not some guy who's going to line up and run by a lot of people. A guy like Xavier Weaver is a speed guy, And sometimes you need a speed guy. You know, the Cardinals definitely need a speed guy that can actually help loosen up the secondary from time to time. Now, there's no doubt Xavier Weaver, he hasn't made the team as far as I'm concerned, but there is a possibility that he has, of course.
Well, the possibility is a lot bigger now if Fajoko's really getting released.
A lot bigger now, no doubt about that. But I think the speed that hurt Fajoko, number one, and also number two, when you get ready to make these cuts, many times you weigh the possibility of whether or not a guy is going to be picked up once you waive him.
Yeah, well, that's got to be a factor.
It's a big factor. Will teams pick this guy up? Or if we cut this guy, would they be more likely to pick this guy up? Maybe we could just cut him and bring him back on the practice squad. I think those two things worked against Simi Fajoko.
Maybe the thought process there is, okay, Fajoko's bounced around a little bit. Maybe if I'm just totally speculating here, but maybe if we release him, we can still keep him. We can have him on the practice squad and we can call him back up if we need him or whatever. Whereas maybe a guy like Weaver, if you let him go, another team maybe is interested. That's a lot of maybes right there. But that one's a little surprising. I would say that's the most surprising one that we've heard so far that the Cardinals have let go. They put out a list of 12 names yesterday that we went through yesterday, but they obviously have to cut a lot more. But that one's coming directly from Fajoko, so it's not like April Fool's Day. It'd be kind of a weird trick to play on everybody to go on TikTok and say you've been released if you hadn't.
Yeah. That is the big surprise. That's the first real surprise. Clayton Tune. I think we all kind of thought maybe that was going to be a possibility.
Tune was significant, but maybe not as much of a surprise because you have Brissett.
Yeah, the reason why we say that, Base Earnings, as well, is because he was a Monty Ossenfort pick in 2023, a fifth-round pick. And we know that, Rick, they haven't cut anybody, you're telling me?
I believe he was the first draft pick that has been cut. I mean, in the Monty Ossenfort era.
Okay, think about that.
That's crazy.
They have signed. There have been other guys that I think have been cut, but they've been brought back on the practice squad. I think. Okay, don't quote me on that, but I think that has been the case. Still, having said that, Clayton Tune was a fifth-round pick from Monty Ossenfort. And I remember that being wow, how about that? A fifth-round pick for a quarterback when nobody expected a quarterback. But that was a surprise because of the fact that Monty had not cut a draft pick.
Yeah, that's actually more of a surprise. We'll get back into this. But if you go through all the draft picks that he has made, I think almost all of these guys still have ties to the Cardinals in some ways. It might actually be
Jaden Davis is the one that hasn't.
Okay,
so to correct myself, Jaden Davis was cut last year.
But I mean, everybody else, you go through that first draft, Paris Johnson, B.J. Ojolari, Garrett Williams, Michael Wilson, John Gaines, Clayton Tune, Owen Papo, Keitrell Clark, Dante Stills. That's a pretty good first draft in the NFL.
Really good.
2024 was Marv, Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Tip Ryman, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, or Trey Benson. Elijah Jones, Rabbit, Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones, Tejon Palmer, and then Jaden Davis. And obviously everybody from this year's class is still in there. So.
Yes.
I did want to get to this with baseball. We'll get into it. We're going to talk to Buster Olney later on in the show as well, so we can get his thoughts on this. But Erod struggled again last night, Wolf. I know these games don't ultimately matter in the standings now as far as making the playoffs this year. But they had a chance to beat the Brewers last night. He gave up 5 earned runs in 2 1/3. His ERA for the month of August is 5.81. His ERA for the month of July was 7.40. And this was after he had a great June where he had a 1.98 ERA in 5 starts, and that was coming off the injured list. So we thought maybe, or hoped at least, maybe he was starting to turn a corner because that month of June was really, really good. But his ERA overall this season now sits at 5.67. His ERA last year was 5.04, and he only made 10 starts. I get it with the injuries and everything, but still, I mean, this is a guy whose career ERA is 4.23. He's never had a season where his ERA was over 4.74, and even that was pretty rare until he got to Arizona, and both seasons he's going to have an ERA over 5 at least. And this is the guy that signed for a while.
Yes. Let me ask you, Luke, do you think Erod is a problem? And if so, to whom?
I just think it's, I mean, it's part of a bigger problem, right? You want ownership to give you the resources to spend money and invest in a team that just went to the World Series not even 24 months ago. And they've done that. The problem is the guys that you've given the money to at the pitching, at starting pitching, have been Jordan Montgomery and Erod.
Yes.
Guys you've brought in. I mean, you've paid, and Corbin Burns, too. Corbin Burns, by the way, that was working out great until he got hurt. But, Erod and Jordan Montgomery's already obviously gone. Erod's here for 3 more years past this season. So, in a way, your rotation's kind of built around him right now.
Yeah, listen, players underachieve and underperform their contracts. That can be a problem in any clubhouse or locker room. People talk, do they not, Basin? People talk.
Especially in baseball, you're sitting around all the time.
Much of that has to do with a person and how that person is perceived in the clubhouse or locker room as well. So much of that has got to do the player. Will players talk about other players? Yes, but so much of that has to do with the person himself. I've not heard a bad thing about Eduardo.
Oh, no, I haven't heard of,
Rodriguez
not that he's like a
all.
clubhouse problem.
But, think about this, Basin Orleans, wherever you are right now. Would you like to be paid as much as other people are paid when your production is much better than other people at work?
Yeah,
Would you like to be? Do you sit around from time to time? And maybe you shouldn't do that. You definitely should not. Be grateful. Be happy. Be thankful for what you have. But there are a lot of human beings that will sit around and sometimes complain about others.
And I'll also just give you this from the baseball perspective. Your starting pitchers currently on the team who are signed past this year, like your current guys in the rotation. Brandon Pfaadt is signed for a long time. Erod is signed through 2028. Corbin Burns is signed for a while, but he's not going to be healthy to start next season. So as far as guys you have signed to start next season, now Ryan Nelson's arbitration coming up, like he's going to be back and everything. But basically your rotation right now that you know of going into next season is Erod, Brandon Pfaadt, and Ryan Nelson. You can't have really any of those guys truly struggling.
I just don't like the distraction that it is. And I know the Diamondbacks have bigger problems, much bigger problems this year than distractions, especially at this point. But it could be a distraction going forward. It's not good.
No. Take us with you wherever you go, and if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, talk to Paul Calvisi. Wolf, you ready to talk to Paul? We could ask him about Simi Fehoko. It sounds like being cut, and other potential cuts coming up as cut down day is officially here. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2 swung on, weakly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first, and that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, gather around the transistor. Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions. I got to tell you about something that's been a total game changer for me. I've been part of some great teams in the past, and when it came to upgrading my yard, I wanted a team that I could trust. That's right. I called Legacy Green Solutions, and man, they have delivered. I'm talking premium, American-made artificial grass that looks and feels like the real thing. It's perfect for the kids. Your dog is going to love it. Your cat's going to love it. No mowing, no mess, just clean, green perfection. And Legacy, Basinonians, they handle everything. Design, install, cleanup, you name it. These guys are pros, certified installers, no shortcuts, not ever. And they back it all with the best warranties in the basin. They've been family-owned for over 25 years, and you can feel that. They treat me and my yard like it was their own, and they'll do the same for you. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options. We've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals have already made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they cut wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Dbacks, their 2026 schedule has been released. They will open the season March 26th at the Los Angeles Dodgers. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Sparks tonight in LA. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will survive cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals, and who can we expect to see on the practice squad? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
And I want to throw a couple things out here before we get to our guest, Wolf. Again, I want to remind everybody, Patrick Peterson's going to join us every Tuesday this football season right here on the Wolf and Luke show. So
really jacked up about that. That is awesome. Every Tuesday, Pat P is going to be joining the Wolf and Luke show.
And
that's good.
See, now we booked Paulie. Paulie's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line before the Travis Kelce news, which now I'm sure he's going to want to talk about for the next 10 minutes. What's going on, Paulie?
I was going to join you guys, but first you played the Peppers, and then
Second, you brought up Taylor Swift and Kelsey, and Rob Fredrickson is to my right. He can't get enough of this story right now. Rob, pipe down on that one, please.
To be clear, I never said Taylor Swift's name. I just said Kelsey. It could be that he slimmed down and is actually going to make plays during the regular season this year. Who knows?
Paulie, do you have any thoughts on it? I mean, honestly.
No.
Other than the fact, I know you went to a Taylor Swift concert, didn't you, Paul?
How did we get here?
Of course.
Let me tell you, between the Chiefs and the Andy Reid commercials and the Patrick Mahomes commercials and the Kelsey brothers, and now, I mean, my good, and then the stats, like when the first preseason game and Patrick Mahomes only played 48 stinking seconds, so I couldn't even get to some of my good info on the air. Did you realize that the Chiefs have won their last 17 one-possession games? Patrick Mahomes is 17-0 in his last one-possession games.
Do you know how hard that is to do that?
That's why the Eagles made sure the Super Bowl was like a 12-possession game, so it wasn't an issue.
That combined, they've played in 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls. They've won 9 straight AFC West. They've been in the AFC Championship 7 straight years.
7.
All that, plus the commercials and Taylor Swift, they are the most hated entity in America.
Yeah, they are forcing Chiefs fatigue on us at this point, but the Cardinals don't play them this year, so we don't ever have to talk about them again unless the Cardinals are playing them in the Super Bowl.
Excellent.
Paulie, I'm going to start with just overall, just big picture, what this day is like around the team. I mean, this year maybe it's a little bit different than years past, just in the sense of, the expectations for this team this season, but it's still on this particular day being cut down day, you're still having guys that are losing guys they thought might be teammates.
Well, like Simi Fehoko, right?
Yeah.
That news that he released out there. And it's a reminder that, guys, if you are playing in the last preseason game, you have not made the team. If you are an absolute lock to make the team, you are in street clothes. And so you would think, at least I did, right, that Simi Fehoko, based on how he finished up those last 2 preseason games and then his prowess on special teams. But 2 things. One, don't be shocked, because if you're in that last game, you don't have an official spot in the 53. And then number 2, there's always the question of, can we get this player through waivers?
Yeah.
And running backs in particular, like Michael Carter a year ago, there are certain position groups that are more likely to be viable to get through waivers into the practice squad. And so that's part of the formula if you're Monty Ossenfort.
Paulie, your thoughts on Clayton Tune? We know that this is only the 2nd draft pick from Monty Ossenfort to be released by the Arizona Cardinals. Your thoughts on Clayton Tune?
Yeah, there were 28 draft picks in the first 3 years. All were on the roster until the last 24 hours. Clayton Tune, he just, simply put, didn't show enough progress. How many times can Jonathan Gannon tell the media, I need to see him let it rip? I need to see him trust his eyes, to be able to read and react. He knows the offense cold. He makes the reads. You just got to get rid of the ball when you're, on the back end of your drop 5 or 7 steps, and you're going to, instead of hitching and pumping, the ball's got to be out. And so he was taking too many sacks. The ball wasn't going downfield. There were a lot of checkdowns, dump-offs. You had to give Jonathan Gannon a reason to keep 3 quarterbacks. It was already a long shot based on the way they would construct the roster. Jacoby Brissett's a made man. You saw what he did. 5 possessions, 3 touchdown passes. He's regular season ready. More than 50 starts in his career. He's played 80-plus games. Clayton Tune has 1 start in his NFL career. We all remember it at Cleveland. It did not go well. And for that reason, if the Cardinals add a quarterback to the practice squad, it could be Tune, just his mastery of the system. But on the other hand, do you want to find a quarterback maybe with some upside? Someone maybe you can develop. And I think it's a legitimate question whether Clayton Tune has hit his NFL ceiling at this point.
Talking to Paul Calvisi, Paulie, I want to go back to something you just said. 28 draft picks so far by Monty Ossenfort since he took over the GM job in 2023, and at least currently 26 of them are still around. Can you just put into perspective for people how absurd that is? And I don't know. I mean, do you think some of this is because the first year he took over, they were in a total rebuild, and maybe that boosted the numbers a little bit, but at the same time, a lot of these guys are expected to play significant roles this year when they're going for it.
Yeah, look, when we joked about how this was the 6th Purge movie that was being filmed right in front of our eyes, I mean, I wasn't joking. I mean, that's just the best way to describe what they've done. Only 3 guys remain from the 4 draft classes prior to Monty Ossenfort. It's Zaven Collins, Kyler Murray, and Trey McBride. So it's not only okay, who can play, but it's who do you want in the building. They had to find a different mentality. They had to instill accountability. So if you go all the way back to when the owner, Michael Bidwell, made the change of head coach, that was how he diagnosed it. More accountability. And that's what Monty and JG have brought. That's the sort of player they want in the building. I think when you look at this roster more than ever, that's this sort of mindset that they have, along with the physicality. And so every single player, I think, that's going to remain on this roster has to check those two boxes. And Luke, you're now to the point where you're not going to be able to keep every draft pick, and that's a good thing because you have elevated the caliber of competition and the quality of player, and other guys are going to latch on with other teams as you hope to be a team in the postseason.
Paulie, do you think there's going to be some other surprises that may actually happen today?
Well, you're definitely deep along the defensive line, pending the injuries. What is the status of Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, Walter Nolan? Don't know, but you got a lot of dudes in that room. Corner, back end of the corner room, and Elijah Jones and Denzel Burke. I thought Elijah Jones finished strong. Denzel Burke, not so much. Apparently Elijah Jones had 2 great practices last week going into the final preseason game. He's sort of ascending, which kind of makes sense. He missed the entirety of his rookie year for the most part. Akeetrell Clark, that room. Darren Hall's already been let go. He obviously made a lot of plays. What are you doing at backup inside linebacker? Is Owen Papo in year 3 going to be in that Clayton Tune category? Have you seen enough? Is there enough upside left? So I think those are some of the big. Xavier Thomas obviously balled out, but Jordan Birch. I mean, look, the preseason is not the regular season, but Jordan Birch was not stopped in the preseason.
Ding!
And so if you already have 4 dudes on a rotation at the edge, where does that leave Xavier Thomas? Because he didn't have a big role in special teams. So those are some of the names in the back end of the running back room. I hate to say it, Michael Carter will probably be on the outside looking in once again because if nothing else, I think they can get him to the practice squad.
Paulie, it's always great talking to you no matter what Wolf says. We'll do this again soon.
Paulie, talk to you later.
All right, guys.
Okay,
we'll
man,
talk
thank
to you.
Yeah, right. Don't tell me you're busy.
That's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we'll stick with football, but we'll go to college. ASU's first game is Saturday against NAU. What do you need to see from the Sun Devils in that one to believe they can meet these expectations this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is his style of managing better suited for a team built like the one the Diamondbacks currently have, as opposed to the one they started the season with, where they were breaking a record for payroll for a franchise?
There's a belief that he does better with the younger team.
It certainly seems like they've responded since the trade deadline, and some of that
salary
salary
what saved his
has been
job
shed.
3 years ago. Was all the young kids came up and he coached them all so well.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Moving can be difficult. Ron Wolfley reporting. Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely, of course, and move your most important possessions safely and securely. That's why you can trust Moving Team 6. They are the best in the business, whether it's local, whether it's long distance, commercial, residential. And what I also like as well, they have a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. If you've got to move and maybe you've got to store your belongings, store your furniture, they can do that right there at a warehouse they have right here in Phoenix. Air-conditioned, of course, they can do that for you. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and customers. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Close out summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Friday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. with great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our 2nd location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Calvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul. It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will the Cardinals look like when all the cuts are done? We'll discuss our NFL team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, thanks to Paul Calvisi for joining us last segment. Over to ASU, Wolf. Sun Devils get the season started finally on Saturday at home against NAU. Probably not going to be able to read a ton into that first game. No offense to NAU, but you know that if you beat NAU, that doesn't mean you're going to win the Big 12. But it is the first game, and there's not a ton of college football games in a season, so it's going to be hard, regardless of what happens, to not at least start to react to some of what we see on Saturday.
Yeah, you know what? I am going to react to some of what we see, even though it is going to be against NAU. First of all, let me just say this. My expectations for ASU is that they beat NAU, of course, but they do it in a very fundamentally sound kind of way. This is my expectation, what I'd like to see. And when I say fundamentally sound kind of way, I'm talking about blocking and tackling and not beating yourself by making mistakes. I want to see ASU come out and play a very fundamentally buttoned up,
just look clean,
sound clean,
yeah,
a clean game against NAU. I have a lot of compassion for football players that are out on the field, and they know that they're not as good a team as the team they're playing. I have a ton of compassion for that. And all it does is it brings back so many memories. So many memories of being on teams based on Onions, especially in the National Football League, where I knew we weren't as good as the other team. It wasn't going to impact how I played. It was not. I have great compassion for the kids, the boys, the young men that will come out onto the football field and play ASU from NAU. I have great compassion for them because it's going to be hard and it's going to be tough. And they might get beat down mentally, spiritually, physically beat down. But you know what? You pick yourself up and you walk through it all and continue to play this game. That's the great thing about football. It is fantastic. It's what I love. But having said that, ASU collectively has more talented football players than NAU. Ron Wolfley report.
Thanks. Thank you for that. I'm
My
with you too.
sources.
Oh, that source is coming in too. I'm not so much looking at the final score. Now, look, I mean, if you're an ASU fan, you remember losing to Eastern Michigan a few years ago. Much different team, much different environment, much different time. But, you're not going to take anybody lightly. But I'm not looking at this game and be like, well, ASU better win 63-7. It's more what you're saying. We're all going to watch this. We're all going to be reacting to it. We're probably going to be overreacting to it. We're going to be dissecting everything you see from the Sun Devils. I'd like to see them play a very clean, just systematically dismantle NAU in that game. Whatever the final score looks like, just have it never be in doubt, because you don't have a ton of time to get everything up to speed in college football. You basically have this one game if you're ASU, and you have to win it as you're doing that.
You know the way I feel about this. Complacency is the Sun Devils' biggest enemy right now. To me, complacency. And complacency comes from the soul, Basinonians, and the soul saying all is well.
I'd be really disappointed if they look complacent on Saturday.
Exactly right. And that's why I am interested in watching this game and how they play and how they come out. If the Sun Devils come out and take care of business and play like they are desperate to prove who they are, I'm not going to overreact, but I am going to put that into the positive column. Why? Because the Sun Devils have to beat themselves before they line up and beat an opponent. They've got to overcome everything they did in 2024. They have to overcome all of that, overcome themselves and what they've done, and go out and play with some desperation, even though it's NAU. Am I going to read into this, Basinonians, based on how they come out and play? Yes, I am. That's why, again, I'm not putting a score on it. I'm not. I want to see them fundamentally come out and be buttoned up, tackle well, block well. Don't make mistakes. Don't shoot yourself, metaphorically speaking, in the foot. Come out and play a buttoned up game. What you win, okay, yeah, go out and win by 3 touchdowns plus. I don't know, but for me, I'm not as concerned about the score as I am how it looks, because I know when I watch it, I'll feel whether or not they're playing with desperation.
That's the way to say it. I think we'll all know based on how it looks. I think we'll know. You could win a game. I mean, look, if you won 56-0, nobody's going to complain. But you can win a game 30-10 and still look just as dominant. So we'll see. We finally. Because, look, I understand we've been disappointed on some level by the Suns and on some level by the Diamondbacks. And they're not the exact same seasons. The Suns looked pretty broken pretty quickly. The Diamondbacks dealt with a lot of injuries, but then have never really totally gotten back on track. Although I don't think anybody would argue that the Diamondbacks are still fighting, which maybe wasn't always the way it looked with the Suns. But I think a lot of people are wrestling with look, I bought into what the Suns were doing, or I bought into what the Diamondbacks are doing. Why should I buy into what ASU and the Cardinals are doing? Different teams, different people, but also different sports, Wolf. It shouldn't be hard to get up for game 1 of a 12-game season.
Yes.
There are not 162 of these. There are 12.
Especially when, once again, everyone is going to weigh and measure you. Are we not? We're going to weigh and measure
nationally,
them.
too.
Even though it's NAU. I mean, these players, they still have to go out and they still have to execute. Blocking inferior talent still takes effort. Never forget that. Tackling inferior talent still takes effort. And in many ways, this game against NAU is going to show us a glimpse of how desperate the Sun Devils are to show and prove we're the team we were last year. Watch this. And we can muster it. We can rally it. We can build it up. We could be ready to play. This desperation against NAU. We can muster it even then. That's what I'm looking for.
If NAU has their full attention, and I hear what you're saying about complacency, and it's always a possibility. I would be a little more concerned if this was like game 8 of the season or something, and they were 6-1 coming off a loss or getting ready to play Utah or Baylor or somebody. I have to think that going into game 1, you will be focused, but Kenny Dillingham spoke about that yesterday.
And like I said, an ultimate competitor. His dreams are huge. And I think our football team as a whole, like the few times that I mention those things are really in combat. You know, when I take the media head on, when I see things go out and floated out about those comments in the media, well, I want to approach it with my team. I don't want our team. I don't want our team to read things and not talk about them. I want to attack them. So we 99% of the time we focus on today and being the best version of us today. And every once in a while there's things that pop up that I just want to put to bed for our players, like that, like 50 years, Big 12 back to back, all these funky stats that they hear. Yeah, here it is. Now who cares? You know how to solve it? Go to work today and repeat.
Yes, there it is. You know what? He's going to control all of that. He's going to control the message. This is what a head coach of a college program has got to do. He's got to be able to focus you and motivate you. In the NFL, as a grown man, go do your job. But as a college kid and a college player, this is what a head coach has got to do.
Well, and he's in a good position because he clearly has everybody on that team's attention. Not that most college coaches don't, but like these guys buy into what he says. And I think he was smart to bring up the 50-year thing with ASU where, you know, he was talking about teams that have been preseason ranked this high really haven't followed it up. You know, the other way to say it is ASU has had back-to-back double-digit win seasons once in the last 50 years. They've had some really good seasons in the last 50 years, but they've never been able to follow it up except that one stretch, 2013 and 14 with Todd Graham. And even then, it's not like they were challenging for the national title.
And I just want to finish with this right here. Complacency, once again. Think about it. Going in to play NAU, would you be complacent? Are you terrified? It's NAU.
Well, we've seen good teams lose to these lower teams, and we've won before.
I'm just saying right now, coming in, this is why I am going to read into how they play, because it is NAU. They are better. I know that much. ASU is better, much better. We all know that. Do they?
That might be the best way to put it. There will be upsets this weekend. There's going to be a team that is either top 25 or pretty close to the top 25 that loses to a really small school. That's just going to happen across the country. You can't have it be you.
Yes, if it was going to exist, it's going to be in this game. We'll see.
We come back, we'll stick with football over to the Cardinals. How much does Tip Ryman embody what the 2025 Arizona Cardinals want to be? We'll explain that next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals have already made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they cut wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Dbacks, their 2026 schedule has been released. They will open the season with the Dodgers on March 26th in Los Angeles. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Sparks tonight in LA. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll react to the Cardinals cut down and what the roster looks like when it's all said and done. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Damn. What's up, Basinonians? Yes, indeed. That's right. I'm going to bring us back right now. I'll chat.
Wow, look at this.
What do you want to talk about? Because I'd like to talk a little Arizona Cardinals football right now on the Wolf and Luke Show. Broadcasting, so you don't have to.
No, don't let me interrupt. You were getting fired. I was just going to talk about Tip Ryman, but if you don't want to talk about him, that's fine.
Yeah, you know what? I think this beautiful part of the program is about Tip Ryman, and I think that's one of the reasons why I'm looking for eye black, even as we speak.
This is how I want to get into this conversation, though, Wolf. When you think about what the Cardinals want to be and what, to a certain extent, they've already built their culture to be. But when you look about what they want to be, what they want their team identity to be, I would argue you can find a few players on this team that really, truly personify it. Budda Baker, James Conner come to mind first and foremost.
Yes.
There are others. Could you put Tip Ryman in that category? I know he's only going into year 2, but just the way he plays. I'm not saying he's one of their 5 best players or one of the 10 best players. I'm just saying the way he plays football, is that the way they want to play football?
I'm not going to put Tip Ryman in that category right now.
Because
I want you to prove it, Tip. That's what I'm talking to, Tip. You know it, man. You know what God has gifted you with, my brother. You know you've got to use it for his glory and go out and ball out to the ground. And you're going to do that. I feel that. The 12 personnel, the combination, I've been talking about it over and over and over again, but based on what I have seen in preseason, now he's got to do it in the regular season. We all understand that. He's got to do it in the regular season, but based on what I've seen in preseason, Tip Ryman has got so much better, so much more confident, so much more prepared to go out and do his job. And because of it, he is going to change the fortunes, I believe this, of the Arizona Cardinals going forward.
So I got a lot of cuts here from Tip. I'm going to play 2 that I think need to be played together, at least specific to our show, okay? One, he was asked how he has grown catching the football. So let's just start there, okay?
Honestly, I feel pretty consistent. I feel like you're never just wanting to not develop and not keep going. So to your point, like I stay on my normal routine of getting a certain number of balls every day and working different angles and training my eyes. It's training your hands, but it's a lot of training your eyes to track it. And anytime I have drops or weird things, that's usually my eyes that are undisciplined. So just keeping those things disciplined and through my normal routine that I did in college and, like senior year, 0 drops and that kind of thing. Just trying to remain a really reliable target because, when the balls come, they're seldom, and that's fine. My role, that's fine. That's not, I'm not laughing at that like a bad thing. They're seldom, but that's my role, right? Because my role is the run game and pass pro and stuff like that, really forefront. But when they do come, being super reliable, a good target for Kyler to get the ball away, or Jacoby if he's in, or whatever. So
I love the fact that we're not going to be counting how many receptions Tip Ryman had in a game. We're going to be counting how many pancake blocks he had in a game. He's got a little competition going with the offensive line. He was talking about this as well.
Does this surprise you?
No, it does not. And yet Paris Johnson Jr. was talking about that very thing. How many pancake blocks a guy can get on the field. I love this, the mentality of what the Arizona Cardinals are going to be this year. When you have Trey McBride as your move tight end, not your stud tight end, your move tight end in 12 personnel. When you have Trey McBride, a guy that can block and enjoys blocking, a guy that is not going to turn into just a receiving tight end, base and audience. Don't say that. Isn't that right, Trey? You're not going to do that. But also a guy that will block. And that's why the Arizona Cardinals, who are they? They're about running the ball. They're about lining up and saying, we're going to force feed you James Conner, or maybe even Trey Benson. And you better have a stud tight end who can whip some people at the point of attack. That is Tip Ryman. Based on what we have seen, you compare what we saw last year to what we saw in preseason and practice, I might add. Now, he's got to go do it in a regular season game. That is the last step in his development of getting better. He's got to do it in a regular season game. But based on what I have seen, oh, my goodness, it's not even close.
All right, that was only half the cut I wanted to play, because here's the other half. This is a little bit later in the media event, but he was asked if catching a pass or smashing somebody's face in is more appealing to him.
That's a good question. I enjoy them both a lot. Both are part of my job description too. So it's like, how can you pick one over the other? But what I do the most, so I get to enjoy the most, would be just the run blocking downhill, lots of violence and aggression kind of thing. But, both are a lot of fun.
It seems like a question that Wolf, like if Wolf stood up in the press conference and was like, Tip, do you enjoy catching passes or smashing somebody's face in more?
Yes. You just hear me, he just smiles. His heart is so full of love, yet he loves the fact that he gets to go out there and he gets to perform as hard as he possibly can. Go play and do it to the ground as unto God. It doesn't get any better than that, Tip Ryman, and I love the fact he knows it. Again, think of the ability to run the ball. The Arizona Cardinals are going to be able to run the ball. Ron Wolfley reporting, and you're going to go 12 personnel. What are you going to do, Mr. Defensive Coordinator? You're going to use play action as well. The Cardinals have got to become an excellent play action team in terms of throwing the ball down the field. Why? This is where shots come off of 1st and 10. Line up. All of a sudden, you're going to jam up the box because you're worried about James Conner. Oh, that's great. You should be worried about James Conner. You should be worried about Tip Ryman and Trey McBride being the move tight end who can block so well. You should be worried about that because we're going to line up and run over your face many times. So jam up the box, and we'll single up somebody on the outside. Play act, and then throw it. Chuck it down the field, Kyler. Big plays come off of that. Take shots down the field. All of this because Tip Ryman has developed as a true stud tight end to where Trey McBride will be the move. It is a problem for defensive coordinators in rundown.
One more from Tip Ryman. He was asked what it's like so far during camp, going up against Jordan Birch and some of these other guys on this Cardinals defense.
Oh, Jordan's awesome. And all the rookies, I feel like they uphold what JG and Monty talk about of like guys that take it seriously, have their head on straight, know how to win, know how to practice, are good culturally for our team culture. Those guys that practicing against them, they do a great job. They're learning the ropes really fast. I feel like they've transitioned really well and are going to be great assets to our team, as we go.
You're going to be a great asset to this team, Tip. You are, Lord willing, going forward. Hope that you stay healthy, my brother. Yet at the same time, the dynamic of what is starting to form. I cannot wait to see it against New Orleans. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, this game could not get here fast enough now. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. Again, that's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. When we come back over to baseball, what is the future of Torey Lovullo with the Dbacks, and what do some people within the game think it should be? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2. Swung on. Weekly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Dare we do it? Should we look at the wild card standings, or did I jinx it by just bringing it up? We'll talk about what it'll take for the Diamondbacks to catch the Reds and the Mets. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Well, the 2026 Diamondbacks schedule just got released. They open with 3 in L.A. against the Dodgers. What is that, March 26th, 27th, and 28th of 2026. And they close with 3 against the Padres. I feel like they always close against the Padres.
Man, you know, I can't even think of 2026 right now.
Well, okay.
I got to focus on 2025.
All right, well, then you asked for it.
In 2025. What, 30 games now? 30 games left.
30 games left.
Here we go.
4 games. They had gotten within 2 games of 500. They've dropped 2 in a row to Cincinnati and Milwaukee. They still have 3 more against Milwaukee starting tonight. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Wolf, we had Tim Kirkjian on yesterday, and we asked him a variety of different things, but we asked him about Torey Lovullo. I think you asked him about Torey Lovullo at one point, and his answer as far as his future was so emphatic. I'm going to play it again here so we can react to it. And I'll also point out we're going to have Buster Olney on later in the show today. So I think based on just how strong Tim Kirkjian's reaction was to the question, we need to ask Buster Olney the same question today.
Okay.
I maintain these final 30 games still matter in terms of when you're evaluating who's coming back next year, who you're building around, all that stuff, what you need in the offseason. I know a lot of Dbacks fans just think, okay, Torey's gone, or he needs to be gone. And I know there are others that say it's ridiculous. Okay, whatever. I mean, I think the final 30 games are still relevant to that conversation, because if this team keeps fighting under him, and finds some success, then I think the injuries, I think you have to weigh them into this conversation a little bit more heavily. If they just fall off a cliff, then, that's not a great reflection. And so far they have kept fighting. But when you asked Tim Kirkjian about it yesterday, you asked him if Torey Lovello's job is safe, and this is what Kirkjian said.
Well, it sure had better be, because he's really good at this. And they've been to the World Series in the last few years. He's got a touch and a way with people and a feel for the game like very few young managers in the game. And I would be surprised if his job was on the line in any way. The injuries this team has suffered and the hard luck they've gone through, in a lot of ways, it's amazing they're still not completely out of the playoff race and this close to 500. At least that's how I see it. But face it, fellas, I'm one of these guys who I'm not blaming the manager for a lot of things. When the players don't perform and people get hurt, I'm sorry. I just can't put that on the manager most of the time.
Yeah, that's pretty much me and has been me my entire life for the most part. I do believe that a manager, you have to look at a manager for the most part almost like you would baseball. A season is 162 games. You've got to give a manager years, to me, to prove that he's not the guy for the job. The reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because, okay, to what degree did he have the talent to actually manage those names that have numbers and the numbers that have names that are going to go out and perform? How good were his players that he had? You might have the best manager. You might have the best manager baseball has ever seen or heard of. And yet nobody will know he's the best because he doesn't have the talent. And he gets fired after 2 years.
Yeah.
This is the game of baseball. You have to look on a macro level, not the micro. And I think we can all look at what happened to the Diamondbacks this year, and I agree with Tim. Yeah, he shouldn't be fired.
Torey Lovello has such a it's such a complicated resume with the Diamondbacks because you have that 2020 season thrown in there too. So any manager that was with their team then and still is now, that gets tossed in there. But let's assume they missed the postseason this year. This is his, ninth season, and they've made the playoffs twice. So, again, Now 2020, there kind of wasn't a season. 2021, everything went wrong for this team.
Yeah, you know what, honestly, 2020, the COVID year, I'm sorry.
So let's say this is his 8th season then.
Yeah.
But they've made the postseason twice. But one of those years they went to the World Series and almost won it. When they really struggled in 2021 and they were 52 and 110 at that point, there was a ton of people calling for Torey's job.
Yeah.
At that point, I thought you absolutely have to stick with him. I'm not saying you don't stick with him now, but I do think you probably are going to need to alter something after this season. But you don't want to overreact. You really don't, because the injuries, and this is where the injury part of the conversation, you can't just ignore it. You haven't had Corbin Burns. You haven't had your closer. You haven't had your next closer. You haven't even, for a good chunk of the season, had your third closer. So I look at it this way. If the season ends and they move on from Torey Lovello, does that make them better next year? I don't think it does.
Well, let me just...
But I think he goes into the season with a lot of pressure.
Yes, I agree with that. I think
you start the season on the hot seat.
Next year, once again, based on how they go out and they compete, I think over the last 30 games, this is something Mike Hazen has already identified, something he's already talked about. He wants to see competitive baseball. He wants to see this team go out and compete. Since the trade deadline, I think that's exactly what we would say. Now, there have been some series... The Colorado Rockies series.
Can we just get Colorado removed from the schedule next year?
It's honestly, it just drives you nuts. Yet at the same time, we have seen this team be competitive. And I expect them to continue to be competitive until they close the season out after 30 games. I expect that
Those are conversations you do have in the offseason, though, right? When you're exit interviews or whatever, you have the conversations with Torey Lovello if you're the front office. Isn't one of the questions, hey, what's going on against Colorado? What's going on? How do you go 8-5 against this team? How when you get your team, and it is a great sign that this team after the trade deadline is still fighting for Torey Lovello to the point where they were back in it a week and a half ago. You get back in it and you lose 3 straight to Colorado. Colorado has been at times this year historically bad, and you've lost to them 5 times. I don't think people look at this season and say, well, he didn't have enough success against the Dodgers or some of these good teams. They actually have a winning record against the Padres. They just can't beat Colorado and some of these lesser teams. That is something you do need to talk that out and figure it out in the offseason.
Can I just say this as well? And I don't want to bring up something that is a blemish. I don't.
Just don't bring up the ASU Texas overtime.
I'm a positive guy. I am not a negative guy, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting. I think you've heard me over the years. I tend to focus on the positives. If you tell me that Torey Lovello, it was Torey that his handling of Ketel Marte, that this could be a problem going forward in that clubhouse. That might be the only thing that I think Mike Hazen and the organization might look at and say, this cannot be.
Yeah.
And he's responsible for it. I don't know if he's flat out responsible for it. For all I know, it was Torey sitting around with Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick sitting around the table. The executives of the organization, Derek Hall would be there as well.
I would imagine
sitting around the table discussing, okay, this is going to be our policy with Ketel Marte.
It's funny you bring that up, or I guess maybe not funny, but fitting. That's the one time, there have been times this season where it's like, wow, this is getting away from them and they should be a playoff team. And so the conversation I think is fair to have. Is Torey going to be back next year? I have consistently thought in the back of my mind that they're not going to fire him this offseason unless, like, these final 30 games, the team just quits on him or something.
Agreed.
But they're going to go into next season with, you're on notice. Like, you're going into year 10. We got to make the playoffs this year. Kind of like you see in the NFL a lot. But the Ketel Marte thing is sort of a twist. We asked this question a week or two ago or whatever it was. Everything's running together. Can you bring them both back? Because can you imagine the fan reaction? And I'm not saying you do stuff based on fan reaction, but can you imagine the fan reaction if they trade Ketel Marte and keep Torey, even if it's the right move? Can you imagine that reaction?
Yes. No, I cannot. How about we just stretch? How about we just go ahead and get those hammies loose, get that quad loose, get the groin loose? How about we just get the calf loose, just stretch? How about we do that?
Are you willing to lessen your stance against yoga balls or whatever you were talking about that one time if it keeps Ketel Marte on the field?
All over the ball.
When we come back, how much do you care which quarterback the Cardinals are going to be facing in Week 1? Because the Saints don't seem to be able to figure it out. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The only position that I think rises to that level of scrutiny,
corner,
wide receiver.
Oh wow!
I think is wide receiver. I think between, and not that I'm necessarily upset with them for not addressing the wide receiver position. Man, the amount of draft capital they have thrown at the cornerback position in the last 2 years is obscene, and not in a bad way. Like, just it's obscene.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, man. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com if you want to rip off a big cheeseburger and just rip that thing apart, man. Bite it with your all-on-4 dental implants. That's right. Listen, the all-on-4, I have had the all-on-4, and it is going to be a game changer for you. It will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe is the owner-operator of Aria Dental Implant Center. I love this guy, man. 20 years of dental implant experience, over 20. 2,000 all-on-4s, over 2,000 all-on-4s has he treated. Of course, he trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he just happens to live in our backyard. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years. No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25. Sanderson Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut-down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals have already made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they cut wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Dbacks, their 2026 schedule has been released. They will open the season with the Dodgers on March 26th in Los Angeles. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Sparks tonight in LA. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will survive cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals? And who can we expect to see on the practice squad? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Turn this up. Punch it! You want to cover a kickoff? You want to play a little football? Is that what you want to do? Well, you've come to the right place and the right show, the Wolf and Luke Show, broadcasting, getting ready to broadcast the blood sports season of 2025.
Wolf, I'm going to throw a couple names at you here, okay?
Okay.
Potential quarterbacks for New Orleans against the Cardinals in Week 1, and the more we talk about this, the more similarities I think are going to show up between Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck. Okay, those two. Do you have their preseason stats?
I do have their preseason stats, but I want to hear you actually say it because I'll butcher them.
Well, no, I don't have the preseason stats. I have the other stuff in front of me. Okay. So you had Tyler Shuck. Tyler Shuck went to Hamilton High School, I believe.
Okay.
So and Spencer Rattler went to Pinnacle. So you have two. These are the two guys. One of them is starting for New Orleans in Week 1 against the Cardinals, and they have not decided yet. Okay. But both of them are Arizona high school products. We were looking at the preseason stats so far. They're very similar. How about this, Wolf? Spencer Rattler is 1 year younger than Tyler Shuck. And when I say 1 year younger, I don't mean like 1 year and a month or 1 year and 47. No, I mean exactly 1 year. They were both born on September 28th.
Just listen to what Luke just said there, Basinonians. Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck, born on the same day.
So both high school players from the Valley. Both of them born on the exact same day, and New Orleans can't. I would assume they can tell the difference between them. They can't make a decision for who's starting in Week 1 against the Arizona Cardinals.
Think about this too. You want to listen to some of these numbers in the preseason? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Tyler Shuck had a 66.7 completion rate to Spencer Rattler's 69.8. Very, very close right there. Yes. Rod Wolfley reporting. Not only that, each quarterback threw a touchdown and an interception. Each one had a touchdown and a pick in the preseason.
Okay.
Rattler was a bit more explosive with 6.9 yards per pass. Shuck had 6.2. I mean, the similarities between these two guys is stunning. And guess what? The New Orleans Saints are not revealing who's going to be the starter. Now, they say they will name a starter in the next couple of days, but right now they have not. So that, of course, opens up Pandora's box, metaphorically speaking.
It's just crazy because it's the definition of neither one of them separating themselves from the other one.
Exactly. So let's ask the question. Who do you want to see, Basinonians? Who do you want to see start for the New Orleans Saints? Because you could build an argument here both ways.
I think my answer would be Shuck just because it would be his first NFL game. And it's not like he's surrounded by one of the top teams in the NFL or something. I mean, they're going to need to throw a little bit. I mean, guessing the Cardinals are going to get a heavy dose of Alvin Kamara when the Saints have the ball. But the Saints have Chris Olave, they have Rashid Shaheed. Like, they have weapons they want to get the ball to. One of these guys, Spencer Rattler has at least played a few NFL games. So if I'm the Cardinals, I'd probably always rather play the guy who's making his NFL debut at that position in particular. But they have been really even through the preseason, as you just detailed. And if you're the Saints, you're like, okay, well, let's go by where they went to high school. Pretty much the same. Okay. Well, how about what day they were born? Exactly the same. I do think it's interesting that Rattler's the younger quarterback by a year.
Right.
Just because I have to think on some level the Saints know who they want their long-term quarterback to be.
Yes.
And if I were the Saints, whoever that is, that's who I'd be starting in Week 1.
Well, to me, I think they want Tyler Shuck to be that guy.
That's what it seems like because they just drafted him.
Yes. This is a great conversation to have because from the Arizona Cardinals perspective, I hope Tyler Shuck is that guy.
All right, so we're on the same page.
Yes,
okay.
I hope he's going to be that guy. I want Tyler Shuck, the rookie, to come out there and be that guy. Week 1, all of this. Here it is. This is your debut in the National Football League. Year 1, Week 1. Here it is. I want that.
I hope the first two people he sees are Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell, too.
The square and the rectangle. I've never seen a human being like that. Up close and personal, I know. So, but who do you think the Saints want to be that quarterback? Because you could build an argument. You know what, Tyler? We want you to sit down and just watch this. Just watch for the first couple of weeks. Spencer Rattler has actually played 7 games.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's this massively experienced quarterback. He is not, brothers. But he has played 7 games, regular season games. And he's gone out and he's broken or busted that egg, so to speak. But Tyler Shuck has not. So they may want him to actually watch, depending on how they feel about Tyler Shuck, depending on if they think he could be the guy for us going forward. Maybe they want Spencer Rattler to go out and take the first couple of games, and then he can learn from watching Spencer Rattler in these games, and they can teach him coming off the tape.
So it matters then how convicted they are. Because I agree with you, it's probably Shuck deep down that they want to be their long-term starter. I do think if you're the Saints, you have to be looking at this with the idea of who do we want to be starting opening day in 2026, right? I mean, that's where you have to approach this and then come up with a plan from there, because they're scheduled to start the season. And I'm just looking at this from the perspective of defenses they're going to face. If they have decided Shuck's the quarterback of the future, that's the goal, and they're really convicted in it, because you run the risk if you throw Spencer Rattler out there and he looks good, then Shuck isn't the quarterback of the future. But if they have decided that's the case, then to your point, you could say, well, we play Arizona in week 1. Cardinals should have a pretty good defense. Play San Francisco in week 2. The Niners are going to have a good defense. Play Seattle in week 3. That's a pretty good defense. Play Buffalo in week 4. That's a pretty solid defense. So maybe you throw Spencer Rattler into that and say, here you go, and then we'll bring in Tyler Shuck later on in the season. I don't know. Here's Jonathan Gannon, his perspective on that.
Did they name him?
No, they haven't. Oh, I thought they did. Well, then.
That'd have been cool. I hope I would. Maybe you could text me when you find out. Change my number. No. Preseason week 1 is always a little tougher, but I think, because you don't know, and that's a team that has a new head coach and new coordinators. They got a bunch of new players, the unknown of the starting quarterback, but, you just try to keep the main thing, prepare like you need to prepare. You might have a couple different wrinkles for different things that could go on during the game. You got to be able to adapt, and that's hopefully one of our, philosophies on all 3 phases. And as a team, you got to be able to adapt from week to week. Sometimes you got to be able to adapt in game too. So, we'll concentrate on us to make sure we're doing the right things and try to be ready for what we need to be ready for.
Yeah, both these quarterbacks for the Saints are young quarterbacks. Ron Wolfley reporting they are young quarterbacks. That's right. Thank you for that, Rick. There's no doubt about it. They are young quarterbacks. Yet at the same time, don't you want the guy making his debut? And yet that is probably the biggest wild card as well. You never know how he's going to respond to him making his debut.
The unknown, and Gannon brought that up in the middle of that cut. I have to think the Cardinals are one of the teams facing the most unknown in week 1. If you and they'll do this, people will do this next week for survivor polls or whatever. They're going to rattle off, okay, who has the who's the biggest favorite, who has the easiest quote opponent, and the Cardinals. I'm sure a lot of people are going to say the Saints are one of the easiest opponents to play in week 1. But the unknown, you don't know who their quarterback is, and even if you did, you don't know much about that quarterback in the NFL. Like you said, Spencer Rattler hasn't played a ton. They have a new coach. It's week 1, so there's always some unknown anyway. A lot like ASU, you don't want to be the team that goes out there and gets messed up in week 1 because it's week 1, and that's kind of an equalizer a lot.
What's going to be interesting to watch is Nick Rawlis and just how much Nick Rawlis goes with the muddle huddle, if you know what I mean. Just this third and obvious approach.
Rawlis is probably loving
You
this.
have no idea who's coming and who isn't.
We come back, we'll stick around the NFL. Pretty much everybody who said they were going to leave their teams or was holding out or holding in or whatever, they're pretty much all back, and they're all back with those teams, except one. What are the Cowboys and Micah Parsons doing? We'll start there, but we'll go around the league next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
It's tough. There's not a whole lot to say about it other than like it kind of sucks.
It's hard. They're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com For more information, listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. That's right. They're going to come out to the compound. They're going to give you awnings. They're going to give you shades. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. Last year, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabrics to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Forks up for ASU night at Chase Field on September 2nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower-level ticket and a co-branded ASU cap. Visit dbacks.com/ASU.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say 2 birds with 1 stone. We say 2 damages with 1 deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in 1 storm, you only pay 1 deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our 1 deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options. We've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our 2nd location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th, for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will the Cardinals look like when all the cuts are done? We'll discuss our NFL team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, we were talking about this before the show today. As far as I can remember, this is the same offseason that started with Myles Garrett basically implying he would never play for Cleveland again, and then he quickly re-signed with Cleveland. And that kind of seems to be a theme this offseason. Guys saying that they want to be traded, or guys saying it's gotten personal like Trey Hendrickson did with the Bengals, but then they all, except one, end back with their current team. Here's Adam Schefter on Trey Hendrickson getting a raise with Cincinnati to stick around.
Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals have reached agreement on a restructured deal that will give Trey Hendrickson a $14 million raise this season. It'll allow him to make $30 million this season, and he also is set to become a free agent now after this season. So he gets added money for now, and he gets the ability to cash in. Last year, he led the NFL in sacks. If he leads the NFL in sacks again, or comes close to that type of production, he should have a monster deal waiting for him.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
All right, what do you got, Rick?
All right, guys. So you're just talking about this last segment. We have the news that dropped at 11:45.
Oh.
Spencer Rattler has been named the Saints starting quarterback.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Somebody text JG right now because he said to text him if you know who the quarterback is that's starting for the Saints.
Yeah, somebody go ahead and text JG. Okay, there it is. Spencer Rattler has been named the starter for the New Orleans Saints. Interesting.
All right. Well, that is it's interesting that they would name it. Right? It's interesting that they would say. I mean, I guess if you're the Saints, no, it's kind of interesting. They would say
especially
who it is.
this early.
Yeah.
Why not just game week?
You
go ahead and say it. Okay, we're going into game week. We're going to name our starter.
Is there a way where you could have told Rattler and Shuck, but said we're keeping this under wraps till next week? Give the Cardinals as few days to prepare for one of you specifically as possible, or is that?
Yeah,
you
have to wonder about that. What would the agent say to us? Okay, you always have to worry about the agent. But
so you'd have to kind of keep it from them too.
Yeah, there are 7 games that Spencer Rattler has played in the past, and I will promise you, Nick Rawlis and the defensive staff and JG, they're going to look at every stinking play.
They're dialing it up right now.
Every one of those plays. They're going to go ahead and look at that and come up with some type of idea as to what they're going to do. I thought maybe this is the way the Saints were going to go. We were just talking about it, where they're like, listen, this guy's at least got 7 games. Let's not ruin Tyler by throwing him out there, especially with Nick Rawlis and this muddle huddle that he's going to run out there onto the field, and he's going to line up 8 guys, and they're all going to be drifting around the box, and nobody knows who's who and who's coming and who isn't coming, and yeah, so maybe.
How about that timing for us? We were just talking about it 3 minutes ago, and they go out and name their starter.
Okay, there it is. I like that. Spencer Rattler, younger than Tyler Shuck.
So 7 career games in the NFL, like you said. 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, a 70.4 quarterback rating. He's been sacked 22 times, 57% completion percentage. Those are regular season games. You had the preseason numbers from this year before, and they're very even with Tyler Shuck. But career, he's played 7 games. They were all this past season, and they were all losses for the Saints, for what it's worth. Yes. Not saying it was all his fault. The Saints aren't exactly like a loaded team, but they were all losses.
Okay. You have to wonder from the Saints' perspective, why did they do this? Well, you know what, honestly, maybe they wanted to make that declaration so that guys in the locker room could go ahead and be confident about what they were going to do. Now, I know that guys in the locker room, they all were talking about it, I'm sure, and they all had their ideas to who was going to start and who wasn't going to start based on the reps that these guys have gotten during the week. But maybe, too, it was to endorse one of these guys and give the confidence to the other guys in the locker room that this is the guy, and we know it's the guy, and why should we play this little game of we're going to hide the quarterback from the Cardinals? We're going to go ahead and name our quarterback because we don't care. We have confidence in this guy, and by the way, so should you.
7 games he has faced. I'll just run through the results, and he didn't start all these, I don't think.
No.
But he so he played Tampa in his first game. They lost that one 51-27. He did throw 40 passes in that game. They lost to Denver 33-10. He threw 35 passes in that game, so he was throwing the ball a lot early. Lost to the Chargers 26-8. Lost to Washington December 15th of last year 20-19. So they were hanging around in that game. Lost to Green Bay 34-0. Lost to the Raiders 25-10. And then he played Tampa again January 5th, and they lost that one 27-19. He was 26 of 42 with a touchdown and 0 interceptions. That was his most recent outing. So some of those games were close against good teams, Washington and Tampa Bay. but he has not experienced a win at the NFL level yet. And if you're the Cardinals now, your job is to make sure that continues for at least another week.
It's really going to be interesting as well to see what Nick Rawless does. How do you approach this? Because whether it was going to be Tyler Shuck or Spencer Rattler, they're young guys. These are young, relatively inexperienced quarterbacks. Of course, Tyler Shuck is a rookie this year. Spencer Rattler, as you said, 7 games. These guys don't have a ton of experience, so maybe you're going to bring, it's almost like you go into a game like this where you have 2 game plans, 2, based on what the score might be and how the Arizona Cardinals offense, how they're moving the ball and how they're scoring. Maybe you come in and you say, you know what, we're going to throw everything at this kid. Even if it's Spencer Rattler, we're going to throw everything at Spencer Rattler. We're not going to let him get comfortable at all. Or maybe you're going to go ahead, because I know based on earnings there are many, many guys who don't want to go after quarterbacks. They want the threat to be there, as if they are coming after the quarterback, and then bail and rush 4 and drop 7. Why? Because many, many times when you rush 4 and drop 7 after making a quarterback think, here it comes, they're going to go 0, they're bringing everybody, many times he might, with that preconceived notion, throw the ball to you because you've dropped 7 guys. It's going to be really fun to see what Nick Rawless does, especially early in that first quarter.
Yeah. So they are going to get the more experienced, I guess, Saints quarterback, but he's not super experienced. So let's go back to the conversation we were just having last segment before they named him. Do you think New Orleans is doing this because they feel like Spencer Rattler gives them the best chance to win right out of the gate? This is not really a team. In fact, they flashed the Super Bowl odds up on one of these screens in here earlier when we were talking. They have the longest Super Bowl odds of anybody in the NFL. Do you think they're approaching it that way? Just the most simple, here we go. You got to try and win if you're a head coach in the NFL. Go out there and win every game you can. Or is it what you were alluding to earlier, again, before we knew who the quarterback was going to be? Is there an idea of, hey, Tyler Shuck's the guy we just used a second-round pick on? Let's throw Spencer Rattler out there and let him sort of learn on the bench and during practice during the week.
I think yes is the answer to that.
Yeah.
Both of those things. That's the reason why they probably did this.
All right, we come back. We'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this, if you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. And when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. And that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. And you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals have already made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they cut wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Dbacks, their 2026 schedule has been released. They will open up the season with the Dodgers on March 26th in Los Angeles. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Sparks tonight in LA. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. NFL watch parties kick off September 7th at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guest drink specials and more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. What do you got, Rick?
What's up, guys? So we're going to start with Travis. No, I'm sorry. We're not going to start with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. But they are engaged, in case you missed it. I'm sure you didn't miss it because it's all over the place.
Sure, you'll hear about it for the next however many years.
Yep.
It's already been on every TV in here multiple times. And Wolf, you and I are on one of the TVs in here, so I don't know how it came up on that TV. But it's all that they
because
were
I just
showing
brought
on.
it up. That's why.
Yeah. Thanks, Rick.
Okay.
It is cut down day for the Arizona Cardinals and the rest of the NFL, and despite scoring 2 touchdowns in the preseason, wide receiver Simi Fehoko announced that he was cut earlier today on his TikTok account. Here he is.
The Grim Reaper done got me, man. The Grim Reaper done got me. Yep. I'm probably the first person to tell people, or it's the first thing to come out. I have just recently been released or cut from Arizona Cardinals. Now, what does that mean? I now am, well, whenever I do get released on the actual waiver wire, I'll have 24 hours to clear waiver wire. And if I do clear it, meaning I don't get claimed by another team, then I'll sign back here to Arizona on the practice squad. But how the waiver wire works, like, you get released and you're on it for 24 hours and any team can claim you, but it goes in like a specific order based on like where you ranked last season, and like you can get claimed. So you really don't have a say in what happens. So at this point, it's sort of just like control what you can control, and let everything work out the way it's supposed to work out. So, yeah, I guess stay tuned. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 24 hours, but yeah, here we are. No elevators. Let's ride.
Are you guys surprised by this, given what Simi Fehoko did in the preseason?
Well, I thought Paulie said it pretty well when he was on with us earlier. You can't be shocked because he was playing in the final preseason game. But yeah, I think it's surprising. I do. When you start to, and honestly, I would guess most people, if they were being sincere, are surprised by it. Almost every projection you saw of what the 53-man roster is going to look like for the Cardinals, there's variance from projection to projection, but almost all of them had Fehoko on the 53-man roster.
Yeah, I am surprised as well that Simi Fehoko is not on the 53-man roster, but I will say this, and it's something that I was talking about earlier in the broadcast. You know, they weigh and measure whether or not a guy is going to clear waivers as well. And they're more likely to release an individual they think they can get back onto the practice squad. And I think that applies to Fehoko and what happened.
The Cardinals' Week 1 opponent has decided its starting quarterback. The New Orleans Saints are going with second-year quarterback Spencer Rattler over rookie Tyler Shuck. How do you guys think this affects the Cards?
I think the biggest way it affects them is that they know over a week ahead of time. They had nothing to look at the NFL level other than preseason stuff if it was going to be Tyler Shuck. And they don't have a ton to look at with Rattler, but they do at least have 7 NFL games from last year starting October 13th going through January 5th. The biggest way it affects the Cardinals to me is that they have some tape they can look at. They should be able to beat the Saints regardless of who's playing quarterback. There's no guarantees, obviously, in the NFL. I remember being at a Cardinals-Saints game where Max Hall led the Saints to victory over the Cardinals. There's no guarantees, but you should be able to win against either one of these guys.
Yeah.
Actually, that was the Cardinals over the Saints, but the Cardinals were the heavy underdogs in this game.
Really don't
Beat the Saints! Yay!
I really don't think it's going to have any real impact on the Arizona Cardinals and what the Arizona Cardinals are going to do. Kellen Moore is the new head coach, of course, and now you've got a little bit of tape on Spencer Rattler, but it's more about the New Orleans Saints offensive line. That was number 26 last year in sacks per attempt. Number 26 in the National Football League. Not good. I think Nick Rawlis is going to come after the quarterback, whoever that quarterback may be.
Would you guys say that the Cardinals and ASU football have high expectations this year?
Yes.
All right. That'll take us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, which team will win more games this season? ASU football or the Arizona Cardinals?
Wow, that's good.
Okay, so we're just to be clear, we're counting any potential bowl game or Big 12.
Yes,
whatever.
I would say so because those statistics now count for college football.
And are we counting Cardinals if they made the playoffs? I guess if they make the playoffs, they're going to win more anyway.
Yeah, I think we should count both.
Man, okay, so I feel like the Cardinals should be about a 10-7 team.
I'm going 11 for the Arizona
For the Cardinals?
Yes.
That's really the number. If they hit 11, that's going to be... How ASU hit 11 last year.
Yeah. That's why it's a great question.
Also, if ASU doesn't get the first round bye this year, then we're talking about, they could play up to, I think, 17 games.
And not only that, too, don't you expect ASU to be better this year?
Yeah, they won 11 last year. I'll go ASU. Give me ASU.
Wolf.
I got to go ASU as well. I expect them to be better than they were last year. Why wouldn't you when you look at all the returning players they have?
I agree, and they also can't afford as many losses, obviously, as the Cardinals. So, I think the Cardinals can lose 6 or 7 games and still make the playoffs.
Also, as much as I say the Big 12 is probably underrated when people are talking about, Power 4 conference, it is a Power 4 conference, but there are going to be teams on the schedule, and we're going to know them better as the season unfolds, that the ASU should just beat.
Yes.
Cardinals are playing NFL teams every week. Their biggest game that they probably should win is the first one against the Saints, honestly. So, yeah, give me ASU.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ASU. ASU football leads 73% to 27%.
Wow.
So the rest of the audience seems to be on board with us. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 5 runs in less than 3 innings yesterday as the Arizona Diamondbacks lost 7-5 to the Milwaukee Brewers. Here's manager Torey Lovello after the game.
Those are the things that give him some problems. And over the past couple of starts, when he has count leverage and he finishes off hitters, when he doesn't and makes some mistakes, and I haven't looked at it, but it seemed like there were some middle mistakes or middle-ish type of mistakes. That's what happens.
All right, Erod now has a 5.49 ERA and 33 starts with the Dbacks. I hate to ask this question, but is he officially a bad contract for Arizona?
I don't know about that, but it's a problem now. Because when you go into next season, the way they had structured this, Corbin Burns was supposed to be your number 1 starter next year. Erod, I think, was set up to be your number 2, but if he wasn't, you could go out there and either bring back Gallen or you could go out there and maybe try and get a different number 2 starter. But Burns isn't going to be starting to begin the year next year. So right now, if you just go by what you're paying these guys, Erod needs to be your number 1 starter for next season, and he's signed through 2028. So he's got to be a lot better going forward.
Yeah, no, he does. Could it be a problem in the clubhouse? That is my biggest concern. Sometimes it is. It becomes a distraction in the clubhouse when you've got a guy that is very high paid and he's underperforming and has been underperforming for years. I think you have to take Erod and put him in that category. Underperforming for years. When you look at his numbers, when you look at his stats from the past and compare it to what we have seen here as a Diamondback, he's underperforming.
And this is one of those things we were talking about this earlier. Like, okay, are you going to bring Torey Lovello back? Is everything just going to be status quo? They have to have all these conversations, and one of them has to be, why did almost all the pitchers get worse or at best stay even this year? That has to be a conversation. It is. I'm sure it's already been a conversation.
Indeed.
Because you're not going anywhere next year if you're not getting more out of Erod and your starting pitchers.
I would have to say I expect changes in the offseason. I expect changes to the coaching staff in the offseason.
When you consider how high the expectations rightly were for this team, it would be really tough to just bring back everything exactly the same.
Also, this is a warning shot over the bow. You were talking about this earlier as well, that maybe next year is going to be the year. Many times this is what happens. Other coaches get released. Not the manager, but guys on his staff, just to send that little message. Change is coming if we don't have real change out on the diamond.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting next Tuesday. We're going to give you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and then click on the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page right now. Speaking of the Cardinals, when we come back, have your expectations for this season and Walter Nolan changed at all with the way this preseason and camp has gone, or not gone in his case? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals host the Las Vegas Raiders Saturday for the 3rd and final preseason game. Cutdown day comes Tuesday, so this is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53. We begin pregame at 3:30 Saturday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford, man. Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Why is that, Basinonians? Because the Labor Day sales event is going on right now at Santan Ford. That's right, the Labor Day sales event. $10,000 off a 2025 Bronco Sport, $5,000 off Explorers as well. Well, you know what? Maybe you want to lease some of these vehicles. Well, this is great. How about leases from $319 a month or zero down? Yeah, that's right. Zero down, zero APR, and zero payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Tim Hovick has over 1,300 vehicles. Tim Hovick is the owner-operator of Santan Ford. He's got over 1,300 vehicles ready for you right now. Head on over to santanford.com. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford. Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will survive cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals, and who can we expect to see on the practice squad? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Well, we've already had one surprise, I would say relative to the players that could be cut by the Cardinals today. Simi Fehoko said on his TikTok account that he is being let go, and he did explain to everybody how he could still end up back on the practice squad. But that's one name that I think is surprising some people. Well, if we had Sam Acho on yesterday, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We've talked a lot about Will Johnson this offseason. We've talked a lot about Jordan Birch throughout camp and the preseason, certainly. Neither one of those guys, though, was the Cardinals' first-round pick this year. That was actually Walter Nolan, and he's almost been forgotten because he's been hurt the whole time. But Sam Acho did drop this little bit of knowledge on us yesterday that I think, you want to see him play, but this might make Cardinals fans feel a little bit better about Walter Nolan and his situation.
So there's a guy named BT Jordan who's a pass rush coach for a bunch of NFL players. But my point is, I talked to him at the joint practice, or the Broncos joint practice with the Cardinals, and I asked him about Walter Nolan. And he said, man, that guy's different. I said, what do you mean? He said, he has all three things that you need to be great. I said, what are they? Come on, tell me. Stop teasing me. He said he has the talent for sure. He has the physical attributes. But then he said what makes him different is his mindset. Like, he wants to be, like, he's a dog. Like, he wants to be great. And you might be like, dude, he's in the NFL. Who doesn't want to be great? There's a different kind of mindset of, like, I'm going to dominate you. He said him. Yep. Like, he didn't know I was going to say this ever or on air. But he said, man, that guy is different. That guy is going to be special. His talent, his skill set, right, the physical attributes, like the mental, fortitude, but also the desire to want to be great. He has that, and most people don't have that.
What's amazing about that is exactly the one knock that you heard about Walter Nolan.
Yeah, that's why I was saying this might make people feel a little bit better, because the one knock on him was, he doesn't really have a motor, and then he comes in and he's instantly hurt, and so we haven't even seen him, and so it's just kind of like it's easy to forget that that's actually who the Cardinals took with their first-round pick this year.
Yes. What do you think the Arizona Cardinals are thinking of, Luke, in regard to Walter Nolan and what they're going to do with him? The 53-man roster, it looms, does it not?
Yeah, so Jonathan Gannon was asked about that yesterday, if they're going to put him on IR to start the year, because what that does is it makes him unavailable to you, but it does give you an extra roster spot. You still have 53 spots. It's not taking up a roster spot, but it's not like you can suddenly just have him play in week 1 or whatever.
And putting him on IR, of course, doesn't mean he's going to miss the season.
No.
Ron Wolfley reporting.
Just missing some games. But
my sources.
Again, your sources are everywhere. But again, with Nolan, you don't want to keep this guy away from the field any longer than he has to be.
Correct.
So this is what Gannon said.
Not quite. We'll see.
What goes into that decision?
His health. That's, health is always first with all of our guys. We got a couple guys nicked up. So we'll just see kind of how it all falls together.
I just want to start swinging, basically. I want to start swinging.
All right, good. You stay over there.
You got to be kidding me. I did 2 years in a row. This is 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Almost the same thing happened to Darius Robinson last year. 2 first-round picks from the defensive line in a row. Very similar guys as well in terms of being a classic 3 technique. A guy that's going to line up and they're going to give you a little bit of agility. Yeah, they're 285, 295 pounds, somewhere in that vicinity. Yet at the same time, they can move. They're quick. They're strong. They're not 330-pound, get out of my way nose tackles. Isn't that right, Square? Dalvin Tomlinson, who is one of my favorite players on the roster. Watch him go ball out at nose tackle. But I just can't believe it's happened 2 years in a row to a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And, man, would you love to see these guys. I would love to see this. You know how Nick Rawlis loves to cover the interior offensive line with 3 defensive linemen. He loves to do it over and over and over again. Well, you could have Darius Robinson as a 3 technique and Walter Nolan as a 3 technique over the outside shoulders of the guards from the opposing offense with Dalvin Tomlinson or Calais Campbell as the nose. Oh, I love that. Bring it on, bro.
That echoed, actually, when you did that. It echoed around the soundproof studio. I don't know how you pulled that off.
I don't know either.
If you put him on IR, he can't come back for at least the first 4 weeks. So if you did that, you wouldn't have him for the Saints game, Panthers game, Niners game, or Seahawks game at least. Now, they may already know behind the scenes that he's not going to be ready for the first few weeks. If he's not going to be ready, then it's not really that much of a decision. And they have till 1 o'clock today.
You could put him on the PUP as well.
You could do that, too.
On the physically unable to perform active list, as a matter of fact.
So they have until 1 o'clock today to make all these decisions. But, to your point, you had Darius Robinson last year. He at least had a little bit of a camp before he got hurt. But then, he missed such a good chunk of the season that by the time he came back, he was clearly behind.
Here is a possibility that we should all be encouraged. If you're hoping for Walter Nolan, what we would like to see is that the Arizona Cardinals actually keep him on the 53-man roster so that he can practice, man.
Yeah, that would be encouraging.
We're talking about practice,
That's
man.
right. We are AI. We're talking about practice. But do you think Walter Nolan needs those practice reps? Even if he misses a couple of games, even if he does, do you put him on the 53-man roster? There's a possibility you do that because you want him practicing.
That's going to be one of the biggest things to look at today, honestly, because how do you not read into that? If he's on the 53-man roster, okay, yeah, he's probably not going to play week 1 against the Saints or whatever. Maybe he won't play week 2. But if they're willing to burn one of the 53 roster spots on him, that means he's close to at least practicing and making progress back. If he starts the year on IR, then it's not like the end of his season, but does that not kind of indicate? It doesn't just indicate it. It shows you he's not going to be back anytime real soon.
Yes. Start swinging once again right now. I just can't even believe this has happened. Do you have any other sound over there, Mr. Driver, that you might want to rip off and play?
One more from JG, and this is a little more broad because they have other guys. I'd like to see BJ Ojulari back and just playing football here sometime soon. But Gannon was asked how much health factors into the cut down process overall.
Well, you take into account everybody's health and then the timeline for each guy, if they're not full go right now. That can get tricky, though, because, like I said before, the return to play process is not linear, and everybody's a little bit different. So all those guys that aren't healthy enough to play right now, they're all making strides. They're, itching to get back out there, but they understand they got to be healthy enough to get back out there. So they're all fitting they all have different timelines and, where they're at with their recovery and rehab and return to play. So we just kind of take it one day at a time.
One day at a time. As I'm sitting there listening to this, I'm still thinking to myself, I wonder if Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan are really close. Same calf, the same injury. It's, what are the odds of that?
See, I was wondering if there's like a coach handbook where you use take it one day at a time as punctuation to end a sentence, because how often do you hear coaches do that? And JG just did it again. But I was thinking back to the start of camp. You said, because we were debating, okay, if you could give one guy invincibility, you gave it to Darius Robinson, although you just gave it to him for camp, I believe. I gave it to Trey McBride for the whole year.
Yes.
But we're through the preseason. We're through, for the most part, camp. And it's nice to have Darius Robinson, as he's going to be a factor to start this season.
Luke,
Did I just brighten your day?
You brighten my day right there. Good. That is huge. You're right. Darius Robinson, he made it through the preseason. Made it through the training camp without any injury.
I'm glad it brightened your day, because I'm really tired of seeing a mark next to Walter Nolan's name, and I'm really tired of seeing one next to BJ Ojulari's name.
I know.
BJ Ojulari is a second-round pick.
I feel bad for the guy.
And the guy can play, and it's just like you just want to see him out there. All right, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back over to college football, can Mountain America Stadium become one of the best atmospheres in college football? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's what we did, Basinonians, almost 8 years ago now. when we looked at our backyard and it was a big dirt patch for the most part, we said, man, we want to put a pool here and we need somebody to help us with this. And we chose Presidential Pools and Spas. Maybe you're looking to build your dream pool. Go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools. They are the #1 pool builder in Arizona. And Presidential Pools and the Diamondbacks are doing a pool giveaway where one lucky winner is going to receive a $40,000 credit towards a new pool and backyard makeover. What you need to do, brothers, is go to dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash, or go to presidentialpools.com.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut-down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals have already made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they cut wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Dbacks, their 2026 schedule has been released. They'll open the season with the Dodgers on March 26th in Los Angeles. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Sparks tonight in LA. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Find huge savings at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, like on the 3-row 2025 Kia Carnival. Shop local at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will the Cardinals look like when all the cuts are done? We'll discuss our NFL team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Kenny Dillingham speaking yesterday. Talked about, ASU, the opener against NAU, but also just in general this season, what sort of atmosphere he expects at Mountain America Stadium. I don't know if these numbers are exactly accurate, Wolf, but I'm pretty sure they are. I think they're up to close to 98% season ticket renewal from last year to this year.
That'd be awesome.
That is an insane number.
Yeah, when you think of ASU.
Yeah, when you think about where it was
historically.
a few years ago, certainly. And, you want to bring back your season ticket holders every year, but to hit like 96, 97, 98% is crazy.
Yeah, no, that's excellent.
And also, I would say this, side note, credit to ASU for not, they had a good season last year, and they didn't all of a sudden go out there and like triple ticket prices. They made it very conducive to people being, if you were out there supporting them last year and going into last year when you didn't really know what to expect, they made it real easy for you to stick around.
What's amazing about it as well is Kenny Dillingham from day one. What did Kenny Dillingham say? Activate the valley. Did he not say
Still says it.
Even though it is a basin. Activate the basin. Activate
We're going to
the
get
valley,
Wolf activate
Kenny.
the basin shirts.
Yes.
Boost up the basin.
Activate. Yes, indeed. That's exactly what he has done. It's truly amazing. How does it feel, Basin audience, to have one of the most electric, awesome, aggressive young coaches in the country right here? This is, again, the task in front of Graham Rossini is to make sure that Kenny Dillingham is going to be your head coach going forward for years to come. That is a tall task. It's a tough order as well, because Kenny is going to be one of, if in fact they go out, imagine if they go out and win the Big 12 again. He's going to be one of the hottest coaches in America.
And everything is going to change, not in a bad way. I'm not saying like he would leave it. I'm just saying like things are going to change the perception of ASU football, even from where it is right now. If they follow up what they did last year and you do it again, and your first 2 years in the Big 12, you win the Big 12, and all those stats that he threw out there that have been thrown out there that teams don't win the Big 12 in back-to-back years, and this is not a small conference. There's 16 teams, and you're talking about schools in Texas. Texas Tech has spent as much money as Ohio State this offseason almost. And you'd be bucking the trend of ASU football over the last basically 50 years if you could follow up another season like that. How many people, you saw that video of the dust storm coming through Mountain America Stadium last night, right?
Oh, man.
How many people
so cool.
responded to that with Activate the Valley? That was just insane.
Did they really? I don't know. I didn't look at it.
I'm
See, you're
assuming.
all over social.
Well,
That's who you are.
I'm
You're
looking
on
now.
social. Luke social.
Yeah, that's of the two of us, maybe, but you're constantly on TikTok doing dances and stuff. So
Stop
it's
it.
hard to tell.
I don't even know what TikTok is.
That's where Sammy Fehoko breaks NFL news now, apparently. This is Kenny Dillingham from yesterday on what he expects the atmosphere to be like.
Yeah, I hope it's like last year. I hope there's a true advantage. I hope our guys run out of the tunnel and they're like, holy cow, there's 14,000 students like that you're staring at as you run out on the field after the fireworks. And then you look to the left and your right and the crowd's packed. And I think that's the environment that's going to happen, based off ticket sales and the renewals and all that stuff. I really believe the environment on Saturdays are going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, that is awesome right there. It really is. And this is what you want. You want it to be a zoo on Saturdays. You want it to be some of the recruits that are going to be watching ASU. You want it to be nuts like that. Yet every player go inside. Football is played from the inside out. Never forget that. It's played from the inside out. Have the desire to say in your heart, I'd play this game in an alley with nobody watching. I'd do it there. I don't need the parade. I don't need the fans. I don't need the baton in my hand. I don't need that. I'd play this game in an alley. That's the kind of football player you want to have. But man, it's really, really nice to experience it. That's the one thing I was so thankful for when I did play at West by God, Virginia Bay Center Indians. Can I tell you, the Morgantown is the only thing in the state. It is the only thing in the state. In the entire state, it converges on Morgantown, West Virginia for game day. And it's an awesome feeling to feel that. But at the same time, you want to say in your heart, I'd play if there was nobody sitting in the stands. And I'll drive you into the ground, bruh.
It's interesting you bring the Morgantown aspect up because Kenny did bring that up the other day. It must have been at the kickoff thing where he was like, if you look historically over the last, let's say, 15, 20 years, a lot of times the teams that are winning the national championship are kind of in college towns. You're not really, it's a little unique to be a team in a major city like this where all of a sudden, okay, you had a good season last year. Well, there's a lot of distractions because you're in a major city. You're in a huge city. But it's also easy to get lost in the shuffle again if you don't go out there and repeat it. If the Cardinals go out there and they make the playoffs and ASU stumbles a little bit, the Cardinals are always going to have part of the spotlight because it's the NFL, but they're going to have all of it if that's the case. If ASU goes out there and follows up what they did last year, even in a city like this that's this big, they're going to have people's attention.
If ASU goes out and follows up what they did last year, this year, this place is going to be nuts.
I think we're going to know a lot, too, on Saturday by the crowd because it's the NAU game. Like, I get it. People are going to be excited just to start a football season and everything, but, like, what's the crowd like in that game? Because that is a game. It's easy to find other plans to make in this city, and you probably look at that and say, okay, that's a win. I'll be out there for the start of, Big 12 games or whatever. Here's Kenny Dillingham on the crowd he expects this Saturday.
I expect an unbelievable crowd. I mean, I think, Doug gives me good information. So he was like, I think there's like 40,000 tickets, I believe, sold, not including student tickets, where we're expecting, 14,000, hopefully, students. So, I mean, we feel like there's going to be an unbelievable crowd there to kick it off. And it's not going to be 120. So that's a plus that it actually may kick off under 100, which is nice.
Here's my thing about this is there's a couple things they need to do, ASU. Number one, they need to find some sort of incentive to make the students stay the entire game. Even sometimes when it is a close game, you'll see some students leave because it's really hot. I mean, it does get really hot, really miserable, sticky. There's, stuff to do on Mill Avenue. Like, I get that. But the second thing is, like, they need to make the Stomp the Bus entrance with Thunderstruck playing in the background, all that stuff, like more of a big deal. Like they need to do a produced video of that. Because like if you look at all these entrances around the country, like Clemson, Virginia Tech, Nebraska, like they are known for their entrances. I think ASU could really make the Stomp the Bus thing into that. And, and then that's going to make recruits, ASU's known for this cool intro, and you want to come here to experience that.
It's a pretty good intro, though. I mean, there's a lot of history behind that intro. Like you start playing Thunderstruck, that's people are going to get into it.
Yeah, I'm just saying they just need to promote it better.
Oh, okay, timing wise or what?
Every time I hear it, though, I keep looking for JJ Putz.
Well, you're always looking for JJ Putz.
JJ, what's up?
Look, it's the biggest thing, and this is, you're in a unique atmosphere. Kenny was just talking about right there. Okay, yeah, the good news is not going to be 120, but if you get to a point where you're consistently winning year in and year out, and you have fans showing up like we're expecting them to show up this season, it is going to be, it's just naturally a unique atmosphere because there's not a lot of other stadiums as an opposing team you go to where it might be 115 degrees. I mean, I don't want to say that's an advantage for ASU because it's brutal and you have to play in the 115 degrees too. And to Rick's point, a lot of times students are going to leave early if it's 110 out at 9 o'clock at night. But most of the other teams that come to town are not used to playing in that. So if you can build up this atmosphere, you could get this going. I mean, you could get this going consistently, but you got to win more games this year. All right, when we come back, how are the Cardinals going to handle expectations this season? We'll get you what Anquan Boldin told us yesterday about that next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You got into it with JJ Putz, as a matter of fact.
All
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Listen, I'll say this too, because I like Jacoby Brissett a whole lot. A Kyler Murray injury, to me, isn't the biggest guy that they could lose. It's James Conner.
Ooh.
It's James Conner.
Ooh.
Who's the player that can least ill afford to lose?
We are poking the gods with a stick by having this conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks A Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll react to the Cardinals cut down and what the roster looks like when it's all said and done. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I mean, the deadline to cut your roster down is coming up here in about 15 minutes, Wolf. Now, the final rosters don't necessarily come out right at 1 o'clock, but NFL teams everywhere are scrambling to make those decisions right now. The Browns are probably like, well, we can only keep 9 quarterbacks. What do we do?
Yes.
They actually moved Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're only going to be able to keep 3 or 4 quarterbacks.
Yes, Kenny was gone. Goodbye. Kenny Pickett's been all over the NFL, has he not?
He has. He still has one of my favorite highlights of all time from the when he was on the Eagles, and he went to throw the ball and spiked it into the ground as he sacked himself. It's one of the greatest highlights of all time. I'll pull it up during the break. You'll watch it and you'll laugh. Want to remind you, too, we're about to play some Anquan Boldin audio. Mentioned this at the start of the show, and Wolf somehow didn't know, but I'm going to mention it again. Patrick Peterson joining us every Tuesday this season, starting next week.
Yeah, here we go. Patrick Peterson. Pat P, ladies and gentlemen.
11:15 on Tuesdays.
11:15 on Tuesdays, all football season long. How beautiful is that going to be?
So we get his perspective on this Cardinals season every step of the way. That's going to be fun.
It's going to be beautiful, man. Look forward to that.
Anquan Boldin was on the show yesterday, and we asked him, how do you handle expectations as a team? The Cardinals have expectations. This group of players has expectations for the first time maybe ever in the NFL. I mean, Kyler's had expectations before, but he's been on teams like that, and James Conner has too, and Buddha has. But talking about a 53-man roster, not a 3 or 4-man roster, most of these guys are first, second, or third-year players that haven't really had expectations like this as a team yet. And Anquan Boldin's obviously won a Super Bowl before, so we asked him about that. This is what he said.
I mean, I think those things, man, have to stay internal. You know what I'm saying? I think sometimes, and I can go back. I know when we were in Baltimore, the year that we won the Super Bowl, we actually had a better team the year before, talent-wise. But the year that we won it, man, we just knew, like, we were a team, and we knew what we had in the locker room. And from the first day of training camp, we had one goal, and that was to get to New Orleans. And no matter what happened throughout the season, no matter the injuries that took place, because we lost a lot of guys to season-ending injuries. But because we knew who we were, we knew the character in the locker room, we know what we had built on from prior seasons, nothing outside of the locker room could distract us or get us off track. And I think the Cardinals this year has to be that same way.
Yeah, nothing can distract you. Nothing can get you off track like yourself looking at the end result as opposed to the process. Look at the process.
That would be a distraction.
It is a cliche. I understand that. You hear it over and over and over again, but it is the truth. It is the answer to the question, how do you handle expectations? You focus on yourself. You focus on the process. Do your job. It's the only way to do it. You can't look at the end result. Yeah, the expectations are there. We all feel the expectations. We all have to carry the expectation. The Arizona Cardinals and every guy inside that locker room understands this is year 3 of this rebuild. And we all know the win arc and the way that it has gone through the first 2 years. And now, here it is. This is the playoff season for the Arizona Cardinals. Everyone understands the expectation that is there. How do you get there? You focus on yourself. You focus on the process. You individually, and then the guy next to you, and the guy next to him, and then you come together collectively and get the job done.
Everything you've done the last 2 years is justifiable if you make the playoffs this year, right? I mean, I think for the most part, people look and they say, okay, 4 wins the first year. It was, there was other stuff going on other than just wins. Nobody was expecting a huge win total that first year. Tearing down the old, regime and building up a new culture. You didn't have your quarterback. Like you didn't figure there was going to be a ton of wins that year. Last year, you double it up, but you don't make the playoffs. Okay, as long as you take the next step this year. And it's never a given that it's just going to be like, well, we won 4, so then we'll win 8, then we'll win 12, and then we'll win 16. Like, that's not how it works. But it can. You can be a playoff team this year. You probably should be a playoff team this year. And something, Wolf, you've said it's ultimately going to come back to you. You've been saying this for months and months. The chemistry between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray. We had Anquan Boldin on, so he was a good guy to ask about that. And we asked him about building chemistry between himself and Kurt Warner when he was here.
So it's real. It's definitely real. But I think chemistry is so much more than just what you do on the field. I think for a quarterback and a receiver, chemistry, man, is just spending time with each other. And I think that's how you grow that. Now, as far as being on the field, one thing that, and I would encourage, Kyler and all of his receivers to do, one thing that we used to do with Kurt and all the receivers, every day after practice, we would just take one route and we would perfect it. And we would have to go down and back, every receiver and all the quarterbacks. And there could be no incompletion. Routes versus air. So just say one day we pick a slant route. So all the quarterbacks and all the receivers, you have to run a slant route. Every receiver has to run that route twice, down and back. And the quarterback and the receiver have to be on the money. Ball can't touch the ground. If the ball touches the ground, you got to start all over again from the top.
Can't you see Kurt Warner doing that?
Yeah,
and Anquan Boldin and Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, they had a pretty good combination there.
The repetition. This is what he's speaking of. The repetition over and over and over again. Chemistry. The repetition. And I remember them doing that. I never knew what they were doing. I just knew they were out there running routes after practice. But there was a method to that madness.
Yeah.
It was really cool to actually hear Anquan articulate that.
A little bit more from Anquan Boldin talking about perfecting things in practice so that you're ready to go on game day.
I mean, you think about from training camp on throughout the season, every practice, you perfecting one route. Because I'm a true believer in every game is going to come down to a must-have situation. And usually those must-have situations are you trying to get a first down to either keep a drive going and preventing from punting, or if you don't get that third down, then you got to punt, and now the game is out of the offense's hands, and now the defense has to stop the opposite offense. So if we can convert those third down situations and those must-have situations, our chances of winning are a lot better than us losing. So when we can perfect those things and we can go out and we can do it on Sundays, man, it makes the game a lot more easier. And that's how you build that confidence in one another. So when those situations do come, man, you've practiced it all year.
Man, I love that. It is so true. It really is. It's normalizing pressure situations. How do you normalize a pressure situation in a game? It's all about practice and how you practice as well.
Talking about practice
man. I know we have been talking an awful lot about practice, but you have to embrace the pressure. And how do you embrace the pressure? Repetition. You do it over and over and over and over again. And suddenly, this is the way that I'm going to go about my business in practice. And it comes as second nature in a game to actually do the same thing. Don't focus on the pressure. Embrace the pressure. Embrace it, man. Make it your friend. And repetition over and over and over again. That's how you handle that.
The way he brought up how he believes a lot of games in the NFL come down to one stretch or whatever in the game. I mean, how many times have we heard or seen? I mean, just you can see it. How many games in the NFL, especially when you're a good team, when you get to the point where you're contending for a playoff spot, so many games are one-score games. What was the stat you had on the Chiefs before? They've won 17 straight one-score games.
17,
something absurd.
That was Paulie. 17 straight one-score games. To me, they've been to the AFC Championship game 7 consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
That's stunning.
That's absurd.
You know how hard that is? You have any idea what an accomplishment that is?
Every year Mahomes has been the starter. They've at least gone to the AFC Championship.
Man.
But we've talked to Max Starks about this a lot. You just talk to players about this off the air too. They will tell you, like, when you're making that jump, the biggest jump from, decent team, the Cardinals were a decent team last year, to playoff team, that's a dangerous team, is winning the one-score games. And they were 3-5 last year in one-score games, which is not like terrible considering where they were, but they're going to have a winning record in one-score games this year, almost certainly, to make the playoffs.
Did you see Andy Reid in the third preseason game with his starters?
Just running his players out there. He's like, hey, anything I do is going to be considered right at this point.
How in the world people aren't looking at that going, we've got to do everything Andy does. I don't understand that. Football is a copycat league. It's stunning.
Why isn't everybody copying what the Eagles do with Jalen Hurts and the tush push, which I really was a phrase I hoped I would never have to say again on the air, but we have to do it for another year. We come back to ASU football. Where have the Sun Devils actually gotten better this year than they were last year? You're going to hear what Kenny Dillingham had to say about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Even though it's only 3 games for 30 teams and 4 games for 2 teams, which is way too much preseason football, I think it might be at the worst place it's ever been in.
I agree. And like I said, the idea now that we as football fans have got to twiddle our thumbs for basically 2 weeks now, that's just wrong. It just feels really foolish. It would seem to me that there should be some momentum behind this, that you should wrap up your preseason football and your next game should be kind of around the corner. The idea that you're playing a game, then going on hiatus for 2 weeks, then what's the point of playing the game?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save, but in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals have made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they cut wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Dbacks, their 2026 schedule has been released. They will open the season with the Dodgers on March 26th in Los Angeles. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Sparks tonight in LA. The tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, food specials, and more.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will survive cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals, and who can we expect to see on the practice squad? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It is Wolf and Luke. I will throw this reminder out there, Wolf. First episode of Sparky's Den with Kenny Dillingham is tomorrow.
Ooh, all right. A little vertical tease by Luke there, basically.
That's right. 6 o'clock at Trophy.
All right, nice. At Trophy.
Kenny Dillingham is, so the way we do it, obviously you can just come out and watch the show, but Kenny Dillingham will do the first half of the show with me, and then we're going to have players in the third segment, and then we usually have like a former player, alumni, or somebody else in that fourth segment.
Make sure you say hello to Kenny for me,
would
you please?
Anything you want me to pass? Any specific? We should do this, honestly, as the season goes, because I'm doing it every Wednesday. We should come up with like one question as a show, specifically, that we want me to ask him on Wednesday nights.
That is really, really good.
But you can't always ask about like fullbacks. It's it's got to be different.
That, of course. Yeah, just tell him I said hello, man.
Okay, we'll start with hello.
Yeah.
All right. But come up with a question for week 2.
Okay, I'll do that.
He'll be able to tell too. He'll be like, "Is that a Wolf question?"
Yeah, maybe.
For the Sun Devils, the idea is
how many wham blocks do we have in the game plan this week?
Let me write that down.
Okay.
Anything about a stud tight end?
Yeah. Will you use a fullback? Yes.
13 personnel?
You better believe it.
13 personnel. Kenny was asked yesterday where he thinks the Sun Devils could be better offensively. Now, I know he's mentioned earlier in this offseason, overall, where could they be better? Well, special teams, for a variety of reasons.
Man.
But one of them being they really didn't have field goals as a part of their game for 2/3 of the season, and now they have a guy.
Think about that.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's one of the most under-talked about things with ASU going into this year.
Yes.
They have a kicker that is on the Lou Groza preseason award watch list.
Which is going to be stunning. Lou the Toe Groza.
Out there just draining 55-yarders. But Kenny was asked where he thinks they'll be better offensively, specifically, because they obviously don't have Cam Scattaboo, in case you hadn't heard that yet.
Offensively, I'd say we're going to be hopefully a better early down passing team. That doesn't mean we're going to go out there and sling it 90 times, right? It just means a couple more times a game. We got to be able to control early downs and passing. I hope there's the consistency in running the ball like we did last year, which I believe we will. I have a lot of confidence that that's going to be there. Offensively, I hope we're more explosive. If there's one thing you could say about our offense last year is we weren't overly explosive. We didn't have huge plays. We didn't have one-play touchdowns very often. unless we check to screen or we threw a home run post, which posts don't get completed much in college football. That's a rarity. If you're leaning on home run posts to be your explosive plays, it's not going to be fun. So you got to have other ways to create explosives. So I would say more explosive plays for us, continuing to run the ball, which is the same, so it doesn't answer your question. So I would say those two things offensively, mainly just the more explosive plays, which should show up in early down passing.
Oh, early down passing right there. Early down passing. That to me is what I focused on. Early down passing plays. Early down. Why? Well, you know what? Last year they could line up, just hand the ball to Cam. Give Cam Scatterboo the ball. Go ahead and let him attack the line of scrimmage on 2 consecutive plays, and you're going to have a really good chance of either moving the chains or being close to moving the chains on third down. Early down passing plays. What do you mean by that? Well, maybe you're going to depend a little bit more on Sam Levitt. Maybe you're going to depend a little bit more on Jordan Tyson. Maybe you're going to depend a little bit more on a 1st and 10 and being able to throw the ball.
I'm really interested to see what Levitt can do with these receivers because he didn't have Tyson at the very end of last season, but Jalen Moss and Jaron Hamilton in particular could be really explosive. Moss probably more of a slot guy, more of a consistent option for him, but he's going to have more weapons to throw to this year, not to mention Malik McClain, who was there last year, and then all the tight ends they have behind Shabbat Mateer. So you don't want to change your identity too much, right? I mean, they did run the ball a lot last season, but at the same time, their strength, at least going into this season, is Sam Levitt and these receivers. The running backs are a little bit of an unknown.
Yes, I love that you just said that, Luke, because again, what is the difference? What is the massive difference between this year and last year for the Sun Devils? It really is Cam Scatterboo and their ability to run the ball so effectively. So now, how do you do this? How do you help your rushing attack? How will Kenny help the running game for the Sun Devils? Knowing, okay, we're hoping to still have a very good rushing attack, but at the same time, we know we can't replace Scam
Cattaboo.
We can't replace Cam Scatterboo. How about that? I combined
all of last season.
Cam
you never once
with
did
the
that.
S. How do we replace Scam? Oh, that is great, Basin audience. But you get my point, right? Why not go out and say, well, you know what? Hey, we're going to throw the ball more in early passing. We're going to throw the ball more, and then you're going to have to defend that. And as you're trying to defend that, knowing that we want to throw the ball a little bit earlier. Why am I having such a hard time talking?
It's after 1 o'clock.
It's after 1 o'clock, yes, but I haven't had enough coffee apparently. But man, that's going to help your rushing attack. That will help your running game. Once other teams go, hey, listen, 1st and 10, man. It's not like last year, 1st and 10. It's not like they're almost 90% of the time going to give Cam Scatterboo the ball. No, they're going to come out and they'll be throwing more on 1st and 10. And I think Kenny wants that out there, and that will help his rushing attack as well.
I personally would always prefer to just have the one dominant running back. That was the extreme last year with Scatterboo, but I am interested to see what they can do with Kanye Udo and Kyson Brown and Raleek Brown because they're such different guys, and they are all very talented. I mean, they're all in the shadow of Cam Scatterboo, but they're all very talented guys that can bring you very different aspects to the running game. So in this case, a committee might actually be a really good thing. But, to your point, the pressure is going to be on Levitt more this year than it was last year.
So why could it be a really good thing? Why could it be, I don't want to say a really good thing, because we're talking about replacing Scatterboo. Which is it? It's just why.
But if they can somehow replace not him 1 for 1, but if they can somehow mitigate that loss, then they are going to be back in the Big 12 championship.
Here's the other thing about it. They could be a lot more unpredictable because of running back by committee. They could be a lot more unpredictable and a lot more versatile, and that might actually help them in the long run.
How about a football team with Cam Scatterboo and Tip Ryman on it? How do you feel about going up against that team?
That would be brutal, would it not?
Wolf's ultimate team. We should do that right before the season. We should draft just our ultimate team, just put together what your ultimate team would be. And speaking of Tip Ryman, we'll hear more from him next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We can't replace Scam.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2. Swung on. Weakly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale, up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll react to the Cardinals cut down and what the roster looks like when it's all said and done. Starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
If you want to see just how fired up Wolf gets when we talk about Tip Ryman or hear from Tip Ryman, you can always watch YouTube. Check out the live stream of the show.
What up, YouTube?
And Wolf, you still growing the hair out for YouTube?
As a matter of fact, I am. Look at it. It's just growing longer and longer and longer. It's straight up like Don King.
Not quite like Don King.
Wolf, Ryan Grady in the chat said Wolf looks like senior citizen Wolverine today.
Jeez.
Boy, that's harsh.
But still
That's a little
savage.
harsh. You know what? Bring it on, bro.
Well, Wolverine is
You're not a senior citizen for over 2 more years. Come on, Ryan.
Give me a break, man. Are you kidding me right now? Give me a mouth guard.
You have one.
Put the bonnet on, button it up.
I tried twice to do this during commercial breaks where they were flashing up on the screens notable players who have been released around the NFL today.
Okay.
And both times, by the time I grabbed my phone, I got half the list and then like their transition graphics. So like I have half of a Saints logo here.
You got to go ahead and X that out if you can. People won't believe it.
I tried to do it again when you were talking last segment, and it was the Bengals logo. Here's some of the guys that have been let go today. Hunter Renfrow, I'm reading half their names. Deontay Johnson, Marcus Valdez-Scantling, Mecole Hardman, Robert Woods, Cam Akers, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And I can't see the last 2 names on this list. I saw Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito get let go. So Tommy Cutlets, not on the Giants anymore.
Wow, that's tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't care. It's honestly, I hate seeing a guy get cut, yet at the same time, I don't know this guy.
That's true. Okay, all those names I just rattled off. Do you care more that Clyde Edwards-Helaire just got let go?
Yeah.
Do you?
I do.
You don't.
I kind of like him. Valdez-Scantling.
You just like the hyphenated names.
I do like that.
You all you really want to hear is from Tip Ryman here, so we're going to play some of this audio. He was asked yesterday what he has seen from his friend, his former college teammate, his current NFL teammate, Isaiah Adams.
Similar to what we've talked about so far of the confidence and comfortability and everything, it seems like we're both kind of on that trend, and then when we're both confident, we're both comfy, then we can let loose. And he's a really similar player as far as the strain and the grit and the toughness and everything. And that's how we were trained too at Illinois. That's what comes out of Illinois under Coach Bielema. And so tough, smart, dependable. It bleeds out of us, and that's what they preach there, and they live it. So it's no surprise to see him on the same track of that.
Man, okay. Did he just say cuddly? What did he say right there?
Comfy.
Comfy.
Which does not really match the smash your face in. But I was thinking when he said that,
This is this guy's heart, man. He's got a heart of love, Basinodians. Love is strength, and strength is love. Isn't that right, Tip?
There was a couple NHL players that were just like big dudes that would just like fight, but they English wasn't their first language, and so there would be words like that like sunk in when they were doing interviews, and you're like,
yes.
I don't think you have the full translation over here. But look, the Tip Ryman Isaiah Adams combination, especially on the offensive line for the Cardinals, is a real thing and something that was done very intentionally because they took them both in the 3rd round last year. And as we were looking at the list earlier, Monty Ossenfort really does not like to miss on draft picks so far. More from Tip Ryman. He was asked how much communication goes on between him and the tackles out there.
We all kind of have rules, so really not a lot. There's a couple plays that if they give us a certain look, there's a couple calls that can be made. But typically like we could do things pretty silently, and we try to as best we can because you get some vets that D end, they know our calls. So, you want to say as little as possible if you can, or say it as you're getting to the line so they can't hear.
Yeah. It's amazing. Everything. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, we're playing Tip Ryman.
Yeah.
This is really, really good stuff. I love Tip Ryman. We all know the impact he's going to have, but I can't get this out of my head. Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yes, let go.
Let go.
By the Seahawks, right? Wasn't he a Seahawk?
By the Seahawks, Basinonians. This is a big guy who can run.
This is definitely a speed guy.
This is a speed guy
that
can run
always catch the ball, but he can.
That's right, he can. But he also is a guy that can rip off a sub 4.4. And I'm just saying.
So what are you saying?
I'm just wondering if it's not like he's been 12 years in the league as well. I believe it's year 8 or 9 for Marcus Valdez-Scantling. Could you check on that? Command and control.
So it will be his 8th year this year.
Oh, his 8th year. There you go.
Yeah. He does turn 31 on October 10th, and he has a combined 40 catches in the past 2 seasons. And it's not like he's missed a bunch of games. He's missed a combined 4 games in the past 2 years.
Okay. All right. Interesting. That's good information, Rick. I don't know. I'm just thinking to myself, they're in dire need of a guy that can loosen up a lot of stuff underneath, as we all know. And if you could get a guy who could run that sub 4.4, who happens to be 6'4", himself.
It is interesting.
It's a tall guy who can run. Now, again, we understand there's a lot more to being a good wide receiver, a great wide receiver, than a guy who can run.
Yeah, but he's a guy with 20 NFL touchdowns. I mean, you wouldn't be bringing him in to be your number 1 or number 2 receiver. The argument the other way is he has played with Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen in his career, and it's not like he's put up like amazing numbers, but
what
he
are
has.
You saying?
Well, I'm just saying he's gotten a pretty good luck of the draw with that, but he's gone over 600 yards twice. He's had a 6 touchdown season with Green Bay back in 2020. That's the sort of player. Receiver is a position that I think you at least have to kind of wonder if they're looking for somebody, because they did not keep Simi Fehoko, which as a guy a lot of people thought they would keep. And you wonder if one of these other teams lets a speedier guy like Valdez-Scantling go, if maybe the Cardinals jump on it.
You know, I talk so much about 12 personnel and how the Arizona Cardinals use 12 personnel. But think about this. If you had 11 personnel, where you had Michael Wilson, of course, you had Marvin Harrison Jr., and you had a guy who could flat out run by people, and you had Trey McBride, and you had James Conner. Now, all of a sudden, out of 11 personnel in rundown situation, 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6. Now, all of a sudden, that also is a very potent personnel group that can do a lot of different things. So you could have the option of 12 personnel in rundown situation, or really 11 personnel. Man, Again, if you had 11 personnel where one of those wide receivers could flat out run by somebody, now all of a sudden you've got all the short and intermediate stuff as well.
I mean, I like it. I like that idea. I don't know what to think, though, because it's a position that they could have addressed in free agency, didn't. Amari Cooper was out there. Not that he's necessarily that speed guy anymore. He got signed by the Raiders last night. I mean, they had plenty of time to go out and sign guys like that. But there are going to be guys like that available. There's going to be a couple that aren't amazing, that you're not looking to be one of your top receivers, but just a threat out there.
Yeah, from what I understand, Valdez-Scantling, I believe, ran a 4.35 or 4.37. I mean, it was really good.
I just know he's fast. I mean, he's the sort of speed that you can see it on the field. He's fast enough where he doesn't need to wear a specific number. You can tell when he's out there.
I didn't mean to derail this broadcast, but you know what? That's what today is about.
I will just say that the cut I was going to play next, and I haven't heard this, was Tip Ryman. He was asked when he flips the switch from nice guy to smash. So maybe we'll save that for the final segment.
How about
Yeah, because I don't want to
do that.
I don't want to be late for our next
That's a vertical
guest.
tease.
But hey, Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here, and we want you in the stands. Starting next Tuesday, we're going to give you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and then click the contest link for your shot at Arizona Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. When we come back, talk a little Dbacks. And we'll revisit that question about Torey Lovello's future, because we're going to be visiting with ESPN MLB insider Buster Olney next. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to see him as he joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
We're not going to lie. We're not going to sugarcoat things. It kind of is what it is, and hopefully give them a little bit of brute plan if it didn't work out, what they need to work on.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day on on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Rick. What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? Yeah! The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Betting. Everything, and I do mean everything, based on earnings, in-store and online is 30% off. In-store and online, 30% off now through September 3rd. And not only that, it's 35% off for active and retired military. Man, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. But here's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top. Comfort and value with advanced cooling technology just for you. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is cut-down day in the NFL, and the Arizona Cardinals made some notable cuts. Yesterday, they cut third-string quarterback Clayton Tune, and today they released wide receiver Simi Fehoko. For the full list of players cut by the Cardinals so far, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to snap a 2-game losing streak tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And sticking with the D-backs, their 2026 schedule has been released. They will open the season with the Dodgers on March 26th in Los Angeles. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Dare we do it? Should we look at the wild card standings, or did I jinx it by just bringing it up? We'll talk about what it'll take for the Diamondbacks to catch the Reds and the Mets. The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Diamondbacks coming off a loss last night are 6.5 back of that final wild card spot, so that's going to be tough. Buster Olney, ESPN MLB Insiders, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Buster, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you gave the dark assessment of the Diamondbacks' playoff chances before asking me, because I had to be honest. I hadn't even looked at that going along. But the funny thing is, I've had this conversation with a few executives with teams other than the Diamondbacks, when we were talking about what the Diamondbacks did at the trade deadline. If the Diamondbacks were in the American League, their context would be so different, because the National League is so much tougher than the American League this year. I'm sure the Diamondbacks would be in a playoff race. Like they would be one of the teams jockeying for position in the wild card race.
Yeah. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse.
Exactly.
Probably worse.
Buster,
it should make it feel worse.
Yeah, Buster, can I just ask you, coming into this season, what was your expectation for the Diamondbacks when they were healthy coming into the season?
So, we get asked for predictions like every third day.
Yeah.
At some point, I think I had the Diamondbacks making the playoffs. I mean, I thought that they were in that, 4 to 7 range in the National League. Absolutely. And if you were to, sort of rank teams by which team, which teams have been most affected by injury, Diamondbacks would be one. I mean, they've been absolutely devastated. Their bullpen gets wrecked early in the year. And then Corbin Burns going down, and it totally changed the context for this team, which is why, when you have the conversation about Torey Lovello and, is he in trouble? And I don't know how you would even make an assessment on it based on how devastating their injuries have been.
Well, I mean, since you went there, we're talking to Buster Olney. How do they assess something like that? Because you're right, the injuries cloud the picture so much. Like, how much do these final 30 games, even if they're not going to make the playoffs, play into evaluations like that?
None. I don't think. I mean, that would be my opinion. I think it all comes down to Ken Kendrick. Does Ken Kendrick, because I don't think Mike Hazen, who's this, and I was thinking about this before I came on with you guys, the relationships between, the head of baseball operations and the manager, I don't think any manager and, head of baseball operations are closer than Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello. And so if there were any momentum toward making a change, it's not coming from Mike. It would come from Ken Kendrick. And it comes down to what he wants, what he thinks. You guys have heard stories. I've heard stories in my time covering baseball where an owner, I covered George Steinbrenner. So, he was the owner that would come in pre-Joe Torre and he would fire people left and right. And that was his right to do that as the owner. And it's Ken Kendrick's right, if he so chooses, if he's frustrated by this year, to come in and change managers. But I don't think you can do that fairly based on how devastated they were with their pitching staff by injuries.
Buster, Ketel Marte has been in the news, of course, as of late. How do you think Ketel Marte is perceived nationally?
So, first off, he's a great player. Other teams, I was talking with an executive this afternoon, getting ready for you guys, and said, hey, what's your perception on Marte? Would he be available at some point? And what I got back was, yeah, no. like they asked about, this particular executive asked the Diamondbacks about him before the trade deadline, and his name never came up. And the perception is, given the contract, given how good the player is, that he wouldn't be made available this winter. And the most comparable situation to maybe what we've seen with the Diamondbacks and Marte in recent weeks would theoretically be Rafael Devers with the Red Sox. And everyone I've talked to has just shot that down and said, look, they're not in the same situation, because Devers, if you guys remember, like the owner of the Red Sox, John Henry, flew out to Kansas City to meet with him, to basically ask him, hey, would you take ground balls at first base? Would you think about changing positions? And Devers absolutely drew a line in the sand, was like, nope, not going to do that. And that's where the Red Sox went, and that's how they got to the place where they decided to trade him. With Marte, it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like necessarily something where it's similar, where the frustration within the organization is such that they would be willing to move him. I know there are people who aren't thrilled about the fact that, he didn't communicate well around the All-Star break. But what I picked up on today is not nearly at that level. They just think that Marte needs a little bit of managing, and that happens in every organization.
We're talking to Buster Olney. Buster, with everything you've said, with the injuries they had this year and the guys they sold off at the deadline, and you're not going to have Corbin Burns probably at the start of next year, probably not Justin Martinez. Where is this all going? Like, is there a way they can contend for a playoff spot next year, or did they get set back this year?
Oh, there's no question it's a setback, right? They are going to have to create a rotation based on what we had. In fact, leading up the trade deadline, you call around to different teams, and what do you hear about this team? What do you hear about that team? Everything I got back on the Diamondbacks was they're looking for pitching. They need starting pitching. That's going to be the big question going into next year. Teams can create bullpens a lot more readily than they can create rotations. That's going to be their biggest challenge. Now, the good thing is, I think their group of starting position players is so strong that that's going to create a margin of error for them as they build their team for 2026. If you told me a year from now that the Diamondbacks were one of the playoff teams for next season, that wouldn't surprise me, because their group of position between Perdomo and Corbin Carroll, the other guys in their everyday lineup, they're so good and they're so dangerous that they could easily bounce back next season.
All right, Buster, we all know September looms, does it not? Here it comes. Who do you like in the NL West?
I like the Padres because I think their bullpen is so ridiculous, with the depth that A.J. Preller built at the trade deadline. Now, personally, I think that some teams going into the trade deadline should have been more aggressive, Detroit and Boston. I think you can make a case that more than any other team, the Padres pushed all their chips in. They've got an older team. It's a very top-heavy roster, and there are concerns about where they're going to be in 2026 and 27 and 28 as Xander Bogaerts and Manny Machado get older. But for this year, that is a really dangerous team. Like, A.J. Preller went all in to try to win the World Series. That's what I had one general manager say to me. You could separate the buyers in two categories before the deadline. One were the general managers who were kind of the bean counters and focused on value. And then you had the general managers who basically said, we're going to make deals to win the World Series. Philadelphia did that by adding Duran, their closer. The Padres definitely did that with what they added. With that deal they made with Baltimore for O'Hearn and Laureano. Fermin, adding him at behind the plate was great. Their bullpen is crazy good. So I think they're going to win the division.
Talking to Buster Olney. Buster, before we let you go here, just because you are so dialed in around the league, just want to get your thoughts on Zach Gallen's future, like what his value is on the open market if it gets to that point this offseason, or is there a chance he's back with the Diamondbacks?
I think there is a chance he's back with the Diamondbacks. The feedback I got, I want to say with about 10 days to go, was Merrill Kelly's going to be traded and they're going to wind up having to keep Zach Gallen because he's struggled so much this year that the Diamondbacks are going to want to make sure that whatever they get in return is more than what they would get if he were to become a free agent and they gave him a qualifying offer. And I haven't updated that, in terms of talking with executives in the last 4 weeks since the trade deadline. But the perception before the deadline was the Diamondbacks will give him a qualifying offer if he winds up rejecting that and going the open market, then they get compensation through draft pick. But if he winds up accepting it, that's not a bad thing either. We talked about how they got to create a rotation for next year. And look, you guys know this. The sort of the mantra among all general managers in all sports is there's no such thing as a bad one-year deal. That's what the Bengals did, right?
Yeah.
With Hendrickson?
That's right.
I mean, there's not such a thing as a bad one-year deal. And if you get Zach Gallen back for 1 year next year, that's not a bad thing if you're Arizona.
You can do anything to me once.
Right.
Buster, it's always great talking to you. Thank you so much for the
Buster.
time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Always fun talking.
It's Buster Olney joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line, and good stuff from him as always too. That's especially on Cattell and Gallen, because he is so locked in from the rest of the league's perspective. It kind of gives a sense of what the rest of the league is thinking about those two guys. All right, get ready to activate the season with Arizona Sports and ASU this Friday at 7:15 a.m., 11:15, and 4:15. Listen for the sounder. That's your cue to call in for a chance to win 2 tickets to the 2025 home opener when the Sun Devils take on NAU. When we come back, final segment of the show. And Wolf, we may have some clarity on where Walter Nolan is beginning this season. I'll get that to you next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is his style of managing better suited for a team built like the one the Diamondbacks currently have, as opposed to the one they started the season with, where they were breaking a record for payroll for a franchise?
There's a belief that he does better with a younger team.
It certainly seems like they've responded since the trade deadline, and some of that
That's what
salary
saved his
has been
job
shed.
3 years ago. Was all the young kids came up and he coached them all so well.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Listen, if you got some type of back issues out there, if you need somebody to look at your back or your spine, you need DISC. I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. I went to DISC, of course, and they helped me with it, and they'll do the same thing with you. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical. I love that. Non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known on a worldwide level as that, Basinonians. Man, I'll tell you what, spine surgery can be a problem, but not with DISC. Go to the best. Enjoy life again. 602-944-2900 or go to sciatica.com.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
All right, Rick. Well, I guess the time is right for some breaking news considering what day today is. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so we do not have the full roster yet, the full 53-man roster yet, but we have a couple updates from our own John Gambadoro. First of which is he would expect Cardinals rookie first-round draft pick Walter Nolan to stay on the PUP list.
Okay.
And then he also said from what he is hearing, the Cardinals will be keeping 4 running backs. Okay. James Conner, Trey Benson, Amari DiMercado. Those seem pretty standard.
Clear. Okay.
And Bam Knight.
Oh! Bam Knight.
Bam.
Bam Knight. 67 yards and a touchdown.
And a roster spot, apparently.
Oh, my goodness. That is shocking to me.
Well, yeah, this surpasses what we started the day. We were saying Clayton Tune was maybe the biggest name so far, and then the Simi Fehoko news came out that he's getting let go by the Cardinals. So that was probably the biggest surprise until this, because so much talk was, can they fit DJ Dallas and Michael Carter on the team? Michael Carter's probably not going to make the team because DJ Dallas has the special teams advantage. Gambo just broke the news that neither one of them are on the team. Bam Knight is on the team.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Okay, 4, that's not a surprise. I thought they were going to keep.
Yeah, the number makes sense.
But, man, when you're number 4, you want that guy to be a special teams contributor. You want him to be a transitional technician for the most part. That was DJ Dallas. That's why I thought he was going to get the nod because of that. Now, Michael Carter can be a really good return man for you, of course, but he's not a punt return guy. He's a kickoff return guy.
Yeah.
To me, it was between Michael Carter and DJ Dallas, who was going to be number 4. They're both let go.
This means we're not going to get to play the DJ Dallas sounder anymore, and I can't even find it, so we don't even get to play it today. We're playing that tomorrow.
This is just me personally. DJ Dallas is a dog, brothers.
Yeah,
he's a dog.
The reality is, I think we all kind of expected Michael Carter DJ Dallas. There it is. Yeah. One last time.
Yeah.
Oh man,
he might be on the practice squad.
That's true.
You know what? Is it possible that DJ Dallas would be picked up? What about Michael Carter?
I would think one of them's getting picked up.
Honestly, you could make an argument that both these guys could be possible.
Well, that was the whole conversation with Michael Carter that we were having yesterday is, okay, he's probably not going to make this team, but there are other teams that don't have the running backs the Cardinals have. And not that the Cardinals have like the best running back room in the NFL, but if you're only keeping 4 guys, Connor and Benson have locked up 2 of them. They like what DiMercado does. So you're basically, it's really tough for a guy like Michael Carter to make this team. Could he make a different team? Yeah, probably. Yes. But DJ Dallas in particular, because he is so... I know he had he didn't have a great start to the preseason. I know he dropped a couple balls in that first game. But generally speaking, he's a pretty good special teams weapon. I got to think a team takes him.
Yes. Man, that was interesting because... we have this thing we call Wolf's one play, basically. It's Wolf's one play. You get a little play on words right there. Wolf's one play. I take one play, and talk about the last game the Arizona Cardinals have played.
Okay.
I did it for the preseason, of course, and this last game, it was Bam Knight's run.
Well,
that was Wolf's one play.
I mean, it was a nice run.
Broke that down because it's going to be so important. Did you know the Arizona Cardinals last year, number 2 in the National Football League in explosive runs? Number 2 in the National Football League in explosive runs. This is the elite rushing team that they truly are, and it's because they are explosive. 20 yards or more, explosive plays for the Cardinals. Well, Bam Knight took it 67 yards to the house.
If you ever feel like that third preseason game doesn't mean anything, I find it hard to believe Bam Knight was already on the team a week ago.
Man, time to scramble and do a little more research on Bam Knight.
I'm looking, and he's the former Lion. It's Donovan Knight from a couple years ago that was, he had 300 rushing yards for the Lions, for the Jets 2 years ago, and then was on the Lions in 2023. Didn't play really last year, doesn't have any stats. This is how far down the depth chart, though, he was originally, Wolf. I'm looking at a box score. I won't say the website, but they have the jersey number next to each player. For Bam Knight, they have number 350. I don't think they hand out jersey number 350.
Wow.
So that's how much attention was being paid to him. But I mean, Gambo just he put this on X too. Bam Knight's going to make the team. No DJ Dallas or Michael Carter. That's significant.
That is significant. Okay, what about the PUP list once again? What do we have here?
Yeah, so Walter Nolan's going to begin the year on the PUP list. He's going to stay on the PUP list, is the way Gambo put it on X, and we were just talking to him during the break too. So
he'll miss the first 4 games of the season.
Yeah, at least.
Okay, so he's not on the active PUP list. He's got to be on the reserve, I believe. The reserve PUP list, correct? Because when you go on the reserve PUP list, you have to miss the first 4 games, or at least 4 games.
Either way, I'm not saying this specific news is a setback, but this is a setback. You know what I mean? Like, he's not starting the season. And I know Gambo said a couple weeks ago he's probably not going to play in that first game at least. There's a good chance this lingers into the season. But now, I mean, he's going to be behind when he gets going.
Okay, here it is, Basinonians. If a player remains on the active PUP list by the time of the final roster cuts, which Walter Nolan was,
which
right?
just happened in the last hour.
They are transferred to the reserve PUP list. Players on this list must miss at least 4 games of the regular season.
All right.
That's a bummer.
So the soonest he could come back would be that Tennessee game in week 5 for Walter Nolan. And again, you're talking about a rookie who didn't really have any camp either. I mean, he got the mental reps, I guess, of camp, but he didn't get to really participate in camp. So he's behind to start off his NFL career.
It's hard to think that Walter Nolan is going to contribute an awful lot in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to even think that.
Yeah. All right, lots more coming up, and we'll get more into this, obviously, tomorrow as well. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gibbo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Zach Gallen has, if he stays in the rotation to the very end, 5 to 6 starts left. If he continues to shine, that will be a big body of work on the way out of the season that his agent might be able to leverage for a multi-year contract with somebody. So the idea of Zach Gallen and what this looks like, it's going to be interesting to me, especially, when it comes to the Diamondbacks. Given the fact that Corbin Burns is not going to be around next year, missing a couple of high-end relievers as well, having a Zach Gallen back for next season on a 1-year deal has a lot of value.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You've known us as the Valley's leading AC company for over 25 years. But did you know that we're also a full-service plumbing company? From garbage disposals, sinks, toilets, clogged drains, water heaters, sewer pipe relining, we do it all. So for your next plumbing decision, make the Precision decision and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cutdown day has arrived, and we have some breaking Cardinals news. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects rookie first-round pick Walter Nolan to start the season on the PUP list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. Gambo is also reporting that running back Bam Knight has made the team over both DJ Dallas and Michael Carter. The Arizona Diamondbacks came up short last night against the Milwaukee Brewers in a 7-5 loss. They have a chance to bounce back tonight in Milwaukee with first pitch at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Diamondbacks, their 2026 schedule was released today, and they will begin their 2026 campaign in Los Angeles facing the Dodgers on March 26th. And finally, the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight in Los Angeles facing the Sparks. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Flags,
what
do
is
all
going
the
on?
things.
What's going on, Burnsy?
Oh, there is a lot going on. You just popped in second ago with the Wolf and Luke show, so let's not waste any time.
Let's not.
We got a busy show today. We got kind of a compacted show today. We're 2 hours long, so let's not waste any time. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Well, some surprises from the Arizona Cardinals, to say the least. Now, they haven't officially announced anything. Oh, no, they just did.
Did they just announce it?
They just announced it.
Okay.
Okay, so before I read some of the names on this list, let's go to the breaking news that Jamal mentioned that Gambo had that he jumped in on with the Wolf and Luke show.
Yes.
Well, you want to start with Walter Nolan or the running backs? Your call.
So we were able to get two pieces of information out there and get some breaking news out for the fans and the listeners. The first thing that we reported, it's a little bit of a shocker, but from what I was hearing, the Cardinals are only keeping 4 running backs. Among those 4 running backs are not going to include DJ Dallas or Michael Carter. Most people thought DJ Dallas or Michael Carter, one of them would make the roster, one of them would not. Both DJ Dallas and Michael Carter have been cut. The Cardinals, in a little bit of a surprise move, are keeping Bam Knight as the 4th running back. Zonovan Bam Knight has won the job behind James Conner, Trey Benson, and Amari DiMarcado. The other bit of information that we posted just a short time ago was something we had talked about for a couple of weeks, me and you, and what my expectations were. First-round pick Walter Nolan will stay on the physically unable to perform list. That was the news we had about 30 minutes ago.
Yep.
And it seems like now the Cardinals are starting to put out some information.
The Arizona Cardinals Football Club announced their roster moves today, and it just came down literally at straight up 2:01. And it confirms everything Gambo had reported from about 20 minutes to a half hour ago. Michael Carter has been cut. DJ Dallas has been cut. Walter Nolan, Bilal Nichols, Walter Nolan, and linebacker B.J. Ojulari have been put on the reserve, physically unable to perform list. The team has also put offensive lineman Hayden Conner, offensive lineman Christian Jones, and linebacker J.J. Russell on injured reserve. Hayden Conner and Christian Jones have both been designated to return. So those are two guys who, the two designated for return spots have been given to them. Bilal Nichols, Walter Nolan, and B.J. Ojulari have been put on the reserve PUP list, physically unable to perform list. Now, what this means for Walter Nolan, for the next 4 weeks, he cannot play, he cannot practice. So the big, and we'll get to the running backs in a second because that's fascinating that they kept Bam Knight throughout all of this. But the key thing here to take away about Walter Nolan is that the debate over the last 48 hours was if you put him on this list or if you put him on the injured reserve designated to return list, then he couldn't practice for the next 4 weeks. Do you really want to stunt his growth by not having him practice over the next 4 weeks?
Right.
Or do you want to keep a roster spot for him so he can practice but cut somebody you'd rather keep? They opted for the no practice. They opted to put him in a position where he cannot practice now for the next 4 weeks, not wanting to sacrifice a roster spot, not wanting to give up somebody they don't want to give up. But it must mean Walter Nolan is just not close enough to be able to even practice over the next 4 weeks. I'm sure if he were, and they thought he could be back by week 3 or even week 4, they'd want him to keep practicing so he can keep developing and growing and getting better. And now they can't do any of that with Walter Nolan.
Yeah, we had hinted a while ago that none of these guys are going to be ready. I know a lot of people put that out there on Twitter and did stories on it, but that's what we were saying with guys like Bilal Nichols and Walter Nolan and Bijay Ojulari. We had basically said a couple of weeks ago, we don't expect that these guys are going to be ready for week 1. And they could be ready for week 2 or 3, but more likely those guys are just not going to be able to play in the first 4 games because that's what it is. So that's why Bilal Nichols, Walter Nolan, Bijay Ojulari on the PUP list, which is what we had hinted about a couple of weeks ago, saying we knew they wouldn't be ready for week 1 or week 2, and it was too much of a risk to try to see if you can get them ready for week 3. So that was the information that we were getting. Christian Jones on injured reserve, but that's what people were asking about. That's the information we would get out. There was some other news in the cuts. You know, when you look at the Elijah Simmons, the defensive lineman, did not make the roster. Tajon Palmer, the wide receiver, did not make the roster. Darren Hall, the cornerback, did not make the roster. So Elijah Jones, the rookie last year out of Boston College, he does make the team. So, but I think the biggest shocker right now is the running back room. I think when I put that out there 30 minutes ago, a lot of people were reacting to that. A lot of people floored. DJ Dallas and Michael Carter, neither one of them making the Cardinals roster. Both guys getting cut.
He was Zonovan Bam Knight.
Bam Knight
was their leading rusher in the preseason. He had 12 attempts for 138 yards. He averaged 11.5. Well, actually, no, that was just in the game that they just played. That was just in the game on Saturday. Yeah, I'm just looking at the game stats for that one. He really lit it up in 3 preseason games for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, okay, so this tells me a couple things.
Yes.
Okay, number one, this tells me that Trey Benson has evolved to the point where they're comfortable with his blocking as a running back. That was kind of Amari DiMercado's strength, right? That and the fact that he could catch the ball out of the backfield as well as he could. They felt better about Amari DiMercado's ability to block as a running back in there, and that was something Trey Benson needed to work on. Clearly, he has, if they were going to make a move like, for that. So they keep Trey Benson in that regard.
Yeah, but Trey Benson and Trey Benson the 2, DiMercado the 3.
Right, and then DJ Dallas, the special teams guy, so they take
Phenomenal
a hit there.
special teams guy.
Michael Carter, who always seems to find a way to make a play when he has a chance. I think the big surprise here to me is DJ Dallas, just given how much of a special teams role he's played for the team, you know?
They must feel pretty good about their special teams the way it is, but you got to love them rewarding a guy like Bam Knight for how well he played. Here's a guy that came in here. Bam Knight, played at NC State. He was an undrafted kid. He was with the Jets. He was with the Lions. He was back with the Jets. Signs on with the Cardinals, and he did everything that they asked him to do, and he popped. He popped in the preseason, especially the game I was at on Saturday. So here's a kid that comes in here. He does everything that's asked of him. He's a little spark plug, right? He's not very big. He's like 5'10", 5'11", 210 pounds, and he ends up earning that spot as the 4th running back to the surprise of many. But again, you're rewarding a guy for what he did. We always talk about how important the preseason is for some of these guys battling for positions. It was really important for Michael Carter, DJ Dallas, and Bam Knight, the whole preseason, even the final game, which probably pushed Bam Knight over the top the way he played against the Raiders.
There were a couple of other things that happened here, too, and among them was Will Hernandez was not put on the PUP list. So he has been activated from the physically unable to perform list. When that means he'll be available, I don't know, but clearly they thought it was sooner than the 4 weeks. Otherwise, they could have done the same thing with him. Instead, by activating him now, he can practice, he can play, he's available over the next 4 weeks, so he must have physically been in a good place. There was one other move here that kind of flew under the radar a little bit. The Cardinals also cut long snapper Aaron Brewer, but as Darren Urban points out, that is basically roster juggling. Now they can put another player on the IR to return list and then re-sign Aaron Brewer later. So it's just a little bit of juggling.
Yes.
We're going to cut you for now. We're going to bring you back.
We'll bring you back.
And we got to do this right now so we can add another player later. And then when we do, we'll bring you back because obviously they need their long snapper.
Right.
And Aaron Brewer is going to be that guy.
Somebody asked me, who is Brewer's replacement? It's Brewer.
It's Brewer, yeah.
Brewer's going to replace Brewer.
Here's the other interesting thing about Bam Knight, too. And if you said this earlier, I apologize because everything's kind of moving fast a little bit here. it does make you wonder, was this done with an eye towards who can we get on the practice squad and who can we not? And was Bam Knight a guy that they were worried, we're not going to be able to get him on the practice squad based off of the preseason, and someone's going to come get him? Whereas maybe, Michael Carter, I don't know if they're going to be able to put him on the practice squad. DJ Dallas, I would think, would be a guy who would get claimed. I would think he would be a guy who might not last. Another position where they kept two. They kept both of their safeties, Joey Blunt and Keaton Crawford. Joey Blunt hitting the waiver. Nope, not going to happen. He's still on the team. So is Keaton Crawford. You mentioned Elijah Jones, the cornerback room, and everything like that. But it does make me wonder if they were worried that Bam Knight, once exposed, was going to be gone and was going to be claimed, and they weren't going to be able to keep him. Whereas the other guys that they cut, again, Carter, I don't know about, but DJ Dallas, I would think. They got to know they're going to lose him based off of what he's done special teams. I don't know, though.
And you know what? That was the toughest part. The decisions were very, very difficult to make because they've got a lot of, Monty Austin-Fort. They brought in a lot of talent. They've got more depth than they had a couple of years ago. You weren't worried about it. But now you've got players that other teams are going to look at. I would not be surprised if some of these players are claimed by other teams. But now we got to see what's out there for the Cardinals. Do the Cardinals make any claims? That could happen, too.
From Craig Grialou over at the Arizona Cardinals, breakdown by position. Thank you, Gree, for doing this. I appreciate it. 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 5 wide receivers, which is 1 fewer than a year ago.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
4 tight ends, 9 offensive linemen, 7 defensive linemen, which is 1 more than last season, 4 inside linebackers, so Owen Papo makes the team, 5 outside linebackers, 6 corners, 5 safeties. So they kept 1 extra safety than they did a year ago, 1 extra defensive lineman than they did a year ago, but they're a little short in the wide receiver room. Again, it's fluid.
Yeah.
Teams will be releasing other players, and we'll see guys who made the roster now. Maybe they don't. We'll see.
Fehoko, with the way he played, you were thinking, okay, he probably made the roster, but what'd you say? They kept 5 on the wide receivers?
Yes, kept
instead
5.
of 6?
Yep.
And so that's the point. You're taking that position. You're saying, okay, look, we like Simi Fehoko. We'll probably bring him back on the practice squad. We like him, but we need that spot for another position. We could use an extra offensive lineman on our spot right now. So I think that's what it really came down to. This was obviously the toughest time that this coaching staff and the front office had in putting a roster together because of just how close the competition is with so many of these players. It was very, very close, but they ended up making some big decisions, and we'll see now which of these guys are going to end up on the 17-man practice squad.
You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks, tick-tock. The season is running out of games, and they lost a close one last night. Can they get back on track tonight against one of the best young pitchers in baseball? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2 swung on, weakly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Nobody does it better than Sanderson Ford. If you're new to the Valley, you just moved here recently, the best place to buy a new Ford is Sanderson Ford. You know why? Size, 65 acres of cars, 2 service departments, a giant parts warehouse, a collision and custom shop, plus the on-site Starliner Diner. They are America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. They always treat you right with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Get real Labor Day deals and save over $10,000 on new Bronco Badlands or purchase a new Escape for just $23,995. Plus, both offers include a 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan. It's no secret the best place to buy a new Ford is Sanderson Ford. Proud partners of the Dbacks. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations, the Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Wolf. What questions do we want the Arizona Cardinals to answer this season? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The 1-2. Swung on. Weekly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Down in a heartbeat, thanks to Eduardo Rodriguez's third inning and his inability to get out of the third inning. Brought back in a heartbeat, thanks to Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who is almost flirting with the team record for RBI in a month. Bryce Jarvis, who's going to join us here in about 10 minutes, was almost gave him a quality start in relief last night.
He was great.
He was one out away from delivering a quality start in relief. But at the end of the day, the Milwaukee Brewers have the best record in baseball for a reason. Too much for Eduardo and the Diamondbacks to handle, and they lose last night 7-5 to open up this 7-game road trip.
And the Mets won last night. So for those that are still scoreboard watching, it's the worst case scenario. Mets win, you lose. Put you another game back, and it's like, not that it's not inevitable, right? It's inevitable the Diamondbacks aren't going to make the playoffs, but there was always that thought, the Mets schedule, the teams that they've got to play, the Phillies, but the Mets won big last night. The Diamondbacks lose, down 6-0. It was a terrific. It does show you, and I know Lovello said this after the game, that the team is still fighting, the team is still playing hard, and they are. You get down 6-0 in a game like that, and you come back and you make a game of it. Jarvis does give up that solo home run. It gave them a little bit of a cushion right
It's
there.
hard to fault him for that.
No, Jarvis was great last night. Don't forget, they got in at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? Mechanical plane failure or something. They didn't get in until 4 in the morning. I think Lavelle said he got to his hotel room at 4:30.
The brakes weren't working on the plane, so they had to bring in another plane to fly them to Milwaukee. So they had to wait 5 hours for the next plane to come in and get them. They fly charter, obviously, but they had to wait 5 hours. So they got in really late, but yeah,
it's the brakes. Like, just change them out. How long does it take? You got a mechanic there? Hey, take the brake pads out of this plane and put new brake pads on it.
No,
40 minutes. Let's go.
One of our flights this past summer, they said, "Hey, we're delayed a little bit for mechanical issues," and I thought those are just not words you want to hear when you're sitting on the tarmac waiting to take off. I do not want mechanical issues with my plane. Not at all.
I got delayed by British Airways. They sent me like $400.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
If you delayed more than 3 hours, they send you money. They sent me money.
We were delayed about 30 minutes, so nobody got sent any money. But
there you go. Here's some cash.
Here's Torrey after the game on, kind of spinning it positive, I guess, with them losing.
It was fastball heavy at the top of the zone. I think we just started to hone in on where the ball was going to be through the first couple of at-bats, and, guys are coming around for their third time and really capitalized. The key moment was Curry's 3-run home run. That instantly gets you back into the game. And what I told the guys throughout the course of those middle innings, that anything's possible in this ballpark. Games change real quick here. Just put on some guys, put some guys on the bases, and somebody will clean them up, and that's what happened.
Then went on to say, in a game where we talk about the circumstances of getting here, we're down 6-0. It would have been easy for a team to shut down, but not this group. We fought, and hopefully that's the catalyst for what we can come out here and do tomorrow, which is now today.
Yeah, Eduardo Rodriguez, not a good start. We had talked about some of the good starts that he had. That was not a good one. Jarvis came in. Jarvis was one of the guys that they were looking at as being, if they would have traded Gallen, I think Jarvis would have been a starter on this team. But good to see him. Good to see him pitch well, because I like him. I think he's got a bright future.
Yeah, you mentioned the scoreboard watching, and it's obvious what there's 30 games left now in the season for the Diamondbacks. It's obvious we've gotten to the point where we all know, like we know they're not going to make the postseason. We know they're not going to get in there. But this team, and I don't know when it's going to stop. Maybe this is the road trip where it stops. With 3 more against the Brewers and then 3 against the Dodgers, this is a really brutal road trip they're on. But every single time we think, okay, that's it, we're done scoreboard watching, there's no reason to, this team keeps giving us a reason to, and they did it last week. They lose 3 of 4 to the Colorado Rockies. We come back on Monday. Okay, that's it. They're done. No reason to keep scoreboard watching. Then they win a series at home against the Guardians. They win a series at home against the Reds. They could have swept the Reds, and suddenly you're thinking, okay, it's time to start scoreboard watching again. So, I don't know. I know, 95% of our audience that's listening right now knows that they're done and they're not going to make the postseason. But every single time they keep giving you a little reason. You know what? I'm going to check out that Mets game tonight. I'm going to keep an eye on what the Reds are doing and see if the Diamondbacks can make up some ground. Maybe that ends this week. Maybe that's already over. But they do always seem to just keep hope alive a little bit longer than you would expect.
And listen, I mean, your phrase, they're bringing a knife to a gunfight. I think we said yesterday, they came in with a payroll of $190 million. They're down to like $90 million now. They got like a $90 million payroll with all the guys that were traded and that are on the injured list. And you've got about 18 guys that are like minimum guys. You've got 18 guys that are right around the minimum wage factor. So, they're really doing it shorthanded. I don't know what the goal should be. Listen, if they could finish at 500, I think that'd be tremendous. I don't know if they could do it. They're 4 games under, but that could be a goal for them.
I think there's lots of goals, but I also think some of the goals are individual. For Bryce Jarvis, I think his goal is to show that he has a spot on this team. I think for Ketel Marte, who didn't hit his home run last night, by the way. Sorry to break it to you.
I know.
You called your shot. He didn't do it. I know.
He had a big chance. I thought he was going to get it there and didn't hit it.
No, didn't do it.
Got one hit.
Didn't do it. 500 is a goal. More games, just staying relevant as long as they possibly can. And maybe that's, like I say, maybe that's expired, but I think that's a goal for them. Individual goals for Corbin Carroll to continue to have an unbelievable season, and Ketel Marte. There's individual things. Mostly, it's for the guys that this organization is kind of auditioning for next year to see who they can be and what they can do. What role is Juan Burgos going to play on this team next year?
Right.
What role is Bryce Jarvis going to play? Or
at the
Tyler
games.
Locklear? When Jordan Lawler comes up, we know what his goals are going to be. We know what our goals are going to be when we're watching him. Blaze Alexander, same thing. There's at least a half dozen, if not more, guys, individual guys, who are basically auditioning for next year.
We've seen the struggles, right? The Hoffman kid they sent him down. He had some struggles. I was at the game Sunday, and Burgos just couldn't get it out. He was really struggling. We saw Garcia come up and struggle a little bit. I mean, you know, you're trying to bring some new arms, some bullpen arms. I mean, obviously their farm system is a lot better now than it was, you know, before all these trades. But you're hoping that one or two of these arms pop in the bullpen because they really need that help in the bullpen.
Yeah, they do. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you that Cardinal fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting next Tuesday. We're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to Arizona Sports and our YouTube page. Hit subscribe, and then click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, go to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and you can win tickets to see the Cardinals home opener in just a couple of weeks. When we come back, he had a strong outing last night against the Brewers, nearly threw a quality start in relief. We'll talk with Bryce Jarvis. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Today is the day. All NFL teams must cut down to 53 active players. We already know of some of the cuts the Cardinals have made. Who else says adios to the desert today?
We're not going to lie. We're not going to sugarcoat things. It kind of is what it is, and hopefully give them a little bit of proof plan if it didn't work out, what they need to work on.
Breaking Cardinals and NFL news coming your way as we cover the NFL's Cutdown Day. On Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team where they're ready to help you. That's right, you right now with all of your mortgage needs. It's like, okay, I do have some mortgage needs. Maybe you want to refinance. Maybe you want to take out a home equity line of credit. Maybe you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage. You're going to buy a second house, or you're going to get out of renting and you want to own your own home. It's a great time to buy a house right now. A lot of houses on the market. So those house prices have come down quite a bit. Remember, you could always change in your interest rate. You can't change in the price of the house. If you buy a house for $500,000, you bought it for $500,000. You can't just say, hey, the market changed. Can I get it for $450,000? No, you already paid for it. Interest rates can always change. The house price doesn't. So if you like a price on a house right now, let's jump on that with the Lund Mortgage team. Pre-approved, absolutely free. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Fuel up like a champ at Doghouse downtown Phoenix. Whether you're catching the game or hosting the crew, we've got the flavor lineup to win the day. All beef house dogs, juicy burgers, crispy chicken, and craveable sausages. All served on King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't forget the loaded tots and ice cold craft brews. Open 24/7 at Central and Washington. We've got your flavor fix. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and bring the heat to your next game day.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cutdown day has arrived, and the Arizona Cardinals have a 53-man roster. First reported by our own John Gambadoro, and now announced by the team, rookie first-round pick Walter Nolan is to start the season on the PUP list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. In other roster news, running back Bam Knight has made the team over both DJ Dallas and Michael Carter. The Arizona Diamondbacks came up short last night against the Milwaukee Brewers in a 7-5 loss, but they have a chance to bounce back tonight in Milwaukee with first pitch at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Diamondbacks, their 2026 schedule was released today, and they will begin their 2026 campaign in Los Angeles facing the Dodgers on March 26th. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight in Los Angeles facing the Sparks. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and it is time for our Clubhouse Call-In, our weekly visit with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And joining us right now, the guy who it's not the most honorable thing, I guess you can say, but certainly the one who saved the bullpen last night, and that was a big deal for everybody I know. Bryce Jarvis joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show after his stellar appearance last night for 5 2/3. Bryce, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Good to be with you.
Yeah, really good to be with you, too. And when I say not the most honorable thing, it's a very honorable thing you did last night. It's just not going to be the thing that catches all the headlines. But I got to imagine for Torrey and for everybody else in the bullpen and for everybody on that roster, there was a great sense of what appreciation that you did for them last night, I have to think.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, anytime you can help pick up your teammates in whatever way, whether it's at the plate or on the mound or in the dugout, like, it's always a good feeling.
When you go into a moment like that, are you mentally prepared for, I got to stretch this as long as I can? I'm building myself for the idea that I have to give them as many innings as possible here given the situation we're in?
For sure. I mean, going in, you know, that's the job that you're being asked to do. The end isn't always in sight. You just want to do the most you can with the amount of pitches you have. And I knew it was going to be tough to get to the end there, but that was definitely a goal of mine, was to keep the other pen guys out of it and keep those guys fresh for the rest of the series. And then the series in LA, they're big games, and we're going to need everyone on deck to have a shot at winning those.
But you're also trying to reestablish yourself in that bullpen. And how far do you think a moment like that goes for you to show Torrey that once again, just like you were a year and a half ago, you can be a valuable part of this bullpen in whatever role he decides to deploy you in?
Yeah, I think, you know, not only the bullpen, but going back to Reno and starting this year, and kind of re-auditioning for one of those rotation spots. It was a huge opportunity, and a chance to show that I have the ability to throw 90 pitches, go 5+ innings, and hopefully one day that's starting in the first and not the third.
You're still young. You still have so much of your career left. How much, when you think about your career and what you want it to be, how much of it do you think in terms of being a starter, reestablishing yourself as a starter, and proving to them that that's the role you can play?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always thought that my arsenal and my temperament and the way I approach games lends itself to a starting role, but I also have taken pride in being adaptable and stepping up for whatever role the team needs. I think it's similar to when I was coming up in college at Duke and kind of freshman year being that Swiss Army knife and coming in for length out of the bullpen, but taking the bulk of the game, and then moving over to starting and being a weekend starter. My final 2 years there, it feels very similar to that.
For somebody who's never done it before, but who has seen plenty of numbers and watched guys go down there, how difficult is it to pitch in Reno when you're trying to do all the things that you're doing, given the thin air and the altitude, and the ball tends to jump in that league and everything? How difficult is it down there to establish that part of your game?
Very difficult. I think to the point where there's a lot of variables in a baseball game, no matter where you are, and you always want to try and control what you can control. And I think a big part of that is, reframing your expectations when you're in a place like that, like Reno, to, just getting through your innings, going 5+ innings is a victory there. I mean, pitches don't move as much, and every batted ball flies a lot further than you think it should. So, at the start, it's easy to kind of drive yourself crazy with getting hyper focused on the results, but hopefully, I can be an example to some of the younger guys that are down there that results down there don't always tell the full story. You can have success in the big leagues and the numbers not look good down there.
What did you feel? Bryce Jarvis is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. When you go down there with the idea of being a starter, what are you working on? What are you trying to develop? What are you trying to hone your craft when you're there in terms of what you can apply for like this moment, or like last night when you get that call back up? What were you trying to work on specifically this last time around?
Yeah, it's a big difference going through a lineup multiple times as a starter, or even as a length guy, being able to show different looks and not just be, a one-trick pony. I think it's important to have elite fastball command, be able to move it around the zone, go in, go out, go up, go down, but also have, multiple off-speed pitches, so that you're not showing, like I said, the same look to guys when they're seeing you 3, maybe 4 times in a game.
Yeah, and that was something that you were working on when you were down there. Bryce Jarvis is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Tell me about back in 2024, I guess it would be, when you started the season. How much trust did you feel like Torey had in you in the role that you were used in, and how important of a part did you feel like you were in the plans for the Diamondbacks at the beginning of 2024 when you were used quite a bit?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say, that I had a specific role, just because I think, a stat that I throw out is, I think by June of 24, I had pitched in every inning from the first inning all the way to the 11th inning. And I think that's a testament to my ability as a kind of a Swiss Army knife pitcher. And I think that's a role in itself is the guy that you can give the ball to in any situation and have confidence in. I think it doesn't really sound like a role, but I think every good functional bullpen has one of those guys.
Bryce Jarvis is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, talking D-backs baseball. Game 2 of their 4-game series against the Brewers is coming up later this afternoon. Last one for you, and in terms of roles that are up for grabs for next year, Mike Hazen has already said that these last 30 to 40 games of the season are going to be very important, maybe even more important than spring training in terms of guys showing what they're capable of. Is that an impression that you have been left with when it comes to kind of what's at stake over these last 30 games and what you can show them as it relates to next year?
I think anytime you take the ball is an opportunity to show what you got and take that next step into different roles. And I think the way the season has gone and the way it's shaping up for next year, that's even emphasized. So, like I said, every time you take the ball, you want to be conscious of that. But I would agree that the rest of the season has some added emphasis.
Bryce, we appreciate the time. Again, great outing last night that you kept the D-backs in it the way you did. Thanks for coming on for a few minutes. We appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the season, okay?
Of course. Appreciate you guys having me on.
That was Bryce Jarvis joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. D-backs and the Brewers, Game 2 of their 4-game series coming up at 4:40 this afternoon. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, how this season is going to be different for Sam Levitt than last season. You'll hear what the quarterback had to say with the season opener on Saturday looming. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The pre-Labor Day sales event, it's been going on all month long at Liberty GMC, so all of the great deals. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. All of the great deals that you can get, well, they're all available this weekend for Labor Day weekend at Liberty GMC. But I'll tell you what also is there is their service department, which is one of the best, one of the most efficient in all of the Valley. They've added this late night shift, and it's been really popular because basically you can drop your car off by 8 p.m. and it's ready for you the next day. You'll never know it's gone. You'll not be sitting around waiting for it. Basically, they're working on it while you sleep, so it's ready for you the next day, and off you go. You go to Liberty GMC for service. You go there for sales. You go there for leases. They are the best when it comes to getting a GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. With so many ads and gimmicks on the radio today, how do you really know which AC company to pick? Well, how about trusting the #1 ranked AC company in the state for over a decade? We just don't need gimmicks. When you call my company, you're going to get a fair price and quality work done by true experts. Remember, when it comes to getting it done right, it's all about precision. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Close out the summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Saturday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. With great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. If you are looking for a vision correction procedure, I highly recommend Dr. Jay Schwartz. Why? I went there for my LASIK surgery. One of the best things I've ever done for myself is go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Now, they've got 3 locations in the Valley, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, one in Mesa. Dr. Jay Schwartz is a full-service eye care specialist for you and your entire family. He can help you with all of your eye care needs. It was great for me to go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center about 15 years ago and have that LASIK surgery done. Truly one of the best things I've ever done for myself. It really worked out great for me. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contact lenses. I don't even wear readers. So if you are looking to get your vision restored to what it used to be, contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and get a free, thorough eye exam. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teameydoc.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Hi, Lauren's here. Got our poll question of the day. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page, at Burns and Gambo. Football season rapidly approaching today. Gambo had the big breaking news about all the cut downs for the Arizona Cardinals. Bam Knight making the initial cut. Walter Nolan going on the reserve pup list, so he won't be able. You're just going to say that? I'll just Gambo walking down the hall and just out of nowhere. Bam!
What's the first Bam you think about as a player? Bam
Adebayo.
Mullins. Bam Adebayo.
Bam Mullins.
Bam Mullins.
Mullins.
Yeah,
Mullins.
Bam Mullins.
I get the name right. Bam Adebayo.
Bam from the Flintstones.
Yeah. Bam.
Bam.
That's all I got for Bam.
That's what we got. Bam Adebayo and Bam Mullins.
Done.
Now Bam Knight.
Are there any other Bams?
I'm sure there are other Bams. I'm sure people on social media will tell us.
Named Bam. I'm stuck. I'm stuck
perplexed.
on Adebayo and Mullins.
I'm perplexed.
It's a rare day on the Burns and Gambo show where we name 2, and that's the end of the list.
That's it. Right now, Vinny Murata is in his car going.
He got 7
Bam
Bams.
Jones, Bam Smith.
Forgot about Bam.
Bam Anderson. He's doing it in his dueling Gambo's voice too. What's our poll question today? What do we got?
Well, our poll question today, just like you said, football season around the
It's
corner,
here.
both NFL and college.
Yes.
With that in mind, we're asking which football team will win more games this season, Arizona State or the Arizona Cardinals?
Just cutting it right down to the quick, aren't we? We're just getting right down to the nub here. Who will win more games?
Mm-hmm.
ASU or the Arizona Cardinals? Okay, I'm just going instinct here. The Arizona Cardinals.
I got him with 9. I think I also have ASU with 9.
Oh, I haven't gone through game by game for ASU. Well, you did. You kind of went through and said, I don't see how they can lose these games.
No way.
Yeah.
2 or 3, maybe. I'll say Cardinals. It's close.
It's close. It's really close. I don't know if our poll is close.
Do you want to guess some percentages?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to say ASU is winning the poll, and they have 58% of the vote.
I'll say ASU's winning with 65% of the vote.
ASU is winning with 72% of the vote.
Okay, I was closer.
Okay.
People are ready for Saturday.
Yeah, they are. And the expectations are crazy high for ASU. That's a good question.
Still need another sports guy named Bam.
Let's see what the old
Anybody respond on Twitter?
Guys.
Bam Cunningham.
Bam Morris. There
Bam
you go.
Morris. Yeah.
Bam Morris.
I forgot about Bam Morris.
See, all you got to do is go on social media. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Everything. Everything in the world is on social media.
It really is.
That's why I see all these videos. The 80s want you back. It was better here. People didn't stare at their phones all day. We went outside and played. We rode bikes. We went to the movies. The 80s are calling you back.
I don't know when else we're going to be able to address this today because we don't have a reset. But because we're talking about social media, Gambo, did you see the big news today?
Oh, my daughter was so excited.
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged.
Oh, my daughter was so excited. She's like, Dad, are you going to talk about that on the show today? I'm like, no, but
yes,
I'm glad you're happy.
Tell your daughter that you did talk about it on air today.
What? I'm just. Why would anybody be that excited about two people getting engaged that they don't know?
It was the headline on ESPN today.
We don't even know these people.
Is it still like the top story on ESPN?
I'd imagine. I'll check.
I'm just going to go to ESPN.com and see if it's like the above the fold. It's the fifth story in their top headlines. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift reveal engagement.
Twitter poll. Over/under on how long that marriage lasts. Twitter poll. Over/under.
I'm not stepping in on that. I'm not stepping in on that.
No way that marriage lasts 3 years. No way.
Ooh, are you putting it at 3?
No way.
3 years for the over/under.
No way it lasts 3 years.
Wow. I'd probably take the over on that, but if I were to set the over/under at 5, I would probably take the under.
Am I the crazy person that thinks that could totally work?
Just forever? Like
marriage?
they're just going to have a...
He's going to retire.
Yeah.
He's going to have nothing to do.
Yeah, but she's barely at home. She's touring the world doing her own thing anyway.
Who is the celebrity couple, sports or otherwise, who has endured throughout the years?
Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Okay. That's a really good one.
That's a great call, Gambo.
Kevin Bacon and Kira Sedgwick have been together forever. Right? Who's been the longest Okay, that's a good one. Kevin Bacon and his wife.
Well, I mean,
Pierce Brosnan.
But she's not they're both celebrities, right? Like they're both known personalities.
Well, I mean, Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union have been together for a while, but there were cheating scandals.
John Krasinski and Emily Blunt. Have they been together long enough? I don't know.
If they moved out of Hollywood, they got a shot at making it work. You got to get out of Hollywood.
Well,
get out of California.
Sam, if you're listening, we talked about it for all of 2.5 minutes. She's, it's just the celebrity thing.
Yeah,
the celebrity thing is. But yes, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged. Sam Levitt probably doesn't care. Sam Levitt is just excited that it's game week for ASU.
Yes, it's a lot more fun, not playing X and all the guys in the back end. So they've seen our stuff a million times, So it's going to be a lot of fun going up against a different opponent. And, in the film room, it's pretty refreshing to see a different defense, different game plan rather than the same stuff I see every week.
He met with the media today. It was either before practice or after practice, and he was talking, Gambo, about the difference going into this year versus last year.
Yeah, night and day. I just say it's the comfortability of knowing what I'm actually stepping into, knowing what it takes to win a game, knowing what it takes to win, multiple games and be a successful team overall. So having 1 year under my belt, it's made all the difference, and I'm excited to go see what we can do.
It's amazing to me. I was reading a story on him on AZ Central today, and this time a year ago, to think where he's gone from where he was a year ago.
Sure.
This time a year ago, he was a complete unknown. He was a known, but he was a complete unknown in that we didn't know how capably he was going to play the quarterback position for ASU. We had no idea.
I'll take it a step further. We broke the story that Sam Levitt was coming to ASU. We had him on the show the next day. I spoke with him the night before it was announced and arranged for him to come on the show. It wasn't a big deal.
No.
Wasn't a big deal.
No.
Because they had the Drew
Jaden
Pine
Rashada
and but just all the kids that they had transferred in, and nobody had really been any good.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like when we broke that story, it was, I don't want to say an afterthought, but it wasn't on the top of people's minds.
ASU.
Oh my God, they got Sam Levitt. People didn't know what they were getting.
You know why? Because ASU football wasn't on the top of anybody's minds.
That's true.
I mean, the whole sport wasn't on the top of anybody's mind. They were picked dead last in the Big 12, and so the quarterback transferring in, it wasn't. Then I read. Fast forward a year later, not only is he a Heisman candidate, not only was he considered one of the top quarterbacks in the country, he's 9th in NIL money in all of college football this year. He's making the 9th highest amount of money among all NIL players this year.
When do we have Graham Rossini on?
Tomorrow. Thursday. Whoop. Sorry, I thought today was Wednesday. Thursday.
Graham Rossini. I mean, that's something to talk. You got a top 10 NIL guy?
Yeah.
Does it say how much he's making?
$3.1 million. He ranks 9th on the top NIL earners in college football at $3.1 million. Arch Manning leads the way.
That makes more than us.
He is making $6.8 million this year.
Arch Manning's making
6.8. So Levitt is 9th with 3.1.
Can you imagine if you get $6 million a year and stay in college for 4 years? $24 million.
You would need to work a day the rest of your life if you were smart with it.
Just decided not to go pro. We're going to retire now.
Here's one more from Levitt on all the attention he's been getting since last season.
I'm not going to lie. At first, it was tough. Media coverage, rankings, this, that, and the third. You're supposed to be this. Team's supposed to have this success. So you got to, figure out who you are as an individual and what you really do it for, because you can get lost in that. And I'm not saying I did, but it definitely affected me. And, now throughout the last month, it's completely changed. Fall camp was a really good reset for me, just to be able to do that. But, it definitely starts to weigh in on some people. But, at the end of the day, you got to realize why you're doing this in the first place, who you're doing it for. Come to the facility every single day. And, I'm walking in, seeing my guys, JT, Skrilla, everybody. And you realize that's who you do it for. And also the game, you're here because of what you love, the situation that you put yourself in. So it's really, leaning back on your roots.
Interesting
very
admission.
Honest answer.
Yeah, very honest.
Honest answer.
Yep. I
need a reality check. Camp was a reality check. We got to get back to work now.
Yeah, I had the same reaction. He's like, it was tough. It was tough to deal with all the attention. It was a lot. Yeah, interesting.
Well, this is celebrity status comes with winning a conference championship and going to the playoffs and being a Heisman candidate. A lot comes with that.
No doubt. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The Cardinals' cuts today had some surprises. We'll talk about it in the news that Gambo broke earlier next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marana mornings. Zach Gallen has, if he stays in the rotation to the very end, 5 to 6 starts left. If he continues to shine, that will be a big body of work on the way out of the season that his agent might be able to leverage for a multi-year contract with somebody. So the idea of Zach Gallen and what this looks like, it's going to be interesting to me, especially, when it comes to the Diamondbacks. Given the fact that Corbin Burns is not going to be around next year, missing a couple of high-end relievers as well, having a Zach Gallen back for next season on a 1-year deal has a lot of value.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and what better example to take advantage of JLC Roofing than yesterday. The haboob, the wind, the torrential downpour at our house. How many people woke up this morning like, oh no, I got a leak, because your roof wasn't taken care of. That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing every single day. Not only to replace your roof, but also repair it. There's a lot of you out there that just need simple repairs to make sure that your roof is going to last through the torrential downpours and all the crazy wind that are blowing tiles off people's roofs. Yeah, it could get crazy out there, the monsoon season. That's why you need to know about JLC Roofing. Third-generation roofers right here in Arizona. Nobody does a better job. Many of you out there can use a roof repair right now. A lot of you right now can use a roof repair. They give free estimates. Free estimates. Your roof may need a repair. You might have to have it fixed, especially after what happened yesterday in the valley with those crazy heavy winds blowing down trees all over my neighborhood. Well, think about what it's doing to your roof. Some of you probably have some tiles out of place. That's not good. And, of course, that heavy rain. You don't want that rain getting into your house. Call JLC Roofing at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, and get a free estimate.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pantera equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting Dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's Dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cutdown day has arrived, and the Arizona Cardinals have a 53-man roster. First reported by our own John Gambadoro and now announced by the team, rookie first-round pick Walter Nolan is to start the season on the PUP list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. In other roster news, running back Bam Knight has made the team over both DJ Dallas and Michael Carter. The Arizona Diamondbacks came up short last night against the Milwaukee Brewers in a 7-5 loss, but they have a chance to bounce back tonight in Milwaukee with first pitch at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Diamondbacks, their 2026 schedule was released today, and they will begin their 2026 campaign in Los Angeles facing the Dodgers on March 26th. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight in Los Angeles facing the Sparks. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, football promotions, and more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman.
Running backs DJ Dallas and Michael Carter are among the Cardinals' 53-man roster cuts. First-round pick Walter Nolan III will start the season on the PUP list, and the Saints named Arizona high school product Spencer Rattler as the starter to face the Cardinals in Week 1. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Yeah, those are the big takeaways from the roster cuts made by the Arizona Cardinals today. There's so much to extract from it. We're going to start with the news that Gambo broke about 25 minutes before we took the air at 2 o'clock. He went on with the Wolf and Luke show and was the first to report that Walter Nolan was indeed going to the reserve PUP list, which means the Cardinals' first-round pick for the second straight year now. The Cardinals' first-round pick is not going to be available to play or even practice for the first 4 weeks of the season. Last year it was Darius Robinson. This year it's Walter Nolan. You know as well as I do, there was some speculation that maybe the Cardinals would avoid putting him on that list to start the season with the hope that at the very least he could practice during the next 4 weeks and not, because he hasn't been around for much of training camp. I'm sure they want him out there preparing for the season, but clearly they did not want to sacrifice a roster spot for somebody who just wasn't going to be ready to play.
Yeah, and that was, they had a few guys that were injured, and we talked about B.J. Ojolari and Nichols and Jones, and obviously with Walter Nolan, they had guys that they just felt these guys are not going to be ready for Week 1. They're not going to be ready for Week 1. They're probably not going to be ready for Week 2. Is it possible they could be ready for Week 3? It's possible, but it's not a guarantee. At that point, you've got to weigh the decisions and feel like, hey, I need to know that I have a guy on the roster that would be available if I need it in Week 1, 2, or 3. And so that's why these decisions were made. And we had hinted about this a couple of weeks ago, that it was unlikely any of those guys would be available for Week 1 and that all of them would start on one of the 2 lists, right? You got the injured reserve list, you got the PUP list.
Yeah.
So that's what we had talked about.
For me, the distinction with Nolan, it's not even so much his availability for the first 4 games of the season, though I don't want to minimize that. For me, the distinction is he can't even practice, and I know we're talking about practice, Allen Iverson, but he can't even practice. And I would bet for them that was what they were considering. Like, hey, if we put him on this list, he can't even practice with us for the next 4 weeks. We are kind of like shutting him down. Do we really want to do that for the second straight year with our first-round pick versus keeping an extra guy on the roster? So they decided to do it. He's unavailable for the first 4 weeks of the season. Will Hernandez is available for the first 4 weeks of the season. They activated him off the PUP list. Doesn't mean he's going to play right away. Doesn't even mean he's going to start. He's not the projected starter, but
could feel good about him for Week 2.
He's ready enough that he can at least practice and put himself in a position to play potentially in one of these first 4 weeks of the season. The other big news that you broke right before we went on the air was the 4 running backs they're keeping. Obviously James Conner, obviously Trey Benson, Amari DiMercado made the cut, and Bam Knight made the cut.
Not DJ Dallas, not Michael Carter, but Bam Knight. Bam Knight had a sensational preseason. I was at the game Saturday, and he ripped off this incredible touchdown run, but he's also a special teams player, right? He's also a good special teams player. You throw that combination in, and you have to reward guys that show up and do everything you ask of them. And that's what Bam Knight did. He showed up. He did everything that was asked of him. They liked him. It was a hard decision. And I think maybe going into that third preseason game, everybody was saying it's a battle between Michael Carter and DJ Dallas. And then Bam Knight just stole the show. He had a terrific camp. He had a good preseason. He had that terrific run on Sunday, and he won that battle. Again, good to see guys that could come in here and work their ass off that are not projected to make the roster, make the roster based on just good old hard work.
It's funny. I was thinking to a conversation we had, I think, last week about the possibility of the Cardinals keeping 5 running backs. Bam Knight wasn't even one of the 5 that we were talking about. It was keeping Carter, keeping DJ Dallas, keeping DiMercado, keeping the other 2. Like he wasn't even, hey, my God, would they keep 5 running backs? We weren't even thinking about Bam Knight as a guy that they could. 12 carries, 138 yards, and a touchdown throughout the preseason. The big day, as you mentioned, was against the Raiders. He had 5 carries for 83 yards, the 67-yard touchdown. Now, maybe there's, and we're still working on the details of this, getting DJ Dallas back on the practice squad, getting Michael Carter back on the practice squad.
Yeah, if nobody signs those guys, if nobody signs those players, now they can sign directly, right? So if nobody signs those players, they can add them to the practice squad.
Yeah.
But as veteran players, they don't have to clear the waivers, so they can just be signed by anybody. So we'll see how that works out. 17-man practice squad. I imagine the Cardinals will start looking now to take a look at all the cut list and see who is cut and who wasn't cut, and if they like somebody, to add. Do they, who's going to be the third quarterback on the practice squad? Don't know. But we're going to have to see how that works. What I was looking at today was there were a lot of cuts. There were a lot of players that were getting cut, a lot of wide receivers, a lot of quarterbacks. There were some corners. We'll have to see if Monty Ossenfort and his staff like any of those players.
Yeah, they're 16th in the waiver wire, I think, and it works just like you would expect. Guy gets cut, and for the Cardinals to get him, 15 teams would have to say no before the Cardinals were able to lay a claim. In addition to everything that we've talked about, they put Hayden Connor and Christian Jones on the injured reserve designated to return list. So basically it's the same thing. They can't practice or play for the next 4 weeks for the 2 offensive linemen. They put Bilal Nichols, B.J. Ojolari also on the physically unable to perform list. So again, same deal. First 4 weeks, they can't do anything. In addition to that, there were just, and now we're getting into the weeds here a little bit, but there were some interesting, just from a number standpoint, 5 wide receivers kept by the Arizona Cardinals. Xavier Weaver ended up being the fit with Simi Fehoko being released today. Now, maybe an opportunity to bring him back to the practice squad, but for now only 5, and maybe they're keeping themselves open to seeing what else is out there. But given the way Fehoko had played the last couple of preseason games, most people thought he was a lock to make the roster. He announced it on TikTok that he wasn't, and I think there was genuine surprise that, given the way you talked about earning it in the preseason, Simi Fehoko looked like a guy who had earned it in the preseason, and yet he didn't get one of the 5 spots. Xavier Weaver did. They're keeping 4 tight ends. They're a tight end-heavy offense.
Yeah.
Travis Vokalek is going to be the 4th in that. Kind of makes sense when you think about how their offense works, right?
Yep.
Josh Fryer, the undrafted tackle out of Ohio State, he made the cut. He's one of the 4 offensive tackles on the roster.
Ohio State, a lot of good Ohio State players on this roster.
Despite the fact that Walter Nolan isn't available, they still kept 7 interior defensive linemen on the roster. Now, Justin Jones could be a guy who's moved to injured reserve and probably will, because they're going to do some roster gymnastics with their long snapper, Aaron Brewer. They have the ability to bring him back, and when they do, Justin Jones might be the guy who gets put on IR, but for now, there's 7 of them. They kept 4 inside linebackers, so Owen Papo made the cut.
He did make the cut. He was a guy who was right on that bubble.
They kept 6 corners, so Keitrell Clark, Denzel Burke, Elijah Jones. Elijah Jones made it. He's in. Made it. Darren Hall didn't. He was cut. 5 safeties, so they kept both Keaton Crawford and Joey Blunt on the roster. Yep.
Now, that's a benefit. Okay, there's a special teams play there, but that's also the benefit of only keeping the 4th running back, right? By only keeping 4 running backs and not 5, that opened up a roster spot somewhere else. Could it have been the safety, the offensive line? That's where they were able to add an extra player.
Yeah, they're keeping 1 more defensive lineman than they did from a year ago. They're keeping 1 more safety than they did from a year ago. 1 less wide receiver from a year ago. So those are kind of I think the main takeaways here. Will Hernandez, Walter Nolan, Bam Knight, Simi Fehoko is another one. But there are other guys too. Elijah Jones made it. P.J. Mustipher made it. Josh Fryer made it. Owen Papo made it. Both the safety. Elijah Simmons got cut. Maybe a little bit of a surprise there when you look at the roster in general.
I think P.J. just outplayed him.
Yeah,
right? I think P.J. just had a great camp and just outplayed Elijah Simmons. So that, I think it was a while we thought, hey, man, Elijah Simmons, but you looked at him, he was a physical specimen. But I think P.J. just had a better camp.
Now we wait to see how many of these cuts get back on the practice squad. How many of these cuts remain Cardinals? And I would assume, like you would, a lot of them. And then we wait to see what cherry-picking Monty Ossenfort can do from other rosters and at what positions. I would assume wide receiver would be one. I would assume...
You saw Amari Cooper signed with the Raiders.
I would assume cornerback could be another one. Did you see who was the corner? Rasul Douglas? Signed with the Miami Dolphins, right?
Yep.
So a couple of free agents that were hanging at the end. Are there any moves like that for the Cardinals to go out and get a free agent that's still out there? A cut that comes from somebody else's roster over the next 24 to 48 hours? Those are the things to keep an eye on. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, gamblers think Jonathan Gannon could be fired and can win Coach of the Year this year. Welcome to the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. We'll explain next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2.
swung on. Weakly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the great people at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax that many years ago put together a terrific plan for me, a retirement plan, a financial plan, a tax plan that is going to help me be able to do the things that I want to do in retirement. A lot of that is travel. Love to travel, see the world, do different things. And, for me, I want to have a place where I can get out of here in the summer and not be here when it's 115 degrees out. But I had to put that plan in place. I had to work towards it. And I highly recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. I highly recommend the great people like Stuart Willis that will be with you every step of the way. And I mean that. A lot of financial advisors, even ones I had in the past, check in with you once a year. Hey, how you doing? I just want to make sure this guy. All they're really doing is making sure you don't take your money and go somewhere else because you haven't heard from them. So they want to make sure they get their 1 or 2 calls in every year so you think they're working for you when they're really not. So it's important to have a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way because things change. Things in your life change. Maybe you have a new job. Maybe you moved houses. Maybe one of your kids went to college or is going to go to college. Or maybe you're adding a new kid. Maybe you got divorced. You're adding a new... Lots of things happens in life. Your financial advisor has to be there with you through all of that. Call Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Texas Rangers visit Chase Field for a 3-game series starting September 1st. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Summer plays on with Toyota's national sales event with best-selling cars, trucks, and SUVs like the popular Camry and RAV4 or the rugged and dependable Tacoma or Tundra. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? Games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union.
After I clean my pool, you mean?
You mean you haven't done it already?
Oh, my God.
That's the first thing I did this morning.
Oh, my God.
Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities.
I was driving it.
That was a mother of a storm last night.
I was taking Q to his hitting lesson out in like Mesa, and we just stopped and sat on the side of the road for like 20 minutes with our hazards on. Which I got like feel like you're not supposed to put your hazard. Yeah, really? Then somebody's gonna run right into me. You're supposed to keep your lights. You want me to keep my lights off? I can't see 3 feet in front of me. Somebody's gonna rear end me if I have my lights off. That's supposed to be the rules are stupid. Then put your hazards on. Go to the side of the road.
I was at the REI store in Chandler, the one on I-10 and and Ray Road. And man, you could start hearing it on the roof, and all of a sudden, all the employees start running around with these orange Home Depot buckets because the roof was leaking in like 4 different spots.
They need to call JLC Roofing.
I love it. They're like running around with the buckets and everything.
And
then
JLC.
I went out to the front window and looked at it. And I'm like, yeah, I think I'll just keep browsing for a little while. I don't think I'm in any really rush to get out there and drive in this.
Wait a second. You guys have hammocks here, right? Wake me in the morning.
I'm just gonna sleep here. I'm gonna pitch a tent.
You got a tent?
I gotta cook some food. Make a little campfire.
You got some of those meals I could cook over an open stove. I'll take it.
We're doing What's On tonight because we're a little bit of a shorter show today. We're off at 4 o'clock.
What?
Yeah, you always miss these memos. You don't understand. Yes, we're off today early.
What are you gonna do?
Diamondbacks baseball coming up at 4:40. Game 2 of their 4-game series. That's what's on tonight. Mercury basketball in LA taking on the Sparks.
Down go the Sparks.
That game is coming up at 7 o'clock this evening as well. Those are the games we're going to watch. Dbacks at Brewers, Mercury at Sparks tonight. Those are the 2 games that are on this evening. So we had to laugh. Lauren and I had to laugh about this earlier, but it's funny because some of it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If you were to look at one gambling list, it would tell you that Jonathan Gannon has the 4th best odds to win Coach of the Year in the National Football League.
How about that? All right, there you go,
4th
JG.
best.
It's my guy.
Mike Vrabel is 1. Ben Johnson is 2. Liam Cohen is 3 of the Jags. Jonathan Gannon is number 4. Okay, and I don't know what gambling site that is, but it's Fox NFL put it out there, 4th best odds to win Coach of the Year. Similar gamblers, totally different list. Jonathan Gannon also has the 6th best odds to be the first coach fired this year.
Wait a second, which is it?
Ding, ding, ding.
What you talking about, Willis?
Which is it? Does he have the 6th best chance to get fired or the 4th best chance to win Coach of the Year?
One place thinks he can win it all, and another place thinks he's going to be out of a job.
They've got Mike McDaniel as the odds-on favorite, Brian Dable number 2, Shane Steichen number 3, Kevin Stefanski of the Browns number 4, Dave Canales of the Panthers number 5, Jonathan Gannon number 6.
Wow. I would think that there's a much better chance that he would be Coach of the Year than be fired. Jonathan Gannon's not going to get fired. He's a good football coach. And the big question is Kyler Murray, but I definitely think that Gannon's the right guy for the job. And I don't think that this year is the ultimate indicator of who he is. I think you're building something that you want to be sustainable. You want to build a team that not only makes it 1 year, but then falls on different. Trying to build something that they could have sustained success, where they could be like the Bills, or the Kansas City Chiefs, or what the Philadelphia Eagles are right now. You're trying to build a team that has some runway to be good for a number of years.
Our Dan Bickley wrote a really good column. It was one of my favorite columns of Dan's over the last couple of weeks this morning about just this at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, in which he was very complimentary about Jonathan Gannon, as he should be. Jonathan Gannon is smart, tough, honest, a leader. He gets it. He understands. He's all the things you would want in an NFL head coach. There is no way Jonathan Gannon is on a hot seat this year.
No.
There's just none.
No.
I mean, the season would have to be an unmitigated 4-win disaster for it to be even contemplated. Now, have stranger things happened? Yeah, stranger things have happened. Ryan McDonough once got fired right before the season started. Earl Watson got fired 3 games into an NBA season. Steve Wilkes lasted a year. Josh Rosen lasted a year. Yeah, stranger things have happened.
I read a story about some high school coach that got fired after the first game.
One game and he's like, you're out?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, really. There was a high school coach that got fired after the first game.
So you never say never, but I just don't see it happening. But Bick's point, and one that I agree with wholeheartedly, is that this year you have to see the progression, right? You have to see more positive growth. 9 wins. Now, I think them making the playoffs is the minimum, but 9 wins is the minimum. Like they have to be better than they were a year ago. They have to improve a little bit.
They do. I would want them to, but there are circumstances. Yep.
But next year becomes the year for Gannon. If the growth is minimal and they're only a little bit better than they were a year ago, then next year, Jonathan Gannon's seat is very warm. Next season becomes the year where if they go from 8 to 9 wins this year and they're flirting with a playoff spot all year, it'll be tolerable. You'll take it. I'll be disappointed, but I think you'd look at it and say, okay, that's growth. They're getting a little bit better. But if they don't have that big breakthrough in 2025, he better have it in 2026 because then he very much becomes a hot seat guy, I think.
Cliff took a team that had won 3 games and won 5, 8, 11,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And then he dropped down, and they ended up firing him. I don't know. If you got the right guy, you got the right guy. I'm just always leery on, like, I understand what you're saying. If you fall off the face of the earth, you win 4 football games, and everything's going to hell in a handbasket, he just, that you've got to consider it. But if you're hanging in that 8, 9 range, you're just not making the playoffs, then I think there are other circumstances involved. It could be like our quarterback play is just not good enough. We have the right coach. We don't have a good enough quarterback.
Well, yeah, but just to be clear, I'm not talking about this year.
You're talking about next year.
I'm talking about next year.
Right.
I'm talking about next year.
You win 8 or 9 games this year. You move on from Kyler. You bring somebody else in. You win 8 games next year. But you don't have the quarterback. You don't have the guy that's going to take you off the top. It's not like you fell off the face of the earth and you won 4 games, but you win 8 games again. It's not like Gannon's not a bad coach. You just might not have the one play. So I do think that I don't think it's so black and white. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, you know what? And I don't think things in life are very black and white at all. There's always room for negotiation. If they were to move on from Kyler at the end of this season, then that almost automatically buys Jonathan Gannon another year or two to say, hey,
Sure.
I'm working in a new quarterback
Sure.
now.
Sure.
And that's where black, white, there's a little bit of gray when it comes to that.
I agree.
But things get a little fuzzy on that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you, this is the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Text the word character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It is Character Counts, and it's celebrating 10 years. When we come back, we'll talk Dbacks baseball in the booth. Steve Zinsmeister joins us in studio next here on Arizona Sports.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. Listen, crazy weather could be wreaking some havoc on not only your plumbing, your AC system. You need to know about Christian Brothers. How about your electrical system? At Christian Brothers, they simply do it all. They are the experts when it comes to your AC, your plumbing, and your electric. We've had a lot of brutal summer heat. We've had monsoons. If you need a repair on any of your plumbing issues or your AC unit, you got to get that AC unit through the summer. I know what it's like. You want to get through the rest of this month and in all of September, October, into November without having to buy a new AC unit, but you might need a small repair to get you there, and that's what Christian Brothers is all about. They've been servicing the Valley for 49 years. Family-owned and operated. They take a lot of pride in everything they do, especially getting to you quickly to fix your AC unit at a fair price. It's in their name, Christian Brothers. It's all about treating people the right way and getting the work done at a fair price. Not happy with a price quote you just got from somebody else? Call Christian Brothers for a free second opinion. 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd. And another 5% for active and retired military. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Close out the summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Saturday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. With great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cutdown day has arrived, and the Arizona Cardinals have a 53-man roster. First reported by our own John Gambadoro, and now announced by the team, rookie first-round pick Walter Nolan is to start the season on the PUP list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. In other roster news, running back Bam Knight has made the team over both DJ Dallas and Michael Carter. The Arizona Diamondbacks came up short last night against the Milwaukee Brewers in a 7-5 loss, but they have a chance to bounce back tonight in Milwaukee with first pitch at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Diamondbacks, their 2026 schedule was released today, and they will begin their 2026 campaign in Los Angeles facing the Dodgers on March 26th. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight in Los Angeles facing the Sparks. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
The home of the Dbacks. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's Dbacks on the road with Burns and Gambo.
When the Diamondbacks are on a road trip, we get the pleasure of chatting with one of their broadcasters for a segment, talk about the state of the team of a month ago. He's joining us right now in studio because he'll be stepping in here in about a half hour with the D-backs pregame coverage, as well as postgame show as well. He is Steve Zinsmeister. He joins us here in studio, about ready to take over the mic here in about a half hour. Good to see you, Zins. Thanks for coming in.
Good to see you, boys. Thanks for having me.
Glad you weren't on a team plane. You'd probably be sleeping right now. Wouldn't be able to join us.
Got in around 4 a.m., I heard.
4 a.m.? Yeah,
Yikes.
little mechanical issues. 4 a.m.
I thought maybe the storm, but no.
No, the brakes.
The storm was the next day, I guess.
Brakes doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't have a mechanic that just change the brake pads. What could it possibly take to change the brakes?
A lot. It's an airplane.
It's a plane. They got brakes.
It's an airplane. It's very important to be able to stop.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
At the end, yeah. At the end, you kind of need that.
I mean, I don't know really anything about aviation, but I think
fix them. Why does it take so long to fix the brakes?
Pretty important to be able to stop. Although, you've traveled with the team, right?
I have not.
Oh,
no.
you never have? Okay.
No, I've never traveled with the team.
I mean, I haven't been on their charter recently. It's not like normal people fly. It's probably more like how Gambo flies, right? I mean, it really is. It's a nicer way to travel. So, like, the idea that they were stuck on a plane.
Wow.
It's not like they were stuck on a
someone kicking the back
airline.
of their seat.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't want to name anybody by name here. It's not like they were stuck on that kind of plane. I'm sure they were very comfortable.
There's nothing wrong with having a pod where you could lay down and sleep on a plane. There's nothing wrong with it.
Is that what
Just
you do?
saying.
That's awesome.
That's what he did. I don't know if we would say that's what he do.
Is that an international
That's
flight?
what he did once.
Yeah, it's like 10 hours.
Okay, if it's international, I can get that. Yeah.
I get the little sleeper thing. You roll it back. You get the.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think they have pods, but I think they're very, very. Anyway, nobody cares about the travel habits of the Arizona Diamondbacks. What we care about is I'll start with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. And I'm shocked to see that he's rapidly approaching the franchise record for RBI in a month, because the guy who has it is J.D. Martinez in one of the best all-time months any of us can recall from any Arizona Diamondback. And for some reason, my brain is just not thinking of Lourdes in that same J.D. Martinez vein. And yet, I think he's only 4 RBI away from matching, and he's got a few games left this month to do it. I mean, he's right there, isn't he?
Yeah, 4 RBIs, 6 games left in the month of August. Certainly an opportunity to catch him. Luis Gonzalez also had 35 in June of 2001. So 2001, 2017, both pretty good seasons for the Diamondbacks franchise, as well as those individual players. Lourdes, I was talking with Torey Lovullo about this the other day, and we were talking about how sometimes players take on the personality of their spot in the lineup, and how they've made some changes. Lourdes obviously has only been the cleanup hitter since they traded Gino and Josh Naylor at the deadline. And so he's kind of adapted to this role of being in charge of driving in runs. And those 3 guys ahead of him are 3 of the top 20 players in baseball this year. So he's going to get a ton of opportunities. And if you look back at his resume just over the last week, I mean, I have it here. Sunday, back-to-back homers with Corbin Carroll. Tuesday, go-ahead 2-run single. Wednesday, solo home run in the bottom of the 9th that sends it to extras. Friday, walk-off. Saturday, 2-run homer. Monday, 3-run homer. Sunday, drove in the only run of the game. Lourdes could make an argument as the MVP of every game for the last week and a half.
He's also, made some good defensive plays as well, out there in left field. But when you look at a guy, and I think, the stats don't blow you away. He's not a 30-homer, 100 RBI guy. He's never driven in 100 runs, but something has to be said for hitting 20 home runs almost every year. Knocking in, he's got 80 now. His first year with Arizona, he had 82. Last year, he had 75. This is going to be one more home run. He's got 20, 4 times in his career, he'll have 20 home runs. It's just, sometimes we want players to be great or we want them to be really bad. He's just a good baseball player.
Yeah, it was
a good player.
Before this month of August, it was one of his worst seasons statistically of his career. And I was talking with Torey Lovullo about a month ago, and he said, listen, he's going to be our cleanup guy. He's not a traditional cleanup hitter with a bunch of power or anything. But here we are a month later, and isn't it funny what 30 days or so can do for your season? Because to your point, Gambo, he's probably going to set career marks in home runs and RBIs as a Diamondback this season.
Postseason, a couple of years ago, 3 homers, 11 RBIs, hit 273. Just a good, solid. Now you're right. If where they're asking him to play is not ideal. If he was batting more 6th in the lineup, you'd be like, that's a hell of a player for number 6 in the lineup, and that's where he usually is.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I mean, I think also too part of it is out of necessity, but like we talked about, those top 3 guys in the lineup are 3 of the top 20 players by wins above replacement in the entire league. And then Lourdes is, without a doubt, he's the best cleanup hitter in baseball in the last 26 days.
Yeah. Steve Zinsmeister joining us in studio in the booth here on the Burns and Gambo show. We talked with Bryce Jarvis earlier on the program. He's obviously one of a large handful of guys who are clearly auditioning for roles in 2026. In terms of guys that you're watching, and I know some of the obvious ones pop off the page, like a Tyler Locklear, certainly a Jordan Lawler, whenever it is that he's called up. Who are some of the guys that you've kind of got your eyes on in terms of they are playing right now for the role that they want for next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you probably just listed the big ones. Blaze Alexander, I would throw in that mix. I think that the plan with third base and with Lawler has shifted slightly, and we can have that conversation if you'd like, but I think he's playing his way into a bit more playing time than he might have otherwise had. Tyler Locklear, we'll see. I mean, right now he's really only facing left-handers, and even last night they didn't bring him into the game. Instead, they put Vargas at first base, and I thought that was an interesting decision. I think that there's a couple of guys probably sitting in AAA right now that would like to get a shot in the rotation before the end of the year. Cole Drake was the primary piece back in the Merrill Kelly trade.
Yeah, but he got hurt.
He did get hurt. He's been back. He's been throwing. I think Dylan Ray is a name not many people know that is probably likely to get an opportunity because they're going to have to add him to the roster to protect him anyway from the Rule 5 draft. So there's a handful of young guys that I'm very interested in. About a week when rosters expand, we could see a couple different people in the mix.
Is Pavin Smith on that list?
I think he will likely be here, yeah.
No, he'll be here, but in terms of like the size of his role and how that, because he's I don't think he's had the year anybody thought that he's got the great start. I think he's 1 for 16 since he's come back. It's been a struggle for Pavin, and I wonder how much of his future role is kind of on the line over these next 30 days.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because especially at the beginning of the year, the plan was to platoon him as the designated hitter with Randall Grichuk. Well, Grichuk's no longer here, and frankly, that role ended up going to Adrian Del Castillo in place of Pavin Smith. So now he's platooning at first base, which is a position I don't think that they love his defense compared to Tyler Locklear's. So, yeah, the next 5 weeks or so are going to be huge in terms of figuring out, do we have the first baseman of the future in the organization right now, or do we need to address it for the second consecutive offseason?
Yeah, I've been disappointed with Pavin's high strikeout numbers this year. Very disappointed. He's not usually like that, but the strikeout numbers, the percentage is way, way too high. He's not putting the ball in play as much. Locklear, look, we still got another month. It's just way too early to judge him. We've just got to see him get some at-bats. I will say this, I don't think he's done anything yet to say he's got the job for next year. I think he's an option for them, but unless he tears it up, I think he really needed to just have a great 2 months here in order to be like, okay, we don't need a first baseman. The way it is right now, I would probably think they go out and look for somebody else as well as an option. But there's still time for him. But he absolutely hasn't blown anybody away with what he's done.
I'll say this about Locklear. I think I heard Derek Hall mention it a couple weeks ago, and it's absolutely true. When I get into work at the ballpark at roughly 2 o'clock every afternoon, Tyler Locklear is on the field and taking early batting practice before any of the other players, before any of the veterans. It's always Locklear out there to start the afternoon. And so for what it's worth, he is putting in the work to try to get better.
All right, you're putting in the work. You'll be on here in about 18 minutes with the pregame coverage for Dbacks at Brewers, Game 2 of the 4-game set. Thanks for popping in here for a few, Steve. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
Steve Zinsmeister joining us here. Hey, Cardinal fans, home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands. So starting next Tuesday, we're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. All you have to do is head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, click on the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page and subscribe. When we come back, we'll preview Game 2 between the Dbacks and the Brewers. We'll see who's going to hit a home run tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. See if Gambo calls his shot again. That's next on Arizona Sports.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, where you can explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. It's your world of financial possibilities. Global members, there's a benefit to being a member of Global Credit Union. There's a benefit to doing your banking with Global Credit Union versus a traditional bank. That's because global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And because of that, global members collectively saved about $195 million last year. It is just a better way to bank. 10 branches throughout the valley, a very easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. Global has been very proud to serve Arizona for over a decade, and you can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic's Snacky Hour will get dollar corn dogs, dollar mozzarella sticks, and dollar soft pretzel twists. And now to make it really, really official, I'll chisel into stone that you can also redeem half-price drink rewards in the Sonic app. Sonic Snacky Hour, 2 to 5 p.m. every day. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time offer at participating locations.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have pre-Labor Day savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, get 0% APR on all new 2025 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $849 a month with $77.88 down. That's an incredible value on a game-changing electric ride, making now the best moment to buy.
Best prices of the season. Pre-Labor Day savings end soon. Shop and buy online anytime at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, game 2 of the 4-game series between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Milwaukee Brewers, and it is coming up here in less than an hour. You'll hear it right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Pitching matchup for today's game is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Gambo for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Right-handed pitcher and 12-game winner Brandon Pfaadt gets the start tonight. He's 12-8 with a 4.95 ERA, getting that ERA below 5, which has been above 5 for most of the season, at least most of the last 2 months. He is opposed by 23-year-old right-hander and certainly one of the most intriguing pitching prospects in the game, Jacob Misiorowski, who is 4-2 with a 4.19 ERA.
Yeah, this kid's got an electric fastball. He does walk a lot of batters, but he has an electric fastball. As a matter of fact, he has 136 pitches that are 100-plus miles per hour. Only Hunter Green and from the Cincinnati Reds among Major League starters has more. 136 pitches of 100 miles per hour. He became the first pitcher in the modern era to have more wins than hits allowed after his first 2 career starts, and as many wins as hits allowed after 3 starts. 3 hits allowed, 3 wins. So the kid's got electric stuff, doesn't have a lot of experience. Matter of fact, he only had 5 Major League games under his belt when he's named to the All-Star team, the fewest in Major League history. He tossed a scoreless 8th inning in Atlanta.
There was some controversy about whether he should have been on the All-Star team or not. Now, his last 2 starts haven't gone great. He's only combined for 5 1/3 innings, and he's given up 8 earned runs in those 5 1/3. So it's been a little bit of a struggle. You mentioned the walks. He's got 8 walks in his last 3 starts. So the control is, still working on it a little bit. But not only his fastball and his ability to get that ball up there, he's got a 94-mile-per-hour slider that's just absolutely devastating if he can get to it. He is very, very good. Fott, on the other hand, has, I don't want to say turned it around, but he has certainly been a lot better his last 4 starts or so. Against the Padres, the Rockies again, and the Guardians, he combined to give up 11 earned runs in give or take 22 or 23 innings. In those games, he's been better, closer to the version we saw at the beginning of the season than we saw in the middle.
This will be his 3rd career start and his 2nd at American Family Field. He did get the win in a quality start against the Brewers back on September 19th, 2024. He gave up 1 run on 2 hits, did not walk a batter, and had a career-best 12 strikeouts in that game. So last time at this stadium, he pitched a gem.
Yeah, he did. And the Diamondbacks looking to bounce back after what happened last night. Eduardo Rodriguez had a rough 3rd inning. Diamondbacks were able to come back thanks to a 5-run 5th that included a 3-run homer from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. As I shift to the injury report for tonight's game, and it's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I do want to point out a couple of things. Number one, Geraldo Perdomo became the latest Diamondback to get hit in the hand last night. He's fine. He's in the lineup. He's batting leadoff tonight for Arizona, so there's that. The other thing to keep in mind is that Ryan Thompson is making an appearance today for AAA Reno. The expectation is that this might be the last one he needs before he could potentially be coming back to the Diamondbacks roster.
Let's not forget old friend Shelby Miller is on this Brewers team. He was part of that trade. Shelby Miller went over there. So, he last pitched on Sunday against San Francisco through a perfect inning. But, Shelby Miller is on the Brewers.
Yeah, and we haven't seen him yet. Perhaps we could see him. I'm sure we will see him at some point this series. Perhaps we could see him tonight as well. It is time now for the MLB standings. Pardon me. They're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. Step back for the Diamondbacks last night, Gambo, with the loss. They're 64-68 on the season. Now 6.5 games back of the New York Mets, who, as you mentioned, won last night as well. The St. Louis Cardinals jumped the Diamondbacks in the standings. So now they have the Cardinals, Reds, and then the Mets ultimately in front of them for the last wild card spot.
Yeah, absolutely. The Reds got beat yesterday, but the Mets won. That's the one you're looking at more than anything is the Mets, because they might be able to put too much distance between you and the Diamondbacks. It does look like it's going to be almost impossible to do, but they're not mathematically out of it, and you never know what can happen. So you keep fighting until you're not in it anymore.
82-50 are the Milwaukee Brewers. That continues to be the best record in baseball. And it's a testament to Pat Murphy and what he's done with that team. One of their best players, Jackson Chourio, is out with a hamstring injury, and how they've been able to keep rolling right along without him, without a ton of power. I mean, you think about that inning last night against Eduardo Rodriguez. A lot of it was singles, just death by 1,000 pinpricks last night. It felt like there wasn't like a ton of power into the gaps or over the fence that were on display last night in that game. The Milwaukee Brewers are a very, very good baseball team and currently rocking the best record in not only the National League, but in all of Major League Baseball. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Tough lineup to get through for Brandon Pfaadt with Contreras and Yelich there at the 2-3 spot, Vaughn at the 4. But be wary of the number 9 hitter. Be wary of Andrew Monasterio. He's batting .406 with 2 homers and 8 RBIs in his last 14 games. 13 hits in 32 at-bats. That's a .424 on-base percentage, a .719 slugging percentage, and his OPS is 1.143. So a lot of dangerous guys in that lineup, but a guy who's been playing terrific baseball lately is the shortstop, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, Andrew Monasterio. For Brandon Pfaadt, that's not an easy out at the end of the lineup, so be leery of that and be careful of what he can do to help the Brewers.
Real quick, I can sneak it in here at the end. One other injury I want to mention. Our own Alex Weiner is reporting the Diamondbacks have put pitching prospect Cole Drake on the 7-day injured list after he suffered a shoulder sprain. That, according to a team source. There's no concern for 2026, but that's something to keep an eye on. It's going to do it for us. Steve is back here with the Dbacks pregame show. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-2. Swung on. Weekly hit past the mound. It's gloved by Uribe with a backhand flip to first. And that is your ball game. The Brewers hang on and win it by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs at the Brewers. Game 2 of the 4-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic